The man existed in a world of soul transmigration and immortal cultivation, but lacked a spiritual root, thus unable to practice immortal cultivation. But he uses a small mountain as his daily workout tool. He passionately worked tirelessly, training for 20,000 years. The man's name is no spiritual root. He is a fat otaku who is not good at rejecting others. He has been bullied by classmates since he was young. But he has studied even harder because of it. Because he believes that after work, he will reap the rewards of his own efforts. However, after studying, he realized that he was not only a homebody. After graduation, he could only rely on his physique to be a workout partner at the gym. Life seems to have returned to the starting point. Now the people bullying him have changed from classmates to colleagues. He, who can't refuse others, has to work overtime until early in the morning every day. Suddenly, his heart feels a sharp pain. It turns out that it's because of his obesity issue. He has the potential risk of sudden death. When no spiritual root opened his eyes again, he found that he had actually restarted. Dong Zhou from 20,000 years later. No spiritual root is being affectionately supported by a young girl. Tushan little Jade from the Yogwai Fox family keeps acting like a spoiled child. Didn't we agree to go adventure outside together? Why are you still dawdling here? No spiritual root couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. That's right. Unknowingly, I have been training here for 20,000 years. But I am still just an ordinary person with a bit more strength. If I go down the mountain, I will only cause you trouble. No spiritual root after these years, I finally confirmed that I have been reincarnated. And he has been reincarnated as the young master of demon cult. However, the declining demon cult cannot protect him. In order to evade the pursuit of righteous individuals, he can only hide and survive in the deep mountains and old forests. If it wasn't for the little fox he saved accompanying him, he might have already gone crazy from boredom. Because of the lessons from his past life and the experience of being hunted in this life. No spiritual root for a full 20,000 years. He exercises self-discipline every day. However, after exercising for a long time, he realized he crossed into a fantasy world. But he is indeed a veritable one without spiritual root. Besides the good physique he obtained through daily exercise. But a body that has been trained for 20,000 years is filled with power. What kind of demon can be knocked down by his punch? This blind Xiaolong allows no spiritual root to eat meat tonight. Little Jade immediately prays secretly. Xiaolong at the golden core stage. He was unexpectedly taken down by just one punch. He is truly my spiritual brother. Just as no spiritual root was about to take the meat, a loud shout suddenly interrupted him. I saw a middle-aged man standing on a flying sword looking displeased, saying, "How dare you try to snatch my Xiaolong that I have hunted halfway? Can you do such a shameless thing? Are you the remnants of the demon clan?" The expression on no spiritual root's face instantly changed from calm to panicked, repeatedly waving his hands to indicate that he was not. He even kept apologizing, saying, "I didn't mean to." Xianxia from Mystic Heaven Academy couldn't help but whisper to himself in dismay. A small Yogwai fox, and an ordinary person with no spiritual root. It seems I don't need to waste time talking to them. Xianxia then directly used the Mystic Sword Sovereign Art. He is prepared to take care of the two of them. But no spiritual root easily handled it. Xianxia was dumbfounded instantly. And no spiritual root suddenly bowed and apologized. "I knew you wanted to kill me. I'm really sorry." Xianxia only calmed down when he heard this. How could an ordinary person without spiritual root possibly withstand my flying sword? You must be helping this kid behind the scenes. Then you can go to hell with this kid. However, this time the Mystic Sword Sovereign Art was once again easily caught by no spiritual root, making Xianxia embarrassed and angry. He couldn't sit still and began crazily shooting flying swords to try to take out no spiritual root. But no spiritual root just kept twisting his body. he effortlessly caught all the flying swords. Then he apologized with a guilty look on his face, saying, "Sorry, it was just a reflex to catch them all." Xianxia fell silent instantly. After a while, he finally got up from the ground. It turns out he is a senior from the Righteous Alliance. It was a misunderstanding on my part just now as a junior. Please return the flying sword to me, senior. I will leave now. His flying sword flew towards him in an instant, but he didn't react at all. The flying sword actually stirred up a terrifying flame, brushing past his neck. No spiritual root. Even if reincarnated, he is still the same as in his past life, truly unable to refuse others. Continuing from no spiritual root, Jiao Long steps forward and says, "Let's go back. I still need to cook for my father and them." Little Jade also cunningly reminds them, "I don't want you to disclose a single word of it." Xianxia immediately broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly to indicate that he understood. He saw the two finally leave his line of sight. Xianxia instantly collapsed to the ground. Who on earth are they? But you can only be happy for the moment. When I tell the ancestor of Mystic Heaven Academy about this, you demon cultivators will be in trouble for sure. The man, as the young master of the demon clan, unexpectedly has to enter a human academy for study. He didn't expect that the first test of the academy is to identify whether one is a demon cultivator. Already in a panic, he is now even more frightened. Shaking all over. No spiritual root casually tossed the flying sword. Actually scared the nascent soul stage cultivator to wet themselves. Little Jade immediately entered fangirl mode. Brother spiritual root, you still claim to be an ordinary person. Even nascent soul stage cultivators are scared silly by you. But no spiritual root doesn't think so. How could I possibly be a match for an immortal cultivator? He was probably just teasing me. I am very aware that I am just an ordinary person who cannot practice immortal cultivation. So that's why I train my body so hard. No spiritual root brought the separated Jiao Long meat to a cave entrance. He had just entered when he heard a voice scolding from inside the cave, asking who dared to enter the territory of the demon clan. After everyone saw that it was no spiritual root, a group of demon clan members immediately showed surprise and delight. They all expressed eagerness to quickly pass the long meat over. No spiritual root knows that although they may look fierce, they are actually very kind uncles to him. While no spiritual root, his father Invincible, is dissatisfied, saying, "It has been 3 hours since he last came to see me. Do you still see me as your father?" No spiritual root quickly explained that he was delayed because he was hunting and cooking. But Invincible didn't buy it. You weren't fooled by this little girl to go down the mountain again, right? You absolutely cannot go down the mountain. Even if I have been sealed for 20,000 years, I still remember the conspiracies and cunning of those righteous people. You have no experience in the martial arts world, and yet you are coming out. Are you seeking death? The words you have been listening to for 20,000 years have immediately made no spiritual root displeased. He firmly said, "Even if I am pursued and killed outside, I no longer want to stay in this deep mountain and old forest." The uncles of the demon clan also began to persuade him to dispel this idea. Your cultivation level is only at the body refining stage. Going out now is equivalent to suicide. But Little Jade interrupted, saying, "We just encountered a righteous cultivator who has reached the nascent soul stage cultivation level." But he was still scared to the point of peeing by brother spiritual root. Invincible did not expect his own son to be so strong already. But he still shouted, "You are still an ordinary person without spiritual root. Even if you can defeat a nascent soul stage cultivator, how will you deal with even stronger cultivators? Don't think you are invincible." But the no spiritual root is angered. I am not interested in those who think they are invincible. You need to reach the tribulation stage to break free from this damn cage. I can't even break through to the body refining stage here. Dad, even if you are imprisoned, you have always worked hard to protect me. Now that I have grown up, it's time for me to protect you. At this moment, little Jade suddenly interrupted, saying, Brother, spiritual root has always had no demon cult aura lingering on the body refining stage. People outside can't detect his demon cult identity at all. But Invincible still firmly opposes it. What if his spiritual root breaks through and releases the demon cult aura? But no spiritual root turned resolutely and said, I have made up my mind. Just as no spiritual root was about to leave, Invincible suddenly threw out a small token, only to see the name of no spiritual root written on top with the words, Mystic Heaven below. Invincible then spoke up, saying, This is the entry qualification certificate for Mystic Heaven Academy. Since you are determined to descend the mountain, this can be your first stop. At these words, no spiritual root couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Isn't that the Super Immortal Cultivation Academy that claims to be the #1 in the righteous path? Graduates must at least reach the Golden Core stage. Little Jade thought the proposal was a bit dangerous, but Invincible said that the most dangerous place is also the safest. Moreover, within Mystic Heaven Academy, the path of cultivation is as numerous as the stars, making it the most likely place to find a suitable path for spiritual root cultivation. When no spiritual root obtained approval from their father, they quickly packed up their belongings and brought their fitness equipment. No spiritual root immediately suggested setting off, while little Jade was somewhat puzzled, asking how a confined person like you obtained such a rare exam qualification. But Invincible didn't plan to answer, saying, You don't need to know that. I am unable to protect spiritual root now. Going to Mystic Heaven Academy to cultivate is the best way I can keep him alive. As for the secret on spiritual root, I entrust it to you, Nine-Tailed Fox at the Quasi-Emperor stage, to guard. Little Jade didn't say anything more after hearing that. But Invincible quickly stopped her. This world has reached the edge of collapse. The power hidden in the spiritual root will not leave you much time. Without the spiritual root, no spiritual root arrived at the Mystic Heaven Academy. At this moment, the Academy is conducting its enrollment test. The grand scene immediately made no spiritual root nervous. Little Gargas at the entrance spoke up, saying that all students taking the exam must insert their admission ticket into the mouth of the stone lion. It will automatically identify the authenticity of the admission ticket, and whether there are demon cultivator spies among you. As soon as the words fell, the leader reached out to initiate the cloud test. And he had no problem. Now no spiritual root is starting to panic. Could it be that the token given by his father is fake? I haven't cultivated the demon cultivator mental method before, so nothing should go wrong, right? A detected demon cultivator was instantly bitten by a stone lion. Little Gargas then pointed to no spiritual root, indicating, Just you, carrying a big burden. Hurry up and stuff your admission ticket in quickly. The man practiced immortal cultivation for 20,000 years, but has not broken through the body refining stage. Nowadays, he just casually throws a punch. He actually blasted through the entire academy. No spiritual root was selected to undergo the demon cultivator trial. As the young master of the demon clan, he quickly comforted himself. Then he placed the admission ticket into the mouth of the stone lion. However, after inspection, his admission ticket was fine. But the eyes of the stone lion suddenly emitted red light. Then it fiercely bit his hand. But then the head of the stone lion suddenly burst open. Little Gargas quickly called for help to capture no spiritual root upon seeing this. No spiritual root was completely panicked this time. The admission ticket is fine. But little Gargas shouted, The stone lion only attacks automatically when it senses demonic chi. What else can you argue about? No spiritual root immediately secretly lamented that the entrance exam token must have been contaminated with demonic chi from his father. Little Jade suddenly walked out from the crowd. Then she accused, You're arresting people without clarifying the situation. Aren't you being too casual? Little Gargas immediately exploded. You, a Yogwai race member, Why do you care about the affairs of Mystic Heaven Academy? But little Jade quickly grabbed No Spiritual Root's arm and chuckled. I am his Tao protector. Onlookers were immediately stunned, their jaws dropping. After all, only major sects will have Tao protectors. And little Jade spoke again. Since the entrance permit is fine, let's take a closer look at its origin. That token is the legendary #1 sect in the world. It is the one that was destroyed by demon cultivators 20,000 years ago, and Brother Spiritual Root is now its only descendant. Is it difficult to explain why there is some demonic chi on the admission ticket? The disciples on the side also quickly reminded that this kid seems to have received an inheritance. The relationship between the righteous cultivators and the Yugwai race is delicate. Let's handle this cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, little Gargas spoke up. Don't let me find any suspicions about you. And little Jade looked nervous at No Spiritual Root. She immediately signaled him to relax a bit. As long as you maintain your usual state, no one will suspect you. Mystic Heaven Academy is crowded with people. This time, the one in charge of hosting is the Academy's instructor Unspoken Courtesy. He found that the quality of this year's freshmen is not bad. Even Joyous Union Sect and Sword Mastery Sect have sent people over here. The white-haired beautiful woman is none other than White Blossom from Sword Mastery Sect. She is a genius who broke through the foundation establishment stage at the age of 11, instantly exciting the crowd around her. At this moment, White Blossom feels that the newcomers from Mystic Heaven Academy are not worth her attention at all. However, except for geniuses. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy also discovered something strange mixed in. He concluded that this guy definitely cannot even pass the first assessment. Then Instructor Unspoken Courtesy leaped down from the attic. Then he loudly reminded everyone to focus their gaze. I am the instructor in charge of the new student assessment. Next, I will conduct an entrance test for you all. Only those who pass all assessments are eligible to become disciples of Mystic Heaven Academy. No Spiritual Root suddenly felt that this instructor looked a bit familiar. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately got angry after noticing his gaze. What are you looking at me for, boy? And No Spiritual Root honestly pointed to the steel wire behind him. Because the thread you are hanging on is reflecting light. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately landed in front of him, smiling but not smiling. I am looking forward to your assessment results. White Blossom couldn't help but secretly comment upon seeing the situation. This instructor doesn't even know how to do a sky flight? That's too weak. At that moment, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly shouted loudly, revealing his well-built muscles. He then said seriously, Just now, I was only trying to liven up the atmosphere. Now, I will begin the test for you all. And the crowd suddenly went wild. Those robust muscles and intimidating aura are truly awe-inspiring. Is this the legendary Sandy Bag Sacred Body? The Sandy Bag Sacred Body, although naturally unable to cultivate actively or use spells, can absorb attacks from others and capture the released spiritual chi for its own use. It means that the stronger the enemy is, the stronger the owner of the Sandy Bag Sacred Body will become. Attacks from opponents of the same level or lower will all be immune. I didn't expect there would be such people with no spiritual root. She actually becomes stronger only after being beaten up. Do you have to be a masochist to become a cultivator? Instructor Unspoken Courtesy smiled satisfactorily at this. Next, you will use spiritual chi to punch me. I will assess your strength and future potential based on your attacks. Then let's start with you. When No Spiritual Root arrived in front of him, he reminded, Are you ready? I am quite strong. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately laughed, saying, Even a cultivator at the soul transformation stage may not be able to harm me. It doesn't matter even if you are a newcomer with great strength. Instructor's Unspoken Courtesy feels like a hit on my face. Then his body went limp like a kite with a broken string. Directly crashed through the walls of the academy and flew straight out for hundreds of meters. The onlookers were instantly startled, and their eyes nearly popped out. And no spiritual root's face instantly fell. He felt that he was done for this time. The girl was originally an ordinary fox-eared girl, but she can transform into the legendary nine-tailed fox. With no spiritual root, she defeated Sandy Bag's sacred body, who becomes stronger when facing a strong opponent, with a single punch. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy was already foaming at the mouth by this time. No spiritual root immediately turned around and asked, "Have I passed the assessment?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding little gargas quickly moved away from him. Only the gigantic three-tailed fox quietly arrived at the assessment site. After returning to human form, Little Jade immediately noticed the commotion caused by no spiritual root. Little Jade immediately smiled with satisfaction. He was able to attract everyone's attention as soon as he entered the school. At this moment, the little gargas had already exploded. "Didn't you say that attacks below the soul transformation stage wouldn't be effective against Instructor Unspoken Courtesy?" And White Blossom's gaze towards no spiritual root also revealed seriousness. "It seems that I am not the only one hiding my true strength." Machinery Pavilion Master Yellow Green Red suddenly walked to the side of Instructor Unspoken Courtesy. Then he frowned and said, "The power of this punch is approaching the later nascent soul stage." As soon as the words fell, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly opened his eyes wide. Then he rolled over and stood up directly from the ground. He arrived at the front of no spiritual root and immediately reprimanded angrily, "I asked you to hit the stomach. The test just now doesn't count. If you still use such tricks, I will directly disqualify you." Instructor Unspoken Courtesy then demonstrated the Sandy Bag sacred body, unyielding sandbag. Xiao Pang exclaimed at the sight, "This is the most powerful defensive move of the Sandy Bag sacred body, which can convert all of one's strength into defense." Instructor Unspoken Courtesy chuckled at this point. "Today, even if you exerted all of your strength, you wouldn't be able to shake it." The voice of Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly came to an abrupt halt. People were shocked and exclaimed at the scene. Unyielding sandbag is indeed powerful, not even taking half a step back this time. Yellow Green Red's face darkened, and he quietly joked, "Not even taking half a step back? He's actually standing there fainted." He immediately hurriedly took Instructor Unspoken Courtesy away, and then signaled everyone to pass the first round all at once. And everyone also expressed admiration for the strength of no spiritual root. At that moment, Belhemperb suddenly approached him and asked, "I didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the assessment." The 108th generation descendant of Joyous Union Sect, Petal Waving Hand, Tier 4, is interested in dual cultivation with others. "I see you performed well just now. I'll reluctantly accept you as my brother." And Little Fatty on the side also spoke up, asking if you could accept us as your younger brothers too. "I am Sky Lucky from the Heavenly Mechanism Sect. I can provide the most accurate information for the big brothers. Please take care of me. Please forgive me if I am being presumptuous, although I mainly focus on collecting information. But I have no information about the brother. I do not know which sect or school you belong to." Upon hearing that, his expression changed immediately. "I am a freelance cultivator." White Blossom suddenly squeezed through the crowd and walked towards No Spiritual Root. Upon reaching No Spiritual Root, she immediately scolded, "You are really someone who likes to steal the limelight. I will make you understand the gap between yourself and a genius." Then she turned around and left. Yellow Green Red suddenly spoke up, "Don't celebrate too early, everyone." Then he pressed the remote control in his hand. The ground of the entire training ground suddenly started shaking, and then a sealed building rose from the ground. Among them are various combat puppets loaded inside. They look powerful enough, causing everyone to stand stunned in their tracks. Next, Yellow Green Red speaks again. "I am Machinery Pavilion Master Yellow Green Red. Also, I am the examiner for your second round of testing. All the displays appearing in the square are produced by our Machinery Pavilion. During the assessment period, they will continuously launch hidden weapons attacks on you. The assessment lasts for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The puppets will stop attacking when hit fewer times. Worthless individuals with inadequate strength. Successfully clearing a level by luck is not a good thing for you all, because the hidden weapons launched by the puppeteer mechanism are all real. Welcome to the candidate's graveyard. The giant puppet simultaneously emits terrifying beams. At this moment, the candidates immediately screamed and ran away in a flurry. The scene instantly became chaotic. However, this kind of attack speed is simply impossible to hit no spiritual root. Yellow, Green, Red found that the kid from Joyous Union sect performed quite well. He used the Phantom Ironback Crash at an extremely fast speed, constantly twisting in the beam. This rapid swinging made it impossible to attack his back, but then the beam suddenly hit his chest. After that, Yellow, Green, Red discovered a new master. The girl from the Sword Mastery sect turned out to be unexpectedly strong. The ground suddenly erupted with a loud rumble. No spiritual roots, fists fiercely smashed into it. Buried underneath was an energy conduit. He finally breathed a sigh of relief this time. This way, he won't be able to attack me anymore. Yellow, Green, Red exploded in an instant. Don't mix up the key points. This level tests your speed. The man just breathed out a sigh casually. He actually blew up the goddess's clothes. No spiritual root directly smashed the puppet that was shooting lasers. This thoroughly annoyed Yellow, Green, Red. This level tests speed. Destroying puppets again will result in you being eliminated. No spiritual root quickly apologized upon hearing this. He said he was not very clear about the assessment rules. White Blossom couldn't help but secretly complain upon seeing this. No wonder Dad said that men always like to show off. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy directly took the remote control from Yellow, Green, Red and said, "No need to waste words with this kind of kid. Why not let him experience the power of these puppets directly?" Those puppet warriors instantly transformed on the battlefield. Little Fatty was shocked and exclaimed, "It's actually Warlord integration. These mechanical puppets definitely possess strength surpassing that of the Golden Core stage. Do they really want anyone to pass this test?" Yellow, Green, Red also quickly persuaded, "Isn't this going too far?" But Instructor Unspoken Courtesy sneered, "Don't you want to stop that arrogant kid from passing the test? The mechanized puppets have already taken action, simultaneously launching several hidden weapons towards No Spiritual Root." But No Spiritual Root moved extremely quickly, flawlessly dodging all of them. Although he didn't get hit at all. But the candidate behind him suffered injuries. At this point, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy had already gone mad. Then let's mobilize a few more mechanized puppets. No Spiritual Root was instantly surrounded by several puppets. Just as No Spiritual Root was about to make another move, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately yelled, "You brat! If you damage the puppet again, we will expel you directly." Because all the mechanical puppets were surrounded by No Spiritual Root. Other examinees immediately relaxed. While White Blossom sneered secretly, this is the consequence of seeking the limelight. Father was right. Seeing those puppets already moving towards him, No Spiritual Root immediately bent his body and exerted force under his feet. He leaped into the air. He let the puppets below him miss their attack. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy and the other person were shocked when they suddenly flew up. Even little Gargas, who was watching, was stunned. What realm is this? Sword riding flight requires at least reaching the Golden Core stage, right? However, this chubby one saw through the mystery at a glance. He is not flying using spiritual chi. He is completely jumping up with his leg strength, and he is also using the force of constantly stepping downward to counteract the force of gravity pulling him down. Everyone completely couldn't believe how strong his physical strength really was. At this moment, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy has already fallen into a state of madness. No matter how strong the body is, there is always a limit. He cannot sustain hovering in the air for too long. Everyone attacked towards his descending position. Seeing this situation, no spiritual root immediately felt anxious. Cannot destroy the puppet. Being hit will result in deductions. What should I do? Then he found White Blossom dealing with hidden weapons not far away, and immediately stepped on an incoming hidden weapon. Then he leveraged his strength and rushed towards White Blossom. Seeing no spiritual root getting closer and closer to White Blossom, he instantly panicked. What does this guy want by suddenly approaching me? Could this guy be the pervert that Dad mentioned? Just as White Blossom instinctively chopped off the hidden weapon, no spiritual root quickly hid behind her, perfectly utilizing White Blossom's blocking skills to dodge all the hidden weapons. White Blossom, who was used as a shield, instantly became furious. But no spiritual root skillfully dodged her angry sword. White Blossom immediately felt the urge to take him down. No spiritual root quickly turned and ran away. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy saw no spiritual root being sandwiched between them, and immediately burst into laughter. I wonder how you can escape now. No spiritual root suddenly noticed the fragrance in Instructor Unspoken Courtesy's mouth, and he immediately recalled the assessment rules. Immediately, no spiritual root stopped in his tracks, and abruptly turned around. Then he suddenly opened his mouth, and began inhaling wildly. A terrifying hurricane erupted from no spiritual root's mouth, instantly lifting everyone off the ground with its powerful force. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy has no idea what no spiritual root is up to at all. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately spoke up, saying, "Don't think you can pass the test just by having a big attitude." However, no spiritual root waved their hand and said, "Can I interrupt for a moment? It seems like the incense used for the assessment has burned out." Upon hearing Yellow Green Red's words, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Could it be that the incense burned faster due to the attitude just now? What is going on with this kid's body? At that moment, Xiao Peng suddenly shouted excitedly, "Spiritual root! The boss has other deeper purposes." Spiritual root boss is striving for benefits for everyone. White Blossom, feeling extremely embarrassed, quickly turned around and slipped away. She also vowed never to let spiritual root off the hook. A old voice suddenly chimed in. "It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting newcomer. This year's assessment for new students will be very competitive." The boy simply showed off his strong physique that has been cultivated for 20,000 years, instantly captivating the nine-tailed Yogwai fox, who was totally enchanted by him. She even took the initiative to embrace him. The Dean of Mystic Heaven Academy, Celestial Pathfinder, suddenly arrived at the assessment site. But everyone felt that he looked very unreliable. The chubby guy exclaimed excitedly, "This is the legendary Crimson Flame Azura Celestial Pathfinder." Rumors say that Celestial Pathfinder has been in existence for 20,000 years. A terrifying existence that has slaughtered countless expert demon cultivators. His decisive killing shocked all the righteous cultivators. Every strand of his red hair is dyed with the blood of demon cultivators. Although these words sound awesome, but the crowd found that his iconic red hair was fake. Celestial Pathfinder suddenly asked, while little Jade, hiding in the shadows, also looked a little flustered. How could the Dean of Mystic Heaven Academy suddenly appear? Moreover, Brother Spiritual Root offended someone as soon as he arrived. It is necessary to make amends in a timely manner. Later, little Jade sent a voice message to No Spiritual Root. "Can you hear my voice? You just blew off the Dean's wig. Help him put it back on before he realizes." And Celestial Pathfinder, upon learning the name No Spiritual Root, "I know the practices of Spiritual Root are indeed somewhat absurd, but as a teacher, one should be magnanimous. If you were as strong as the Dean, would there still be a problem? In the end, it's because your martial arts skills are lacking." No Spiritual Root immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. He immediately picked up a bright red object from the ground. And then he slapped it on the head of the Dean. Celestial Pathfinder's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. What was going on with his speed just now? If it weren't for my sharp eyesight, I wouldn't have been able to notice it. No spiritual root said in a cheerful tone. Principal, you dropped something. It's my duty to help you pick it up. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly had a drastic change in expression. Dean Celestial Pathfinder. Little Jade instantly exploded this time. You should differentiate between the wig and hidden weapons before taking action. And Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately became uncontrollably angry and grabbed no spiritual root. You dare to attack the Dean. But Celestial Pathfinder just smiled faintly and said, Do you really think such a small thing can hurt me? It's just the Dean intentionally testing us. No spiritual root's eyes lit up upon hearing this, truly worthy of being the Dean of Mystic Heaven Academy. Celestial Pathfinder arrogantly said, Why not just pull it out? Instantly, a fountain gushed out of his head. Now he couldn't stand still at all. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately hugged the Dean and exclaimed in surprise. Yellow, Green, Red stepped forward and announced, Everyone remaining on the field will be considered to have passed the second round. The third round of classification testing will start at noon tomorrow. Then the two of them quickly helped Celestial Pathfinder up and anxiously said, Hurry, take the Dean to Dan Pill's Hall. Those guilty puppets suddenly launched another hidden weapon attack, and in the shadows, an instructor suddenly revealed a sneer. Then he secretly rejoiced, Didn't expect you to come to me on your own, no spiritual root, and then left the academy. He worked very hard and crazily exercised in preparation for tomorrow's assessment. Little Jade also spoke up to remind that the upcoming class assignment is indeed crucial. Only by getting into a better class can you access more cultivating resources. However, it's also important to strike a balance between work and rest. Let me apply some safflower wine to clear your meridians. Little Jade dashed straight towards No Spiritual Root. But she suddenly tripped and fell directly into the arms of No Spiritual Root. White Blossom walked angrily along the road, feeling frustrated at the thought of No Spiritual Root. I must make you pay the price, she thought to herself. Suddenly, a shout from nearby caught her attention. She couldn't help but walk into the house curiously and look around. Upon seeing the terrifying figure on the window, her face immediately changed color. No spiritual root, she exclaimed. What are you doing in the room? The fox-eared girl accidentally got drenched with safflower wine, feeling a chilling sensation all the way to her bones. But she asked the boy to change her clothes for her. Just now, White Blossom unexpectedly discovered that a tragedy had occurred in the house of No Spiritual Root. She couldn't help but secretly deny how could No Spiritual Root, who had just arrived at Mystic Heaven Academy, have possibly committed murder in the room. I must have overreacted. Let me calm down and take a closer look. But this is solid evidence. At the same time, No Spiritual Root is swinging a 3,000 gene mysterious iron rope vigorously, while Little Jade regrets. It's a pity that the safflower wine used to treat injuries has been spilled by me. I'll first wipe the wine clean. Little Jade accidentally slipped under her feet. White Blossom has already approached the window, ready to rescue the girl inside the house first. Then there was a loud bang at the window. Little Jade fell against the window with her whole body. This time White Blossom was completely scared, feeling that it was already too late to save someone. No Spiritual Root saw Little Jade fall, and quickly went up to ask if she was okay. Little Jade was not injured. It's just that her clothes got dirty with safflower wine. The scene of the wet deer made No Spiritual Root blush involuntarily. Then he quickly turned around to help Little Jade find a change of clothes. But at that moment, White Blossom burst into the room and shouted, You murderous devil, surrender now! No Spiritual Root was about to pass the clothes to Little Jade. White Blossom was completely stunned. You even spare no corpses. And No Spiritual Root is already panicking. Has she discovered my identity as a member of the demon cult? At this point, White Blossom has no intention of wasting words with no spiritual root. He raised his hand and instantly used the sky-piercing sword art to attack no spiritual root. However, this level of sword chi couldn't harm no spiritual root White Blossom at all. In an instant, she was shocked by no spiritual root's speed. Nevertheless, she condensed her sword chi once again and suddenly launched her strongest attack. However, no spiritual root raised a fist and shattered the sword chi. This time, White Blossom was completely dumbfounded. She actually shattered my sword chi with her physical body. Next, no spiritual root's figure flashed and appeared behind her. Then he raised his hand and delivered a chop to her neck. White Blossom instantly lost consciousness. No spiritual root couldn't help but look flustered and said, "I really can't reveal my identity." While little Jade looked shocked. He even had to resort to this move. The so-called memory erasing palm involves infusing power into the palm, directing the power to the enemy's brain, and ultimately affecting their memory. Commonly known as beating someone stupid. Let's quickly send her back while she is unconscious. It would be troublesome if someone finds out. No spiritual root quickly put on his clothes and helped White Blossom up. He swiftly carried her and dashed through the night. No spiritual root finally found the address near White Blossom's home. Just at that moment, White Blossom suddenly regained consciousness, and no spiritual root instinctively raised his hand to deliver another hand chop. Seeing Udatai faint again, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he encountered a new problem. He had no idea which room the woman lived in. And this scene happened to be witnessed by the overweight man passing by. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What is the relationship between spiritual root boss and White Blossom? This transcendent son of destiny. He didn't expect to find a beautiful woman in his room. No spiritual root wants to take White Blossom back to her room. But he doesn't know which room is hers. So no spiritual root randomly found an empty room and put her on the bed. He felt that nobody was in this room, so he thought she should be living here. And the unconscious White Blossom slowly woke up at this moment. No spiritual root subconsciously gave her a clear memory with a hand knife. No spiritual root is very sorry about this, but he really can't reveal his identity. However, he is also worried that this might confuse White Blossom's memory. But this is also better than being discovered and having the whole family killed. Continuing, no spiritual root discovered that the room was very messy and then saw footprints left on the ground. So he quickly picked up a mop to ensure that no traces were left at the scene. He simply cleaned up the room. Inside a pavilion at the Mystic Heaven Academy, a young man suddenly spoke up. "Stop hiding." A person immediately emerged from the water pond not far away. "Truly the outstanding young generation of our Xiao family. You even found this." Xiao Fire immediately said in a displeased tone. "Nothing can escape my scrutiny, Xiao Chuanhua." Then he continued, "I won't beat around the bush. I called you over to ask for your help in dealing with a newcomer. As long as you help me, I will fully support you in the election for the next head of the family. You've met that person before, the one with no spiritual root." Xiao Fire immediately smiled upon hearing this. So he is that arrogant little guy. Xiao Chuanhua immediately spoke again. "I will tamper with the draw process. You just need to get rid of him during the assessment." Xiao Fire readily agreed, "But don't forget the promise you made to me." Xiao Chuanhua, however, spoke up again. "There is one more thing I need your help with. My foot was tangled by an azure water geo. Can you please help me first?" Xiao Fire immediately silently complained when he saw the situation. How did such a person become a Xiao family elder and a Mystic Heaven Academy instructor? Xiao Fire suddenly flew out at high speed. As several sword lights fell, azure water jiao was instantly divided into several sections. After Xiao Chuanhua left, a soul suddenly floated out of Xiao Fire's ring. That, no spiritual root, is not as simple as you might imagine. The power he showed today is something I would find very difficult to reach even at my peak. You won't be able to defeat him so easily." However, Fire laughed and said, "There is no one in this world who can defeat me. Because I, Fire, am a proud transmigrator." Originally, he was just a regular student on Earth. He crossed over to this immortal cultivation world because of an accident. And he also became an insignificant young master of the Xiao family. However, in an accident, he obtained the ring containing Old Dam in an accident, and thus began his road to a comeback. Fire immediately said confidently, "With a protagonist template like mine, even the strongest opponent is just a stepping stone on my path to advancement." After saying this, he chuckled quietly to himself. "Although we have no grievances, being killed by me will be the final outcome for you as a supporting character," he said. No spiritual root has already cleaned up the entire room, so he simply closed the door and returned to his own place. But shortly after he left, Fire suddenly arrived at the door, and, looking at the completely refreshed room, he was shocked. Then he noticed the graceful figure lying on the bed. Fire hurriedly walked to the bedside and took a closer look. Now he was completely unable to stay calm. Why did a female cultivator enter my room? The practical assessment of Mystic Heaven Academy is finally about to begin. He, on the other hand, is engaging in intense physical training to alleviate the nervous tension. After Fire returned to the room, he unexpectedly found a girl in his room. He blushed instantly and secretly felt excited. Isn't this person White Blossom from Sword Sovereign Peak? She deserves to be the goddess of the younger generation. Even her sleeping face is so beautiful. I'm not being infatuated now. A girl came to help me clean the room late at night. And she's lying on the bed I slept in. So there's only one conclusion: she must like me. In my past life, I read a lot of manga. A protagonist like me will definitely have the heroine falling for him. Is White Blossom my predestined female lead? Speaking of White Blossom, why hasn't she woken up yet after so long? And Old Dam explained that this girl's spiritual sense seems to be somewhat damaged, which is why she can't wake up. Fire was immediately moved when he heard this, saying that White Blossom spent so much effort cleaning my room. But fortunately, I had learned a lot of first aid measures before. Fire suddenly squatted by the bed. Then he slowly leaned towards White Blossom's mouth. Just woke up, White Blossom saw this scene. Then the whole area suddenly rang out with loud slapping sounds. White Blossom angrily shouted, "Don't let me see you again!" Fire was very puzzled by this. Clearly, she was also interested in me, so why did she have to hurt me? I understand now. Women in this world are conservative by nature. Did I rush things by starting with artificial respiration? Was it too intense? Old Dam didn't sound too pleased. Why do you think White Blossom must like you instead of simply walking into the wrong room? Fire confidently said, "Because I am naturally the protagonist." I remember clearly that I was confronting no spiritual root. It seems like no spiritual root is using corpses to cultivate. I didn't expect to accidentally uncover such a big secret. It is very likely that the person in the room just now is associated with no spiritual root. The audacious thief actually dared to sneak into my Mystic Heaven Academy. I will definitely find evidence that you are a demon cultivator. Immediately, White Blossom roared at the sky. Just you wait! The martial arts stage of Mystic Heaven Academy was already crowded with people, and all the candidates were puzzled as to why the assessment had not yet begun. No spiritual root is nervously and crazily training himself. Little Jade quickly stepped forward to persuade him not to be so nervous. With his strength, he will definitely be able to enter the key class. White Blossom, on the other hand, angrily said, "You're just pretending to be stylish here." The onlookers immediately became curious about the relationship between White Blossom and no spiritual root. But the fat guy smirked and said, "It seems like none of you know the inside story." The relationship between White Blossom and the spiritual root leader is much deeper than you can imagine. Just as the fat man was getting excited, a long sword suddenly pointed at his neck. Then came the voice of Xiao Fire filled with killing intent. "Don't defame White Blossom." After that, he ignored the fat man. Seeing this, everyone immediately grew puzzled. Why did this person suddenly get angry? Could he be Miss White Blossom's loyal follower? Old Dam was also very puzzled, but Xiao Fire remained firm. "White Blossom is my chosen heroine. How could she have any relationship with a passerby?" Just then, the dean arrived with 2 instructors at the dueling platform and announced that the 3rd assessment was commencing. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately spoke up, saying, "In this assessment on the duel platform, life and death do not matter. The purpose is to evaluate your performance in real combat. And we will assign appropriate classes based on your performance in the duel platform competition. Celestial Pathfinder, the Dean, will personally review the assessment process. In the 3rd round, it is a testing of confrontational skills. All candidates can now draw their matchup's numbers." All candidates started lining up to draw their numbers. Just as No Spiritual Root was about to reach into the box, Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, immediately revealed a smile and then threw the flying sword in his hand out. Then No Spiritual Root found that he had an extra piece of paper in his hand. It was written with a big number 38 on it. A boy of 2.5 years old who has been practicing the spiritual chi ball is finally going to take action. Even if he is facing the first beauty of the sword mastery sect, he still chooses to use ruthless methods. Xianxia uses his own life-bound flying sword as a medium. He discreetly handed over the examination number to No Spiritual Root. Xiao Fire couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Is it really okay for your life-bound flying sword to be broken?" But Xianxia nonchalantly expressed that she was fine. But Xiao Fire expressed doubt, saying, "I don't think I am in the same group as that kid. You didn't make a mistake, did you?" But Xianxia was very pretentious and said, "You just don't understand. That kid doesn't know what cultivation technique and method. He is indeed some strength. I won't let you and him be in the same group in the 1st round. I deliberately found someone to test his depth." A burly man came up behind No Spiritual Root. "Are you the one I'm going to fight? A weakling who hasn't even reached the chi refining stage. I suggest you just surrender directly." The fat guy suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Didn't expect that the leader of the spiritual root would encounter him as the first opponent. This person is named Wang Iron Pillar, a famous assassin in the martial arts world. It is rumored that anyone who has seen his moves cannot leave standing. I wonder if the boss of spiritual root can handle this. Wang Iron Pillar condescendingly chuckled and said, "I have been watching your performance in the first 2 assessments. You are nothing more than a piece of garbage with a bit of natural strength. Right now, I am at the chi refining pinnacle, just 1 step away from entering foundation establishment. I'm afraid even a single blow could smash you to death." Little Jade was about to get angry when No Spiritual Root stopped her. Wang Iron Pillar immediately snorted coldly, "You don't want to compare notes with me right now, do you?" But No Spiritual Root scratched his head and said honestly, "My spiritual root is indeed too poor. Even if I am very weak, there are still reasons why I must continue to fight." Upon hearing this, Wang Iron Pillar immediately snorted coldly, "Then prepare to be taken down by me on the fighting stage." Little Jade, on the other hand, had a lovesick expression and said, "Those words you just said were so cool, spiritual root." Wang Iron Pillar walked up to Xianxia, and the 2 of them were close by. When passing by Xianxia, he immediately said in a low voice, "If I really take out that kid, you have to arrange for me to be placed in the key class at Mystic Heaven Academy." Seeing Xianxia nod, Wang Iron Pillar then left peacefully. Upon seeing the situation, Xiao Fire couldn't help but furrow his brow, hoping that No Spiritual Root wouldn't be eliminated in the 1st round. The drawing is over now. Player number 1, White Blossom, stepped onto the dueling platform first. Her opponent is Belhemperb from the Joyous Union sect. Belhemperb decisively proposed a dual cultivate invitation as soon as she took the stage. Shall Fire in the audience immediately sneered upon hearing this, daring to pursue my woman Belhemperb. I will remember this name. The dean soon announced that the competition had officially begun. Belhemperb let out a confident laugh. It seems I can only show my true abilities in order to conquer you. Shadow clone of Phantom Ironback Crash. The fat man immediately exclaimed at the sight, astonished that the Joyous Union sect's martial arts technique could create such lifelike illusions through rapid movements. And on the stage, Belhemperb also smiled, unable to distinguish my true form. You will never be able to defeat me. But White Blossom only glanced briefly at the sole of Belhemperb's foot. She discovered the real identity of that person. Immediately, White Blossom dealt him a devastating leg strike. Belhemperb immediately got angry. How dare you launch a sneak attack there? However, I have harassed others more than just once or twice. I have long been prepared for this trick. Since you don't accept my goodwill, don't blame me for being ruthless. Belhemperb rubbed the spiritual chi ball with his hand and rushed out. But White Blossom's speed is so fast that Belhemperb can't even touch the hem of her clothes. No spiritual root couldn't help but ask, wouldn't it be more convenient to just throw the spiritual chi ball out directly? Little Fatty immediately began to popularize knowledge. The higher the level of cultivator, the more and farther they can release spiritual chi. As soon as he heard this sentence, after dodging for a while, White Blossom impatiently punched the spiritual chi ball away. But Belhemperb suddenly distanced herself, then landed a punch on the energy ball as it fell. This youthful and plump girl has just made her first appearance. She actually made the boy unable to help but admire her greatly. Even the nine-tailed fox feels a lot of pressure. Belhemperb punched the spiritual chi ball towards White Blossom. However, White Blossom managed to dodge the attack at the critical moment, but Belhemperb went crazy and twisted to control the spiritual chi ball. Fatty immediately explained upon seeing this. This is a unique secret technique of the Joyous Union sect. It can utilize a small amount of spiritual chi to form threads to control and release a large amount of spiritual chi outside the body for attacks. Seeing that annoying spiritual chi ball couldn't shake off White Blossom no matter what, he couldn't bear it any longer. He directly pulled out the sword at his waist. Several sword lights flashed by, and that spiritual chi ball was instantly shattered. And the crotch of the Belhemperb pants suddenly burst at this moment. He quickly covered his lower body and knelt down on the ground. I didn't expect you to easily break my spiritual chi ball attack like that. Then Belhemperb fell to the ground directly because of the pain. No spiritual root immediately growled in anger, asking, where are you controlling it from? After the referee announced the results, White Blossom cleanly turned and left the stage after the judge announced the results. Just then, the girl who followed her suddenly spoke up. Is that Miss White Blossom? She really deserves to be the #1 female cultivator among the younger generation. I wish I could be as strong as her. After taking a look at the girl, no spiritual root couldn't help but exclaim, so talented! Upon hearing these words, little Jade suddenly noticed the girl's figure. She couldn't help but secretly murmur to herself, so brother spiritual root likes them big, huh? The girl also noticed the blazing aura of no spiritual root. She immediately walked up to no spiritual root and asked, you seem very eager. Do you want to eat something? Although no spiritual root said he felt embarrassed on the surface, but he couldn't help but accept that big chicken leg. Little Jade couldn't help but feel a sudden increase in pressure when she saw the situation. I actually haven't let an outsider understand brother spiritual root yet. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, no spiritual root finally realized, oh, I haven't asked for your name yet. The girl immediately smiled and introduced herself. My name is Murong Chan, and I am a student who enrolled at Mystic Heaven Academy last year. Little Jade suddenly felt a little surprised. Then you must be a senior sister. Are you here to watch the new students' competition? Murong-chan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and said, Actually, it's because my grades were so poor that I repeated a year, so I came to participate in the third round of class placement assessment. If my performance in this assessment is not satisfactory, I may be expelled from the college directly, Murong-chan said. On the side, Xiao Pang obviously knew the name of Murong-chan. Senior sister Murong comes from the renowned Dan master family, whose members are highly respected throughout the entire continent. Senior sister Murong herself has pioneered Dan for food based on Dan refining, without compromising the efficacy of consumption. Upon hearing, no spiritual root, their expression suddenly changed. Does that mean the meat I just ate was a spiritual Dan? Immediately no spiritual root quickly apologized, saying, I thought it was just ordinary meat. I really feel ashamed for eating your meat like this. Murong-chan, however, didn't mind at all, saying, I can't stand seeing anyone go hungry. No spiritual root was instantly captivated by Murong-chan. He felt that Murong-chan was like an angel descended from heaven. White Blossom had already stepped down from the dueling platform, and Murong-chan quickly went up and earnestly pleaded. I have always admired you. Can you give me an autograph? Although Murong-chan looked sincere, White Blossom directly ignored it. There is no need for an autograph. And I want to remind you to be cautious about making friends. Then White Blossom pointed at no spiritual root in anger and said, I will definitely find out the truth about what you did to me last night. The surrounding little Gargas immediately started discussing. It seems like no spiritual root really has a connection with young Miss White. Could they really be closely related? Murong-chan couldn't help but ask excitedly, Are you really close to White Blossom? Please be sure to introduce us to each other. I really want to become as strong as her. Meanwhile, the referee called out Murong-chan's name several times, only to find no one coming up on stage. He immediately opened his mouth angrily towards Murong-chan. Didn't you hear me calling your name? You'd better get on stage and prepare for the competition quickly. Murong-chan quickly ran towards the dueling platform. And little Jade, with a lot of cunning, persuasively said, This Murong-chan looks strange. Brother, your spiritual root is quite unique. You'd better have less contact with her. But no spiritual root felt that someone who could care so much about strangers shouldn't be a bad person. After Murong-chan arrived at the dueling platform, the referee immediately warned, This is your last chance for a makeup exam. And Murong-chan also understands that she must win this time. Only by doing so can she stay in school and retake the exam. She absolutely cannot go back to that place again. Shortly after, Murong-chan's opponent also stepped onto the dueling platform. Her opponent turned out to be the 36th contestant, Xiao Fire. The girl unexpectedly activated the destruction of clothes mode to secure victory. Even Xiao Fire, who possesses the template of the protagonist, was knocked down by her fist at the Mystic Heaven Academy's live combat assessment. Finally, the practical assessment began. Headmaster Celestial Pathfinder did not expect that the young lady from the Murong family would actually mix into the freshman's class placement test. Yellow Green Red unsympathetically explained that she failed almost all assessments. Even the Dan refining test that she is good at was a mess. So I can only have her repeat the year. If she still fails the class placement test, the college will have to consider asking her to drop out and return home. And Xiaopeng felt that senior sister Murong might have a slim chance of winning this competition. Although she can refine powerful Dan food, she herself has no combat skills. So the competition officially began, and Murong-chan, in order to win the match, launched the first attack. Xiao Fire did not take her seriously, based on his vast experience of watching movies. After the war, the girl will admire his strength and throw herself into his arms. In the end, the girl will also become a member of his harem. However, just as he was lost in his wild thoughts, Murong-chan rushed to his side. And then she mercilessly punched him hard in the face. The people below didn't expect that Xiao Fire would act like this. No spiritual root speculated that he might have remembered something happy. However, Xiao remains confident. He doesn't think he will lose. But Murong Chan doesn't care about him and decisively throws another punch, ready to strike hard at a trapped opponent. However, the same move is obviously powerless against Xiao Fire. Xiao casually throws Murong Chan aside, but Murong Chan somersaults in the air and lands steadily on the ground. She snorted coldly and charged toward Xiao Fire again, but Xiao Fire dodged while laughing, saying, "Give up. With your ordinary martial arts skills, you'll never hit me in this lifetime." The continuous attacks quickly made Murong Chan exhausted and panting heavily. But in order to win the competition, she took out 2 large chicken legs directly, and then, in one breath, stuffed them all into her mouth. The fatty immediately understood that Murong Chan was using spiritual chi food to forcibly increase her combat power. But this type of food is a genuine Dan pill. If she consumes so much at once, it is highly likely that she might explode and die. After swallowing the chicken leg, Murong Chan's body immediately erupted with a powerful chi. However, Murong Chan herself was fine, only a few large holes appeared in her clothes. The male audience below the stage instantly entered nosebleed mode. Even Xiao Fire was no exception, but he calmly said, "Even if you seek last-minute help from a higher power, you still cannot defeat me." However, Murong Chan did not intend to give up like this. She didn't waste any words, suddenly bursting out with a powerful force and charging forward once again. Although Xiao Fire dodged the attack in time, the ground was shattered by a punch. This made Xiao Fire realize that he could not continue playing. Murong Chan's strength far exceeded the chi refining stage. After adjusting her posture, Murong Chan gathered her strength again and threw a punch. Xiao Fire finally got serious, directly throwing out his weapon. As Murong Chan's fist came crashing down, Xiao Fire timely used his long ruler to block it. However, Murong Chan's power had surged, and her immense strength instantly sent Xiao Fire flying. No spiritual root, with an admiring look, interrupted, stating that she simply forcibly stimulated her maximum strength and that with her level of intensity in battle, she wouldn't last a minute. Murong Chan, now exhausted and gasping for air, wasn't sure if she had one. At that moment, Xiao Fire's voice came from the smoke, exclaiming, "Even I, the protagonist, have been forced to this extent by a native girl. It seems that I need to show you my true strength." The girl's clothes were burned by the shameless Xiao Fire, but unexpectedly, she unleashed even greater fighting power. Provoked, Xiao Fire expressed that she's going to start showing her true strength. This time, he will not show any mercy. He was seen running around Murong Chan at an extremely fast speed, almost creating endless afterimages. He took advantage of the moment when Murong Chan was distracted. He decisively leaped up. Seeing the situation, no spiritual root quickly shouted, "Watch out above!" Murong Chan immediately looked up. After noticing the opponent's attack, she quickly leaped backward just in time to avoid the strike. Seeing Murong Chan swiftly widening the distance from Xiao Fire, he directly summoned a fire lotus and coldly snorted, "Don't even think about escaping." He suddenly threw the green heart fire lotus in his hand towards Murong Chan. The fire lotus exploded violently the moment it touched her. The terrifying flames immediately burned her, causing her to scream in pain. However, this fire lotus did not cause her much harm, just tearing a few holes in her clothes. Celestial Pathfinder and the others were surprised to see the scene. They did not expect this young man to possess the green lotus strange fire. It seems that the outcome of this competition is no longer in suspense. Xiao Fire couldn't help but sneer. "What? Are you still not surrendering?" But Murong Chan didn't say anything. Instead, she directly took out a bottle from her body and drank it down. A powerful force immediately surged within her body. She once again attacked Xiao Fire. Xiao Fire, who was originally in a strong position, immediately fell into a passive defensive situation. No spiritual root couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, Senior Sister Murong's momentum suddenly became stronger. Has she made a breakthrough? Little Jade retorted angrily. How is that possible? She had already used the Dan pill to stimulate her body's potential before. Now she is forcibly breaking through the limit with the Dan pill. She is completely burning her life force. At this moment, Murong-chan has fallen into a state of madness with only one belief in her heart. Xianxia, feeling a bit frustrated by the suppression, immediately activated the Green Lotus Strange Fire again. Then the Lotus Fire exploded around him. Murong-chan was suddenly blown away unexpectedly. Xianxia took the opportunity to swiftly pick up the giant ruler, preparing to launch another attack. Celestial Pathfinder quickly urged, "Why are you still standing there commenting? Hurry up and stop the competition!" But it was already too late at this point. Xianxia had already struck out with the Green Lotus Whirlwind. The referee quickly shouted out at the sight. But it was already too late. He didn't have time to stop it at all. And Murong-chan was suspended mid-air, unable to avoid the ruler. She couldn't help but recall the memories of being scolded by her father just because the food she cooked was not accepted by her family, even considered unorthodox and damaging to the family's reputation. That is why she was sent to Mystic Heaven Academy by her family. So from that day on, Murong-chan vowed to prove that the food she made was no worse than Dan pills. But she did not realize that in the end, she couldn't change anything at all. However, just as she closed her eyes to await death, a finger suddenly pressed against the giant ruler. Very easily, she took this blow. Then no spiritual root spoke. Senior Sister Murong is a good person. Xianxia then realized that he couldn't retrieve the ruler. Immediately, Xianxia became angry. You little guy are quite bold. And the referee rushed onto the stage at this moment. The winner of this match is you. Xianxia then turned around satisfied and left. Then he pompously put away the giant ruler. He spoke again and said, You must win the next round, otherwise I won't be able to solve you personally. No spiritual root immediately nodded and said, I will work hard to pass the first round of the test. Murong-chan suddenly emitted a violent cough. No spiritual root quickly reached out with concern. Senior Sister Murong. Murong-chan then expressed some regret. It's a pity that I tried my best but still couldn't win a single game. She started coughing violently. Just as everyone thought she was seriously injured and was looking for medicine, she said she was fine and had just vomited everything she ate. The boy fell into a predicament during his first participation in a real-life combat competition. But unexpectedly, he just hit the other person with his fist. Surprisingly, he accidentally ended the competition. Murong-chan was defeated by Xianxia, with no spiritual root, who immediately went on stage to take her to the rest area. However, the referee indicated that it was his turn for the next match. The opponent is none other than the renowned Wang Iron Pillar. This time, no spiritual root had no choice but to let Little Jade take Murong-chan down from the stage. Soon, both sides stepped onto the arena. And Wang Iron Pillar was acting all high and mighty, saying, How dare you still stand here? Have you given up the chance to survive in the end? Then I'll just have to let you die. Murong-chan below was a bit scared immediately. The Iron Pillar's weight alone is quite astonishing, but Little Jade remained calm and said that no attack would make Brother Spiritual Root fall. At this point, no Spiritual Root was also very curious about Wang Iron Pillar. What kind of move will he make in the end? I saw Wang Iron Pillar suddenly let out a loud roar, and then activated the explosive clothing mode, accompanied by a loud explosion of smoke. Wang Iron Pillar instantly activated Iron Pillar's dazzling dance mode. This move instantly made the audience below bleed profusely. Even Yellow Green Red expressed that such a glaring move is truly an insult to the reputation of the Mystic Heaven Academy. But the dean said in a bad tone, Being glaring is just superficial. Haven't you noticed that something is off with everyone's condition? At this moment, no spiritual root feels extremely uncomfortable. And one iron pillar also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly pick up a weapon and attack him. However, no spiritual root still found it very difficult to dodge this blow. But one iron pillar decisively seized the opportunity and counterattacked. Iron pillar whirlwind dance suddenly swung out wildly. At this point, Murong-chan had already understood one iron pillar's intention. Even if his behavior was disgusting, it couldn't make people uncomfortable to this extent. The truth was that his actions were all just a smokescreen. His true skill was his iron pillar, which could secretly release poison gas. One iron pillar immediately sneered. Now realizing it was already too late, the entire arena had been covered by my poisonous gas. This match is already in my hands. In the life and death arena, any means are naturally justified. May you die in agony. At this moment, no spiritual root feels that the body cannot exert any strength at all, and the head is also very painful. He even began to see double images in front of his eyes. And one iron pillar laughed again, saying, "Right now, you can't even muster a fraction of your strength. Let me end your pain quickly." One iron pillar slammed the pillar directly onto no spiritual root's head. He saw that no spiritual root was unharmed. One iron pillar immediately unleashed iron pillar to dance wildly. He used iron pillar to smash no spiritual root recklessly. At this moment, no spiritual root had absolutely no room for resistance. Murong-chan in the audience quickly spoke up when he saw the situation and said, "Spiritual root, stop the fight!" Even little Jade couldn't help but shout, asking the referee to stop the match quickly. However, the referee directly refused, saying, "No, spiritual root still has the ability to fight back." At this point, no spiritual root has already become a punching bag. He has no room to fight back at all. White Blossom in the audience was also staring intently at the match, and then exclaimed somewhat unexpectedly, "Is this his only strength? You really disappoint me." At this moment, one iron pillar felt that the timing was just about right. He directly exerted all his strength and fiercely smashed it on the head of no spiritual root. But this did not cause no spiritual root to fail. But one iron pillar sneered and said, "With the strength you have now..." And no spiritual root said seriously, "It's because I can't use my strength right now. That's why I must put all my energy into this punch." One iron pillar burst into laughter this time. "Do you really think your soft fist can hurt me?" Before he could finish speaking, the fist of no spiritual root had already touched his abdomen. The invisible force of the fist kept bursting out through one iron pillar's body, even shocking the audience below. And one iron pillar, who seemed to have a winning hand, was now foaming at the mouth and no longer able to smile. His body suddenly fell down, losing consciousness. And no spiritual root calmly wiped the ketchup off his head and said, "Is that all?" This ordinary chubby person can actually open the third eye. He can even receive the divine intent of the ancestor heavenly secret. He can even invite the gods to possess him. No spiritual root knocked one iron pillar down with one punch. He successfully won the competition. Just as no spiritual root was about to leave the stage, one iron pillar suddenly asked unwillingly, "Aren't you poisoned? How could you defeat me so easily?" But no spiritual root bluntly replied, "This is the power I have after being weakened." One iron pillar couldn't help but exclaim that he is simply a monster. The referee then announced that the winner was no spiritual root. And Dean Celestial Pathfinder then signaled yellow-green-red to dispel the toxic smoke. Yellow-green-red casually threw out a green plate. Then the round plate started spraying water loudly. The audience below who inhaled the toxic mist instantly recovered to normal. And no spiritual root finally felt his strength restored. Murong-chan suddenly ran up to the stage to congratulate him on his victory. She even patted him on the chest and praised, "You are even more amazing than I imagined." Little Jade immediately flew into a rage. She quickly ran to the two of them and grabbed Murong-chan's shoulder. She even warned her not to get too close to brother's spiritual root. At the same time, Xiao Firefire had become extremely jealous, thinking, "The person surrounded by beautiful girls should be me." And Xiao Chunhua's face turned serious as he said, "This kid's strength indeed exceeds my imagination." "Are you really okay to face him?" Xiao Firefire, on the other hand, directly activated strange fire and coldly snorted, "The word lose is not in my dictionary." A figure suddenly appeared beside him. He said that setting fires on campus would incur a fine of 500 spiritual stones. Xiao Firefire immediately became angry. "What kind of thing are you? Why do you have the authority to punish my spiritual stone?" Xiao Chunhua quickly spoke up to remind that this person is the disciplinary elder of the School of Management. And he is also the uncle-in-law of the dean. "Didn't you see that the dean is looking over here?" So Xiao Firefire had to reluctantly hand over 500 spiritual stones. But unexpectedly, the man issued another ticket. "You maliciously attacked the college staff. A fine of 1,000 spiritual stones." Xiao Firefire quickly suppressed his anger. After the man left, Xiao Firefire immediately made a secret vow. "I will definitely get back at the dean and the old man for what they did to me in the future. You took away my girlfriend." No spiritual root suddenly felt a chill all over my body. And the chubby guy next to him admired spiritual root, saying, "Boss spiritual root is mighty. He can easily defeat even a 5-star assassin." "Thanks to your blessing. I have collected a lot of information about one iron pillar. This can definitely be sold for a good amount of money on the black market." And at this moment, the judge spoke up, saying, "What are you staring at over there, chubby kid? You are the final battle of the first round." The chubby kid quickly stepped onto the stage. His opponent was Wintry Mix, who had red hair. Yellow Green Red couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this young man your grandson, headmaster?" Celestial Pathfinder nodded and said, "This kid is unruly and unwilling to learn our family's secret technique and method. I can only send him to the academy." No spiritual root hurriedly spoke up to remind Celestial Pathfinder, "The other party is the grandson of the dean. You won't get beaten to death, will you?" But Fatty was confident and said, "Although my own combat ability is average, the supplementary intelligence can make up for the gap in strength between us. As the grandson of Dean Celestial Pathfinder, I have a lot of intelligence about you. With the cooperation of my Heavenly Mechanism sect's secret techniques, I will not just sit back and do nothing in this match." As soon as the words fell, the fat man immediately used divine arts to open his third eye. Seeing this, no spiritual root couldn't help but be surprised. "Sky Lucky seems quite powerful." Little Jade explained that this move is a technique of the Heavenly Mechanism sect that can unravel heavenly secrets. It is said that among the disciples who can master this technique, there is 1 in 1,000. This chubby guy seems to have some potential. Wintry Mix quickly stepped out and then sneered, "Interesting. Let me see the effect of opening the third eye." And the fat guy decisively used Heavenly Secret Deduction. According to the deduction of Heavenly Secret, the probability of Wintry Mix using martial arts is 10%, and the probability of using fire-based long-range attacks is 50%. The probability of starting with Earth Elemental technique and method is 85%. As expected, Wintry Mix used Earth Rock Burst halfway through the charge, but the fat guy had anticipated it and easily dodged the attack. The fat guy immediately laughed and said, "The attack route of Earth Rock Burst was all calculated in my mind. This kind of attack won't hurt me at all." No spiritual root was surprised and said, "It turns out that the chubby guy is quite nimble." Little Jade shook her head and explained, "This is the effect after he opened his third eye. Actually, that is how he receives the divine intent of the Heavenly Secret Ancestor. The current Sky Lucky is like inviting the spirit, God, to possess the body. The boy with no cultivation level has become a one-punch man." However, Xiao Firefire uses strange fire to prevent him from getting close. Little Fatty activated third eye and easily dodged Wintry Mix's earth rock burst. Upon seeing this, Little Fatty immediately secretly analyzed the situation. The probability of using the earth elemental technique and method to approach me, and then using fist and foot techniques is 90%. Without any panic, Fatty decisively raised his hand to prepare to block. He felt confident that he could definitely block this strike, but unexpectedly, he didn't block it at all. The force of this punch was just too powerful, directly knocking him flying out. Wintry Mix is also feeling a bit confused now. This little chubby guy couldn't even take a punch himself. The chubby guy quickly took out his notebook and started writing frantically. Next time, he should remember to calculate the difference in strength between both sides. Then he closed his eyes and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, the referee quickly congratulated Wintry Mix on the victory. Yellow, Green, Red couldn't help but praise. Wintry has improved a lot in strength. However, Celestial Pathfinder helplessly said, but he still refuses to use our family's technique and method. Wintry Mix didn't even look at him, and just turned and left the stage. No Spiritual Root also went on stage, lifted Wintry Mix on his back, and praised. I didn't expect you to be quite strong. You look really handsome when you open your third eye. Unfortunately, my talent is too poor. Otherwise, I would definitely want to learn this move from you. Later, the referee announced again. In the second round of the competition, we will also randomly assign opponents. Students whose names are called will go up on stage directly. Xianxia was a bit confused by this. How can I still be randomly arranged to compete against no spiritual root? But Xiao Chunhui gestured to him not to worry. We are not the only ones offended by no spiritual root. Soon the referee pulled out 2 pieces of paper and began to read aloud. No spiritual root will be taking the stage. Xianxia finally revealed a satisfied smile. And little Jade immediately became displeased. Why are opponents arranged randomly? Brother Spiritual Root is still in the same group as Xianxia. Is there no problem with this arrangement for the competition? The referee shouted. How could our Mystic Heaven Academy possibly cheat against new disciples? Xianxia quickly added. I believe that instructor unspoken courtesy would not favor anyone. You seem hesitant. Is it because you're worried about my strength? And no spiritual root also indicated that there's no need for little Jade to say more. He must not back down at all if he wants to enter a better class. Murong Chan was immediately fascinated by her spiritual root. She looks quite handsome when being serious. So no spiritual root stepped onto the stage, and the competition is about to begin. Xianxia smiled happily and said, I didn't expect you to really dare to come up and challenge. Let's settle our old and new scores together. Xianxia's attack is very fierce. No spiritual root instantly entered a situation where they could only passively dodge. However, taking advantage of the pause in Xianxia's attack, no spiritual root suddenly flashed their figure. In just an instant, they launched an attack towards Xianxia's back. I watched as no spiritual root's sandbag-sized fist was about to come crashing down. But Xianxia remained calm and composed. Then he suddenly burst out with Green Lotus Strange Fire, causing no spiritual root to quickly retreat to a safe distance because of the burning Strange Fire. Xianxia then smiled confidently. I understand your fighting style completely. As long as I don't give you the opportunity to get close to me, victory is mine. After saying that, Xianxia began to fully mobilize the Green Lotus Strange Fire within his body. Then he compressed the flames into 2 giant Long Azure Flame Long Kings instantly. Faced with the double Long Siege, no spiritual root knew that the temperature of this flame was too high. Xiao Chunhua laughed heartily this time. This is how you corner him into a dead end, while White Blossom looked at the completely suppressed no spiritual root. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and said quietly, No spiritual root should have exposed your methods as a demon cultivator by now, right? In an instant, no spiritual root was forced to the edge of the arena and could no longer retreat. Xiao immediately took the opportunity to madly activate Strange Fire. A move from the double Long suddenly struck, as two Long Kings continuously intertwined and converged towards no spiritual root. The boy casually punched, scaring Xiao Fire, the heir of Qi, who unexpectedly asked Old Dam to lend him power. Xiao Fire used the double Long into the sea to try to force no spiritual root off the stage. Seeing no way out, no spiritual root had no choice but to exert all his strength to deal with it. Shelby immediately prepared to start recording upon seeing the situation. What move does the boss spiritual root want to use in the end? I saw a spiritual root suddenly clamp his hands fiercely. This is the celestial arts I cultivated with my own fitness experience. Cool, right? Xiao Fire immediately sneered upon hearing this. You actually caught my Azure Flame Long King barehanded, quite impressive. But my abilities go far beyond this. As soon as the words fell, the clamped Azure Flame Long King suddenly began to dissipate, transforming into numerous azure lotus flowers floating around no spiritual root. Before he could react, those azure lotus flowers exploded with a thunderous boom. Xiao Fire immediately laughed out loud and said, "With this level of density in the attack, let's see how you can still catch it with your hands." And no spiritual root also felt a sudden increase in pressure. It seems that stronger celestial arts must be used now. At this thought, no spiritual root immediately began to swiftly jump left and right, dispersing the strange fire around its body. The bell hemp herb of the Joyous Union sect exploded as soon as it saw the situation. How did you learn about my Joyous Union sect's phantom ironback crash? However, the side leaping of no spiritual root is just a quick movement, unrelated to phantom ironback crash. Xiao Fire is already furious, using the airflow generated from quick movements to blow away my fire lotus. He really is a formidable opponent. Then he clapped his hands together and shouted, "Your surroundings are already filled with fire spiritual chi." Flame Rock Death Trap. The ground suddenly began to crack and rise up towards no spiritual root, attacking aggressively. Xiao Pang was immediately shocked when he saw this. Isn't Xiao Fire a metal fire dual element spiritual root? Why is he able to use earth elemental moves, and yet there is no sense of earth spiritual chi fluctuations at all? And Xiao Fire sneered secretly. The natives of this world are really brainless. They don't even know the principle of mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. Knowing the principle of this world, even though I only have 2 spiritual roots, my techniques are always ever-changing. Xiao Fire suddenly squatted down and struck again. This time, he unleashed the earth elemental spell as usual. Earth Shard Slam. The boulders bristling with rock spikes suddenly crashed down. Xiao Fire immediately expressed satisfaction, saying, "Although it's a bit of a surprise, the natives of this other world can never be a match for someone like me from this dimension." The rock pile bearing no spiritual root suddenly began to rumble loudly. Even the ground in the entire area began to shake violently. It turns out that no spiritual root unleashed Celestial Arts super high-speed bench press. He forcibly shook off the boulders on his body. Xiao Fire is completely not calm now. How can this be possible? While Little Jade smugly remarked that these stone tablets are completely insignificant compared to Brother Spiritual Root's training volume. No Spiritual Root also regretted that this weight is still too light. Xiao Fire gritted his teeth and immediately said, "There is no one in this world that can make me suffer a loss." Heavy rock 10,000 tons. Upon seeing the situation, he immediately bent his body. He directly used the celestial arts with a casual movement, performing a rotating motion. He directly smashed that heavy ruler into 2 pieces. Looking at the broken ruler in his hand, Xiao Fire was completely shocked. Then no spiritual root suddenly threw a punch. An instant burst of terrifying fist wind erupted in the field. However, the punch of no spiritual root did not hit Xiao Fire's face. He politely reminded, "You lost. in order to avoid hurting others with no spiritual root. After mentioning no spiritual root, he ignored Xiao Fire. But Xiao Fire angrily shouted, "I won't lose like this. Lend me your strength." The boy wanted to show his strength as the chosen one. Just now. But old Dam thought he was crazy. Does an entrance examination really require me, a disabled person, to risk my life? But Xiao Fire is very firm. If I can't even stand out in the entrance assessment, what's the point of me being in this world? Originally, he was just an ordinary student, isolated and mocked by classmates for liking to read comics. He harbored a deep resentment towards this. He had fantasized countless times about having the protagonist's golden finger, vowing to show those people a lesson. Perhaps heaven heard his inner thoughts. An unexpected car accident truly transported him to the world of a comic. And he also became a down-and-out young master of the Xiao family. But after crossing over, he will never again become the object of ridicule, because he possesses this ring, just like in common manga tropes. Inside the ring resides the residual soul of a powerful immortal cultivator, Old Dam. Old Dam was not only powerful in cultivation level when he was alive, but also a master of Dan refining. With Old Dam's help, he quickly broke through to the chi refining stage. After gaining powerful strength, those who once bullied him have received the consequences they deserve. He also rose among the younger generation of the family due to his outstanding performance, gradually gaining recognition and awe from his fellow clansmen. He believed himself to be the chosen one with a golden finger, someone who couldn't be defeated by just any random person. Seeing Xiao Fire so determined, Old Dam could only sigh helplessly, then said directly, "The amount of spiritual chi I have accumulated is only enough for you to use for half an incense stick's time. You have to be frugal with it, kid." At the moment when Old Dam erupted, everyone immediately felt that something was wrong with the spiritual chi on Xiao Fire. Although Old Dam had possessed the cultivation level of the soul transformation stage during his lifetime, he could only bestow upon Xiao Fire the cultivation level of the golden core stage now. However, Xiao Fire did not care about the cultivation level. What mattered to him was that he could use the 5-elemental strange fire on Old Dam. Xiao Fire decisively activated the power of metal generating water within the 5-elemental strange fire to unleash the purple thunderwater prison, hitting No Spiritual Root directly. No Spiritual Root, trapped by the water prison, instantly felt a strong suffocation. Then Xiao Fire's laughter rang out. "Even if your power is strong, it will definitely be affected in water." Abyssal Iron Strike. No Spiritual Root quickly used the fairy method to swim quickly. However, Xiao Fire used water-generating wood to bind his feet, causing No Spiritual Root to be unable to move freely under the constraint of the branches. Xiao Fire took the opportunity to quickly bite his finger. Old Dam was completely furious this time. "You actually used your life essence as a move. Don't you know that this might damage your foundation?" Xiao Fire only has enough spiritual chi left for one more move. He must ensure to defeat No Spiritual Root. So he crazily activated the 5-elemental strange fire with generating fire, borrowing power from the cyclic generation of the 5 elements. At the moment when the power of the 5 elements formed a cycle, the primordial unity xianxia instantly condensed and emerged. The power of this move obviously exceeded the battle between the chi refining stage. Celestial Pathfinder also took action for the first time to cover the arena to prevent the battle's aftermath from harming the audience outside the arena. Xiao Fire has already unleashed the xianxia and shouted, "I refuse to be a normal person overlooked by others." Despite having no spiritual root, they fearlessly responded with equal determination. "I have even more reasons that I absolutely cannot lose to you." No spiritual root then unleashed the Celestial Arts Ordinary Straight Fist. The xianxia instantly collided with No Spiritual Root Straight Fist, but this ordinary punch caused Xiao Fire's face to change dramatically. The terrifying sky-slaying slash was instantly broken by a punch. Even Celestial Pathfinder couldn't help but be shocked. There was no spiritual chi fluctuation in this punch. Can a person really unleash such strong power with just their physical body? Who exactly is this kid? Old Dam quickly advised that it was our loss. But Xiao who was not willing to accept the loss, still wanted to forcibly activate Strange Fire to continue the competition. But no spiritual root suddenly flashed in front of him. Gently tapped his head. He easily knocked him out. Then he said indifferently, "Actually, I'm a time traveler too." The girl actually put the storage bag in a strange place. Just because the largest space on her whole body is there. No spiritual root knocked Xiao Fire down with a single straight punch. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy instantly cracked open. How strong is this jerk really? The winner of this trial is no spiritual root. Murong-chan and Little Jade immediately surrounded no spiritual root excitably, but his stomach made a rumbling sound. Murong-chan quickly reached into his chest upon hearing the sound. Then she dug out a large chicken leg from it and handed it to no spiritual root. Little Jade immediately exploded upon seeing this. "Can you please not place the storage bag in such a weird position?" But Murong-chan seemed a bit shy and said, "But this is the largest space on my whole body." Seeing how happy no spiritual root was eating, Little Jade immediately decided inwardly that she would not let this green tea lady get close to brother spiritual root in the future. Just then, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly spoke up, gesturing for them to quickly leave the stage. And no spiritual root suddenly remembered something. Then he came to Xiao Fire with a big chicken leg in his hand. He handed over the chicken leg. "You must be hungry too." Although Xiao Fire was also very hungry at this time. But he still stubbornly insisted that he didn't need sympathy. Then he just stood up and walked off the stage. When no spiritual root sees Little Jade, he's about to get angry and immediately says, "I am also a fellow villager with him. Let's not make it too awkward." White Blossom suddenly speaks up. "You stop right there." The person next to me, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy, immediately chuckled and said, "Young Miss White, it seems like you are not the one who should be on stage for this performance." But White Blossom directly ignored him and continued to speak to no spiritual root. "I admit that you do have some strength. I am a little surprised that you were able to solve Xiao Fire so easily. They cannot force you to reveal the methods of Demon Cultivator, so I will personally take action." Upon hearing this, no spiritual root immediately panicked. "What Demon Cultivator are you talking about?" White Blossom then straightforwardly said, "Can I go on early? I don't want to waste any more time." The remaining intermediate level students can go on together. Little Gargas below immediately exploded. She actually wants to fight all by herself. Does she really think she's great just because her cultivation level is a bit higher? Xiao Fire also couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, the woman I have my eye on. Coming up and challenging everyone." Old Dam, on the other hand, said unkindly, "But it seems that in the eyes of the woman you have your eye on, there's only that no spiritual root you just heard about, right? He seems to be some sort of time traveler. In the future, stop always thinking about being the son of destiny. Cultivation requires a solid foundation." Xiao Fire coldly laughed. "I have an archenemy who is also a time traveler. My status as the son of destiny has been established. I will definitely overcome all obstacles and crush all of you under my feet." Celestial Pathfinder believes that young people should have some enthusiasm to fulfill the request from White Blossom. After confirming with her again, Celestial Pathfinder decisively agreed to White Blossom's request. The competition started officially soon. The geniuses from major families quickly rushed onto the stage, but White Blossom remained calm and directly used the sword control technique's move, the 100-sword shield dance, easily blocking the combined attacks of everyone. While the genius from the Frenzied Blade sect decisively unleashed his ultimate move, the Purple Thunder Frenzied Moon. White Blossom is equally fearless. Under the influence of the sword manual, the long sword in her hand instantly swelled several times in size, hardening to withstand this strike. Then, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly exploded. The genius of the frenzied blade sect was instantly blasted out of the arena. Wintry Mix couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Truly deserving of being the #1 young talent of the younger generation." With just one glance, he sent the young master of the frenzied blade sect flying. Xiao Peng couldn't help but feel excited and said, "The swordsmanship of Sword Sovereign Peak is also incredible. Why didn't you compete on stage since you also advanced in rank?" But Wintry Mix proudly declared, "This young master will not fight a losing battle." The girl used various means to force out the boy's demon cultivator techniques. She even mercilessly used her most powerful move. White Blossom fought all challengers single-handedly, although she is very strong. But Sword Chi can easily knock down the attacker with a twist. However, there are just too many challengers. So she decisively uses the sword control technique. The fat man immediately explained upon seeing the situation. "This is not the flying technique of the Grand Master of the Golden Core, but rather the Sword Sovereign Peak using the sword flying technique known as White Blossom to decisively unleash their ultimate move." With a loud roar, countless long swords suddenly plummeted from midair. The challengers below were instantly overwhelmed and defeated in large numbers. No spiritual root instantly envied the strength that can be obtained in the foundation establishment stage. "I really want to quickly master spiritual chi." A figure suddenly approached the arena. Then he revealed a playful smile. The young lady has become stronger again. The referee directly declared White Blossom as the winner. She looked eagerly at No Spiritual Root and spoke directly. "It's our turn to resolve the grievances now." No Spiritual Root hurriedly stepped forward to the stage and said, "I have something to say." "Don't you need to take a rest?" White Blossom, however, didn't care at all. "I deal with these people. I won't waste much of my strength at all." Celestial Pathfinder is also looking forward to it. These two little ones should be the strongest among this group of students. Let's watch their competition. Yellow, Green, Red immediately sent out a large number of mechanical puppets. Then he took all those little Gargas away. White Blossom was very eager to say, "I will definitely bring out your full potential in battle." Let your identity as a demon cultivator be nowhere to be found. No Spiritual Root, he hurriedly explained. You must have misunderstood. I don't even have a cultivation level. How could I possibly be a demon cultivator? We have no grievances or enmity. There's no need to fight to the death, right? White Blossom was instantly furious upon hearing this. You have no idea what I've been through. No Spiritual Root was dumbfounded this time. Why do I feel like she's even angrier now? While White Blossom didn't say a word, she directly used the Soaring Sword Chi to attack No Spiritual Root. He was very clear that he couldn't directly resist such strong spiritual chi. He decisively used celestial arts to jump high in place, easily dodging the attack. However, he didn't expect the Miss Sword Chi to suddenly rise up and attack him fiercely. But No Spiritual Root reacted very quickly and dodged to the side with just a lean. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief as White Blossom had swiftly come to his back, shouting, "Let's see how you dodge in midair." White Blossom decisively activated the sword control technique, and a giant spiritual chi sword instantly slashed towards No Spiritual Root. The sword solidly chopped down No Spiritual Root and embedded into the platform. But No Spiritual Root caught the sword with his bare hands. Murong Chan was stunned and said, "Such a big sword was actually caught." White Blossom was already furious. "Can't this force you to reveal your trump card?" Immediately, she made another move, and countless long swords shot towards No Spiritual Root. Seeing this, No Spiritual Root quickly took a deep breath. With his celestial magic, he continuously disarmed the blades barehanded. He instantly caught those long swords, and then crumpled them into a ball. Then he threw them back to White Blossom, indicating, "You are not my match. You should surrender." White Blossom immediately emitted a strong murderous aura. Then she said word by word, "I will never surrender to the demon cultivator." The girl almost fell victim to the heart demon in order to kill the demon cultivator with no spiritual root. No spiritual root completely ignited White Blossom's determination to avenge the demon cultivator. It turns out that 10 years ago, she sent spiritual chi, and at the young age of 5, she was able to draw chi into her body. Her mother believed she could become the most powerful cultivator at the Sword Sovereign Peak in order to bear the responsibility of the entire sect. White Blossom starts to work hard to cultivate in order to break through the chi refining stage as soon as possible. Her father, White Poor People, is very moved by White Blossom's maturity. Nowadays, there are many crises in the immortal cultivation world. It is better for her to endure some hardship now than to lose her life in the future. He believes that White Blossom will definitely become the most outstanding genius in the future. White Blossom has been cultivating hard until late at night. She's just a step away from breaking through the chi refining stage. But just then, a demon shadow appeared behind her, while her mother, who happened to be about to give her pastries, was there. She happened to see this scene. When White Blossom was focused on breaking through the stage, her mother had already started fighting with the demon cultivator. However, just as she successfully broke through, she saw her mother being injured by a demon cultivator. When White Poor People rushed to the scene, but it was too late. White Blossom's mother had already tragically died at the hands of the demon cultivator's sword. Angry White Poor People immediately took action and subdued the demon cultivator. Then he used the chi-destroying demon slash to cut it into pieces. But White Blossom's mother still died from excessive bleeding. And White Poor People took out a long sword and said, "Today is your birthday. In the future, when your mother is no longer around, you must use this sword to protect yourself well." Recalling the painful past, White Blossom immediately said coldly, "I will never surrender to the demon cultivator. I must use this sword to slay all demon cultivators in the world. I know that ordinary moves are ineffective against you, but don't think that's all I'm capable of. Although my father has always warned me that I should not use this move before reaching the golden core stage. But today, facing such a powerful demon cultivator, I have no choice but to use the heaven-flooding chi demon-slaying blade." Celestial Pathfinder immediately frowned and said, "This should be the Sword Sovereign Peak's ultimate move to deal with a demon cultivator." Just then, White Blossom suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the mystic chi chain bound no spiritual root. Then White Blossom leaped up. The terrifying demon bane slash instantly fell down. This time, White Blossom breathed a sigh of relief. The chi-destroying demon slash is a move specifically designed to deal with demon cultivators. This strike is enough to kill you. But no spiritual root, unharmed, asked, "Are you done with this move?" White Blossom immediately panicked when she saw the situation. "What level of demon cultivator are you? Why are you unaffected by anything?" No spiritual root was immediately annoyed and asked, "Is there a possibility that I'm not a demon cultivator?" However, White Blossom directly ignored me and said, "There must be something wrong with my technique." 1. Carefully recall the records of my father and the classics. Could it be that I have not yet broken through the golden core stage? So are there flaws in the moves I am using? If I have the cultivation level of the golden core stage, I can definitely kill this demon cultivator. It's all because my strength is too weak. I must break through and kill all demon cultivators. Just when White Blossom is about to be invaded by the heart demon, Celestial Pathfinder suddenly arrived by her side. Then he said sternly, "Let's end the competition here." Masked Man mingled in the crowd sneered coldly, "It's too late to stop now." After saying that, he secretly waved out a red mystic chi. Then he directly struck it into White Blossom's body. White Blossom's whole demeanor suddenly changed, as a crimson color rose up. The terrifying demon cultivator from the legend launched an attack, and the boy actually caught the demon cultivator's full force strike with his bare hands. Just now, White Blossom was hidden in the crowd and was struck by the demonic cultivator, planting the seed of the hard demon. The obsession in her heart to defeat no spiritual root was too strong. That seed instantly spawned a terrifying hard demon, causing Celestial Pathfinder to completely explode. Unexpectedly, a demon cultivator managed to mix in at this critical moment. Immediately, he ordered the instructors to protect the students to a safe area. "I'll deal with this demon cultivator," he said. Before White Blossom could understand her own situation, the newly appeared hard demon lunged towards her. Instantly, memories of her mother flooded her mind. She recalled the scene of her mother's tragic death at the hands of the demon cultivator. Although she really wanted to kill all the demon cultivators. But at this moment, her body was trembling so much that she couldn't move. Just at this critical moment, the Celestial Pathfinder made a timely move to help her ward off this fatal blow. And the masked man felt that the current situation was not chaotic enough. So he directly signaled his underling, Hard Demon, to take action. Countless black shadows suddenly emerged from under his feet. He saw the group of hard demons attacking. With the protection of the sandy bag's sacred body, he felt that those demon cultivators couldn't do anything to him. He decisively used the immovable Vajra technique. He welcomed all attacks from the hard demon. The mighty instructor unspoken courtesy immediately impressed a crowd of students. The keen little Jade quickly discovered the clue. Instructor unspoken courtesy seemed to have fainted again. And Celestial Pathfinder knew that he must not let the students get hurt at this moment. Then he directly unleashed his mystic chi and swiftly soared into the air. He directly used his ultimate move, Falling Flame Art, in an attempt to quickly end the battle. With the large fireballs falling down, a large group of hard demons were instantly killed. However, Celestial Pathfinder found the situation below to be quite unfavorable. A fish that got away took the opportunity to attack White Blossom. He knew he was already too late to rescue. By the time White Blossom realized the clues, it was already too late. And no spiritual root suddenly appeared behind her, throwing a punch to blast away the hard demon. White Blossom frowned immediately upon seeing this and asked, "Why did you strike it? Why did you save me?" Upon hearing this, no spiritual root was stunned and asked, "Can I not hit it? Is it your pet?" White Blossom immediately felt embarrassed and said, "I mean, I've always targeted you and thought you were a demon cultivator. Why did you save me?" No spiritual root, however, remained indifferent and said, "Whether I am a demon cultivator is not important. What matters is whether there is kindness in one's heart. These are all teachings from my father, and I think he is right. I think you must be a good person, so you can't be killed just like that." At this moment, two hard demons suddenly leaped up fiercely. They quietly moved towards No Spiritual Root, ready to attack. No Spiritual Root effortlessly defeated them, with just a casual use of the celestial arts, twisting and turning with ease to quickly kill them. The Celestial Pathfinder was surprised to see this and exclaimed, "Can even that kind of thing be defeated? What an interesting kid. I also need to step up and take down these demon cultivators. Let's go!" As soon as the words fell, countless falling flames began to continuously burst out, densely attacking the hard demons on the ground. But at this moment, the huge hard demon suddenly let out a furious roar. Then, as it quickly stood up, it unleashed a terrifying slash towards White Blossom and the other person. However, No Spiritual Root once again used the barehanded blade catch to barely catch it. However, the power of that hard demon is clearly not weak. The person and the demon instantly fell into a stalemate. And White Blossom also knew that she had to join the battle. She immediately flew up and slashed a sword towards Hard Demon. At the moment when the sword she fell, Hard Demon's arm immediately broke. Seeing this scene, No Spiritual Root suddenly exclaimed, "I didn't see it wrong, you are indeed a good person." Just then, that severed arm suddenly began to emit a crimson mist. Then the mist enveloped White Blossom. White Blossom suddenly felt weak all over, quickly reminding that the monster is poisonous. The girl, in order to help the boy detoxify, took the initiative to kiss him. But unexpectedly, they were disturbed by the hard demon. The angry boy directly smashed the light bulb with a punch. Just now, Hard Demon's severed arm actually released a terrifying toxic mist. Just being tainted by the toxic mist, no spiritual root realized that this poison mist is even more intense than the previous one released by one iron pillar. Meanwhile, Hard Demon abruptly drew back his long knife at this moment. Then it swiftly struck towards no spiritual root like a thunderbolt. At this point, no spiritual root had already been completely immobilized by the poisonous mist. But just at this moment, White Blossom suddenly rushed to his side and used her long sword to block this sword for him. But White Blossom was also hurt. In an instant, she spat out a mouthful of blood. He watched as White Blossom couldn't hold on any longer. No spiritual root promptly carried her away. He took the opportunity to ask quickly, "You can still move, the poison mist has no effect on you?" However, White Blossom admitted that she did not know either. It might be due to having antibodies from before. However, she expressed some despair, saying, "Even if the poison mist doesn't affect me, I still have no confidence in dealing with this demon cultivator." No spiritual root was suddenly stunned upon hearing this. Demon cultivator shouldn't look like this, right? At the same time, the severed arm of Hard Demon suddenly grew back, and then Hard Demon burst out with a sudden roar. It quickly waved the long knife and chopped towards the two people. Forcefully keeping them separated, no spiritual root immediately became anxious and said, "Your chi-destroying demon/move is very powerful. Hurry up and use it." But White Blossom was unable to do so, saying, "My hands are not under my control right now." Just at that moment, Xianxia suddenly walked onto the stage and sneered, saying, "At this moment, it looks like I still need to be the hero to save the beauty." Old Dam replied unenthusiastically, "You better be cautious. This time, I can't help you." But Xianxia laughed confidently. "Just watch my performance, White Blossom." Watching as the Hard Demon enters a state of rage, Xianxia immediately clapped his hands together through fire, and Gold Mystic Heaven Heavy Ruler is born anew. As soon as the words fell, a brand new Mystic Heavy Ruler appeared in his hands instantly. He didn't hesitate at all and directly attacked the Hard Demon. The power of this ruler is extremely powerful, easily severing the arm of the Hard Demon. No spiritual root hurriedly spoke out to remind upon seeing this situation. "Be careful. Its arms can release poisonous gas." But Xianxia disagreed. "Do you think I wouldn't know these? With generating fire flames, roaring dragon." As soon as the words fell, flames blazed instantly on the severed arm. Under Xianxia's mental control, the flames quickly spread and condensed, forming a fire long that charged towards Hard Demon. The massive Hard Demon was unable to dodge at all, and was directly hit by the attack. Xianxia also took the opportunity to leap up again. He used his final move, Earth-generating Metal, the world-splitting ruler. But Hard Demon promptly blocked this strike with a long knife. And it used even stronger force to counterattack, sending Xianxia flying. Old Dam quickly spoke up upon seeing this, advising him to just pretend to be unconscious, but Xianxia insisted on fighting to the end. At the same time, the long knife in Hard Demon's hand began to swing wildly, while White Blossom's face suddenly changed drastically. "This is impossible. This clearly the technique of our Sword Sovereign Peak. Could this demon cultivator be a spy from within Sword Sovereign Peak? I clearly know all the people from Sword Sovereign Peak. Who is this guy after all?" Hard Demon is about to make another move. No spiritual root quickly embraced the stunned White Blossom and used their body to block the attack. Seeing no spiritual root heavily injuring White Blossom finally brought them back to their senses. Celestial Pathfinder was completely furious, daring to harm my students at Mystic Heaven Academy. "Die!" As the words fell, a huge fiery Dharma manifestation suddenly appeared out of thin air, raising its hand and smashing down on the group of heart demons below. Wherever the giant palm of the fire god passed, the heart demons were burned to ashes one after another. But those heart demons seemed to be unable to be killed at all, still entwining him firmly. However, the lack of spiritual root did not pose a major threat. He quickly reassured, saying, "I'm fine, just can't exert my strength. If I hadn't been poisoned, I could definitely have avoided it. As long as there are antibodies, I should be able to detoxify." As soon as this was said, White Blossom immediately reaffirmed, "There should be antibodies in my blood. I'll cut my wrist open and let you drink." However, Heart Demon is not going to give her that opportunity. It raised its hand and cut off the two of them with another slash. Seeing that there was no time to feed White Blossom with blood for no spiritual root, they had no choice but to steal their heart. She directly grabbed No Spiritual Root and kissed it. No Spiritual Root felt much more relaxed in an instant when their lips touched. And Xiao Fire immediately felt enraged when he saw this. He fainted on the spot. And the fatty quickly took the notebook away and began writing wildly. Sure enough, my guess was correct. White Blossom had long been in cahoots with the boss of Spiritual Root. And little Jade was completely exploding at this point. "Why do you dare to touch my brother's spiritual root? Let go of me quickly." However, at this moment, Heart Demon let out a roar and once again swung his blade towards the two of them. But his body had already recovered, with no spiritual root. He raised his hand directly towards it and struck a blow with Fatal Fist, a celestial art. After being struck by this punch, the massive Heart Demon instantly collapsed to the ground. And No Spiritual Root finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly opening his mouth and saying, "My strength has finally returned." This unremarkable Gandalf. He actually chopped down the terrifying demon cultivator with one sword. Just now, White Blossom gave No Spiritual Root antidote to resist the poisonous mist. He unexpectedly punched through the terrifying Heart Demon, making White Blossom blush immediately. She felt that the bastard No Spiritual Root was actually somewhat handsome. And No Spiritual Root was very puzzled as he asked, "Why are you blushing? Are you badly injured?" And Celestial Pathfinder also realized that the two of them were unharmed, so he increased the firepower output to make those demon cultivators pay the price, watching his subordinates being bombarded. The masked man, however, remained unfazed. Celestial Pathfinder locked onto him in that instant. "You are the mastermind, right? Prepare to die." As soon as he spoke, the terrifying fire god Dharma manifestation reappeared immediately, and he raised his hand to strike the masked man with a palm attack. But unexpectedly, the masked man turned out to be just a decoy. Celestial Pathfinder immediately started swearing, "What exactly do these demon cultivators want to do?" At the same time, within the library of the Mystic Heaven Academy, a subtle demonic aura is quietly seeping in. The masked man laughed as soon as he landed on the ground. "Do these righteous idiots really think I would attack head-on?" He tore open a crack and summoned several small spiders. He then gestured and said, "Go ahead. Just find that thing, and it'll be enough." The small spiders immediately dispersed throughout the library, beginning to climb and search. Before long, one of the spiders brought a secret book to the man in the mask. After picking up the book, he immediately smiled. "Why didn't Mystic Heaven Academy take the trouble to hide such an important thing properly?" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "The library is a forbidden place of the Mystic Heaven Academy. Foreigners who trespass and cause damage will be fined 1,000 spiritual stones." The masked man was taken aback when he saw who it was and exclaimed, "I thought it was someone else. How did the once famous Celestial Marsh end up becoming a mere gatekeeper?" However, Celestial Marsh replied nonchalantly, "These matters have nothing to do with you. I am only responsible for maintaining order in the academy. I hope you will restore the place to its original state now and pay the fine in full." The masked man immediately sneered, "What if I don't?" As soon as his words fell, Celestial Marsh had already rushed to him and shouted, "Then don't blame me for not warning you." The next second, Celestial Marsh suddenly chopped down the broom, directly cutting off the masked man's arm. The terrifying aura even cut through the entire secret library. Seeing this scene, Celestial Pathfinder immediately thought to himself, "Something bad has happened to the secret library." He immediately signaled the instructors to protect the students, while he went to check the situation. Watching the anxious departure of Celestial Pathfinder, little Jade couldn't help but furrow her brows and said, "It seems like the world is about to become turbulent." At the same time, the masked man who was injured maintained a calm expression and said without changing his face, "I said I would protect the academy." But he was actually more enthusiastic about dismantling things than I am. On the other hand, Celestial Marsh remained indifferent and said, "Then, I will fine you another 10,000 spiritual stones for the repair cost." Just at that moment, the severed arm suddenly emitted demonic chi. The man in the mask immediately spoke after reclaiming his arm. "You old man, after all these years, you are still so unreasonable." Celestial Marsh immediately erupted with a loud shout again. "And Demon Cultivator doesn't need reason." However, this time, the masked man's arm suddenly began to demonize. He actually intercepted the broom without a scratch. He even easily blasted it away. The man in the mask then continued to wave out terrifying demonic chi, causing the entire library to thunder continuously. Then the man in the mask spoke again. "Do you feel it? The power I have accumulated over the years far exceeds your imagination. Do you still remember back then when you were full of spirit? You almost killed me. I could only sacrifice my whole family to forcefully enhance my power to a level similar to yours. Although I successfully pushed you back that time, you also took away half of my secret book. Now I have finally gathered enough strength and have successfully retrieved the other half of the secret book. Why are you silent? Do you understand that there is an irreversible gap between us now?" Celestial Marsh chose to ignore the matter directly. "You have once again damaged the student facilities, and will be fined 20,000 spiritual stones." As soon as these words were spoken, the masked man immediately became angry. "Old man, go settle your accounts properly in the underworld." At the moment, Celestial Marsh knows that they are no match. But he has no way to avoid the attack of the demon claw. He helplessly had to draw his sword and sighed, "Old friend, I can only let you make a move again." The next moment, Celestial Marsh suddenly drew his sword and instantly cut off the masked man's arm once again. Then the sword erupted with a majestic mystic chi, forcefully pushing the masked man back. Now the masked man is completely unsettled. "Damn it." Celestial Marsh then held up an old-fashioned broken sword, indifferent. The boy simply threw the girl to the ground. He was actually implanted with a hard demon seed by the demon cultivator. Just now, as Celestial Marsh emerged with his mystic weapon Scorched Flame mask, the man was immediately shocked to see that it was this blade. "I remember destroying this blade. Didn't expect you to actually keep a broken sword." Celestial Marsh immediately yelled out when he heard the sound. "Scorched Flame, is it really a broken sword? You'll know once you give it a try." As soon as the words fell, Celestial Marsh picked up Scorched Flame and rushed out suddenly. In an instant, Scorched Flame stabbed into the head of the man in the mask. Next, Celestial Marsh suddenly swung the knife and sliced off half of his head. Seeing the man in the mask fall, Celestial Marsh couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It should be over now. But just then, the half-head suddenly began to sprout densely packed tentacles. Seeing the man in the mask's body transform into demonic chi, Celestial Marsh was immediately astonished. What kind of thing is this again? Then, a cold laughter came from behind him. "You old guy are indeed not easy to deal with." Celestial Marsh immediately shouted, "What kind of evil art have you cultivated all these years?" But the man in the mask turned around and ran away directly. "Today, my goal has been achieved. Wait until I have fully mastered this secret technique before I come to see you." Celestial Marsh immediately picked up Scorched Flame and said coldly, "This time, I will not let you escape again." But the masked man laughed coldly and said, "Are you sure you want to keep chasing me? In that case, the academy you have been protecting will be destroyed. And Celestial Marsh also noticed that the gathered demonic chi behind them was ready to burst. At the moment, he didn't have time to chase after the masked man. He had to use Scorched Flame to slash his own wrist. Then he unleashed Forged in Blood reforged in Flame. At the same time, he did not look back and said, "I will never let you go." Seeing Celestial Marsh, he chose to deal with the demonic chi he left behind. The masked man suddenly burst into laughter. "Let's see if you still have a life." And the Celestial Pathfinder, who rushed over, just happened to encounter the eruption of demonic chi. He immediately anxiously said, "Second brother, I have sensed your presence. Are you okay?" Celestial Marsh, upon hearing this, immediately replied unkindly, "How old are you? Why are you still so irritable? If it wasn't for protecting the academy, I would definitely have killed that bastard." Celestial Pathfinder quickly helped him up and asked with concern, "Who exactly is responsible for hurting you like this?" Celestial Marsh's expression immediately turned serious. It was the great demon cultivator Sima Moon, who ravaged the 9 provinces tens of thousands of years ago. Upon hearing the words, Celestial Pathfinder's face immediately turned pale. It turned out that more than 30 experts at the soul transformation stage from the Sima Moon Order of the True Way, who were rumored to have slaughtered tens of thousands of people in order to cultivate the evil art, were mobilized. It was only with the sacrifice of over 20 experts at the soul transformation stage that they managed to barely kill Sima Moon. Celestial Marsh interrupted and said, "You should be able to see it too. He cultivates not just simple evil art but techniques and methods to control the heart demon." The face of Celestial Pathfinder instantly turned ugly. I was not wrong after all. Those attackers are all manifested heart demons. Absolutely cannot let the matter of heart demons be made public. I must kill Sima Moon. But Celestial Marsh is obstructing. Don't waste your efforts. What you need to do now is to notify the Order of the True Way. Sima Moon will definitely stir up another battle between the righteous and the demonic forces. We must make sure they assist the Mystic Heaven Academy. After all, I am no longer able to protect Mystic Heaven Academy now. These heart demons may self-destruct. Is there no problem on the side of the martial arts arena? When these words were spoken, Celestial Pathfinder suddenly remembered something. Then he flew away in a hurry, leaving behind only a sentence. "There is one more thing that hasn't been taken care of properly." At the same time, the heart demon in the martial arts field has been brought under control by the instructors. And White Blossom suddenly called out to No Spiritual Root. Then she blushed a little and said, "No Spiritual Root, thank you just now. I admit that you saved me just now. But I will still investigate whether you are a demon cultivator or not." However, just at that moment, a bright light suddenly erupted behind White Blossom. At this point, White Blossom couldn't dodge at all. However, at this critical moment, No Spiritual Root suddenly rushed forward and embraced her directly. Then he used his own back to shield against the explosion of demonic chi. However, No Spiritual Root found that he seemed to be unharmed. Just as the two of them relied on each other, 2 figures had already arrived by their side. Little Jade and Murong Chan cooperatively separated the 2 individuals by force with great coordination. And at this moment, Celestial Pathfinder stated solemnly that he wanted to inspect the body of No Spiritual Root. After infusing mystic chi into the eyes, Celestial Pathfinder was startled to discover that No Spiritual Root's body had already been implanted with the seed of the heart demon. The boy had just entered the dormitory and found the goddess bathing in his room and even changing clothes in front of him. Just now, Celestial Pathfinder discovered that No Spiritual Root was actually implanted with a heart demon seed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sima Moon, I will definitely not let you off the hook." However, he then felt very strange. So he spoke up and asked the student, "Have you not felt any discomfort in your body?" He saw that No Spiritual Root said there was no problem. He immediately felt that something was wrong. The seed of heart demon is fatal to every cultivator. How could he have no issues at all? But he soon reacted. He was very excited and said, "How could I forget about this? You are just an ordinary person without spiritual root. That's really great." Suddenly, the celestial pathfinder relaxed. Without spiritual chi in the body, the heart demon cannot grow. This is a blessing in disguise. Then the celestial pathfinder flew into the air and announced, "Attention everyone, although there have been some twists and turns, the assessment is officially over. All students present will receive corresponding dormitory and class assignments based on today's performance. I have already input all the arrangements into your admission tickets." Upon hearing this, no spiritual root took out his admission ticket. The additional information on the admission ticket reads, "No spiritual root, Class D, Student Number 1, Dormitory 8, Bed 1. And Celestial Pathfinder once again announced that all students should return to their own dormitories according to the markings and prepare for the classes the next day. Little Jade immediately grabbed the arm of No Spiritual Root upon hearing this and said, "Brother Spiritual Root, let's go back to the dormitory now." But No Spiritual Root was a bit confused. "Does the dean assign your room?" Little Jade laughed and replied, "I'm not a student, so there's no room assignment for me. As your Tao protector, of course, I have to sleep with you." No Spiritual Root scratched his head and said, "I remember there should still be roommates in the dormitory. It's not very appropriate for us to live together, right?" This conversation happened to be overheard clearly by White Blossom not far away. Not long after, No Spiritual Root and Little Jade finally arrived at the dormitory area. The location of the number 8 male dormitory is much farther than No Spiritual Root imagined, and Little Jade was already angry. That old weirdo actually arranged you, Brother Spiritual Root, in such a remote location. Didn't he see how well you performed in the competition? No Spiritual Root quickly found the number 8 male dormitory. He found that there was light inside. His roommates should have already arrived. So No Spiritual Root directly pushed the door open and said, "I am also a roommate of room 8 in the men's dorm." But what shocked him was, immediately, No Spiritual Root turned red in the face and turned around to close the gate. But after looking repeatedly, he confirmed that this was indeed the 8th male dormitory. So he couldn't help but speculate that it must be something related to the martial arts arena that gave him this illusion. After making up his mind, No Spiritual Root pushed open the dormitory door again. The next second, he was stunned. White Blossom had indeed appeared inside the men's dormitory. Immediately, he turned around again and muttered, "I can't possibly be under an illusion, right?" At this moment, White Blossom, who had already changed clothes, pushed open the door directly. No need to confirm, this is indeed the men's dormitory number 8. Little Jade exploded the moment she saw the scene. "How did you end up in Brother Spiritual Root's dormitory?" White Blossom took out the admission ticket and said, "White Blossom, Class A, Room 1, Male Dormitory 8, Bed 2. Seeing the two people puzzled, White Blossom explained, "The reason I share a room with you is that I exchanged dorms with your original roommate. Now they should enjoy the best room 1 in the female dormitory alone." No Spiritual Root was suddenly stunned. "But why do you have to live with me?" White Blossom has already prepared a retort for this. "You are the first peer who can defeat me. I must find a way to become stronger and learn from you. Therefore, even if I have to live with you, it's no big deal." Now it's No Spiritual Root's turn to be embarrassed. After all, his real age is 2,000 years old. But No Spiritual Root still has some concerns. "It will be very troublesome for us to live together, just like earlier." But White Blossom disagreed, saying, "If you can live with that fox spirit, why can't you live with me? I will just quietly observe and not cause any trouble for you." And Little Jade, at this moment, jumped onto the bed, gesturing, "Brother Spiritual Root, don't mind her anymore. We still have classes tomorrow. Come and sleep quickly." I haven't slept with Brother Spiritual Root for a long time. And there's nowhere else to sleep here. But No Spiritual Root feels like he is being targeted by something. Shortly after discovering that White Blossom seemed to be asleep, No Spiritual Root secretly inquired, "By the way, was the person who attacked the academy today really a demon cultivator, little Jade?" Their moves seemed different from those of my father. Little Jade's face immediately changed, and she said seriously, "Since they have appeared, I don't need to keep this secret from Brother Spiritual Root anymore. They are not just ordinary demon cultivators, they are hard demons." The girl took advantage of the boy while he was asleep. She actually sneaked into his bed in the middle of the night. Just now, little Jade informed about the existence of hard demon without spiritual root, which is created by cultivators, and is the biggest taboo in the entire immortal cultivation world. However, she found that No Spiritual Root suddenly fell silent. It turned out that No Spiritual Root actually fell asleep while she was explaining. But little Jade felt that knowing too much might not be a good thing for No Spiritual Root, so she quickly fell asleep too. However, at that moment, White Blossom, who was sleeping beside them, suddenly sat up and stared intently at No Spiritual Root. At the same time, a high-level meeting is being held on True One Peak, where Celestial Pathfinder is about to make public the attack by Sima Moon on Mystic Heaven Academy to everyone present. Everyone did not expect that the demon is still alive. He even injured Elder Celestial, and took away the sealed half of the secret technique. Now the Alliance must protect Mystic Heaven Academy. However, Celestial Pathfinder interrupted and said that we can still gather our strength to eradicate the demon cultivator. But now there is an even more serious problem. The hard demon has appeared in front of the students. The so-called hard demon is a manifestation of evil formed by a cultivator when breaking through the limitations of the heavenly Tao and shedding impurities. The more a cultivator cultivates, the more likely they are to produce a hard demon. In order to maintain the stability of the immortal cultivation world, we have sealed this secret. However, Sima Moon's appearance has brought about changes. How long can we maintain this secret? The Grand Elder was the first to speak, insisting that under no circumstances should the existing order be disrupted. Dean Shenbing, king of Lungrise Academy, also agreed with what the Grand Elder said. In that case, let us at Lungrise Academy assist in handling the matter with the hard demon. After all, as the nurturing grounds of the Order of the True Way, when facing difficulties, we should certainly face them together. The Grand Elder nodded decisively and said, "Then let's assign the task of blocking the hard demon's message to Shenbing King and Pathfinder. The others will search for the whereabouts of Sima Moon and the demon cultivator together." After everyone nodded in understanding, the meeting was declared over. However, Shenbing King murmured, "Mystic Heaven Academy, which was invaded so easily like this. How can they be worthy of the reputation of the first academy of the righteous path? Lungrise Academy will definitely become the #1 in the righteous path under my leadership. One night's time passes in the blink of an eye." This is how No Spiritual Root slowly wakes up. He feels that he slept really well last night. But he suddenly found out. White Blossom appeared on his bed. White Blossom screamed in an instant, "Why are you on my bed?" But little Jade climbed up from the floor in anger. "You, this scheming woman, dare to slander Brother Spiritual Root here. Clearly, you climbed onto Brother Spiritual Root's bed yourself, and even pushed me to the ground." But White Blossom loudly denies it. "Surely you were the one who brought me to bed in the middle of the night." No Spiritual Root, on the side, hurriedly spoke up. "Is it possible that White Blossom, you sleepwalked into my bed in the middle of the night?" White Blossom, upon hearing this, hurriedly waved her hands guiltily. "Not possible. I don't have the habit of sleepwalking. Today is the first day of class. Let's not be late." After speaking, White Blossom quickly put on her clothes and prepared to go to class. She saw a group of people gathering at the dormitory entrance. White Blossom immediately scolded, "What are you sneakily doing here?" Seeing White Blossom getting angry, everyone quickly turned around and ran without looking back. White Blossom then followed No Spiritual Root to the classroom. But No Spiritual Root was puzzled and asked, "White Blossom, It seems like we are not in the same class. Isn't the direction of the classroom the same? But White Blossom disagreed, saying, Anyway, there is not much that students can learn. It's better to observe more, which is more useful. In no time, the three of them arrived at Class D, and White Blossom decided to attend the class together with them in the end. As soon as Fatty entered the room, he exclaimed in surprise, Spiritual Root, you're also in this class? Classes are assigned based on previous performance in assessments. The best students will be assigned to Class A, while Class D is for the poorest performing students. No Spiritual Root suddenly felt disheartened. So it turns out my talents can only be allocated to the worst class. Just then, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly shouted, Everyone be quiet! A bunch of unruly kids, be quiet during class time for me. Fatty immediately whispered, I didn't expect Instructor Unspoken Courtesy to be our homeroom teacher. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately decided to use Fatty as an example to warn others. He shouted loudly while throwing his notebook, No whispering allowed during class! But unexpectedly no Spiritual Root caught the notebook. And then he looked innocent and said, I'm sorry, I just instinctively caught it. I really didn't mean to contradict you. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy saw the situation and immediately thought to himself, He's making me feel so embarrassed on the first day. This kid is indeed trouble. Then he directly announced, You now need to guide chi based on the description above. True One Arts should be used here to cultivate chi. Since all of you have experience in chi refining, if you fail to successfully use True One Arts to guide chi into your body during this class, I will dismiss you directly. At this moment, everyone except for the one with no Spiritual Root feels that this is something that can be easily accomplished in a matter of minutes. No Spiritual Root is already in a panic. What should I do? This is a balloon that needs to be infused with spiritual chi in order to pick it up. But unexpectedly, the boy burst it and smashed it hundreds of meters high. Just now no Spiritual Root officially enrolled in Mystic Heaven Academy, but unexpectedly, the first lesson was to cultivate chi. While White Blossom just took a glance at True One Arts. She effortlessly succeeded in incorporating chi into the Unspoken Courtesy stance, earning immediate praise from the instructor for a job well done. Upon seeing the panicked expression of no Spiritual Root, he immediately felt secretly pleased. This rascal, without Spiritual Root, thinks it's entirely impossible to incorporate chi into the body within one class time. Little Jade also quickly spoke up to comfort Brother Spiritual Root, advising him not to push himself too hard. Watching no Spiritual Root taking a defensive stance, White Blossom quickly took out a notebook and prepared to start recording. Very soon, no Spiritual Root felt a surge of energy appearing in his body. But the next second, he suddenly farted loudly. Suddenly, no Spiritual Root felt discouraged and said, I really can't feel it after all. Then he grabbed White Blossom's shoulder and asked, How do you feel the spiritual chi? Please teach me. White Blossom then had to demonstrate and explain at the same time, saying, Watch carefully. Imagine yourself as a water bottle and the spiritual chi is water. Feel the flow of water entering the water bottle. Upon hearing this, no Spiritual Root immediately closed his eyes and started trying. Soon, he seemed to have a feeling. But to his surprise, he still let out a stinky fart. No Spiritual Root immediately felt regretful and said, Could it be that even entering the Mystic Heaven Academy cannot successfully cultivate chi? Just then, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly spoke up and said, Those who successfully cultivate chi should not be too pleased. Have you seen this spiritual chi ball? It is specifically designed by the Order of the True Way to train their students. The more spiritual chi is infused, the lighter the weight of the ball will become. The spiritual chi ball must be infused with True One Arts, otherwise it will become heavier. Fill the spiritual chi ball with the True One Arts spiritual chi that you have absorbed. This is your lesson for today. And White Blossom and the others quickly picked up the spiritual chi balls on the ground. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy secretly muttered, Brat, This spiritual chi ball can't be lifted just by brute force alone. And no spiritual root had already made up his mind at this point. In order not to be expelled from the academy, he must use all his strength. It must be lifted. At the same time, Celestial Pathfinder, who was grooming his hair, suddenly noticed a flying boat appearing in the sky above the academy. He didn't expect people from Lungrai's academy to arrive so quickly. The visitor turned out to be Shinbing King, the dean of Lungrai's academy. And Celestial Pathfinder quickly landed on the flying boat. He took the lead and said, "Dean Shin came from afar without informing me in advance. I am not prepared to welcome your ceremonial visit yet." Shinbing King, however, does not think so. He dared not bother Dean Celestial Pathfinder and said, "I hurried here to help only upon hearing that Mystic Heaven Academy is in trouble." Celestial Pathfinder chuckled and said, "To help out, you brought so many skilled individuals, and even brought the flying boat. Dean Shin, this is quite a grand gesture." Shinbing King immediately laughed and replied, "Of course, I will spare no effort to help. Besides, I also hope to learn from the Righteous First Academy." Celestial Pathfinder immediately sneered and said, "This is the real purpose of your visit, isn't it?" Just as the two were chatting, a spiritual chi ball suddenly shot up from the ground. In just the blink of an eye, the spiritual chi ball pierced through the colossal flying boat. Then it directly exploded near the cockpit. No spiritual root gazed at the large hole above their head. No spiritual root suddenly felt like they were finished. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy blew up immediately. "What are you doing? Do you know how much money it takes to build a classroom?" Celestial Pathfinder also felt that something was wrong. Is that kid causing trouble again? Then he asked with concern, "Dean Shin, are you okay?" Shinbing King replied stubbornly, "I am the dean of Lungrai's academy. How could anything be wrong with me?" In order to help cover up Celestial Pathfinder for no spiritual root, he quickly spoke up. "This may have nothing to do with the demon cultivator. It should be the explosion of the spiritual chi ball stored by our students." Shinbing King, on the other hand, coldly snorted in annoyance. "What a good excuse, a spiritual chi ball exploding. In that case, let's spar with this spiritual chi ball." The girl actually asked the boy to catch her ball. But she didn't expect that the boy misunderstood. He even worried about hurting her and wanted to help her rub it. Just now, no spiritual root casually threw out a spiritual chi ball, which angered Shinbing King and led to the decision to have a spiritual chi ball competition. Celestial Pathfinder then summoned a few participants. Then it was announced that the competition would be attended by the 5 members of No Spiritual Root. However, Fatty raised a question. "Choosing someone else, I can understand. They are all disciples of Xianxia in the Great Comparison. But my strength is relatively weak. I am afraid that participating will bring shame to the academy. No spiritual root immediately reminds me of myself in my past life." Immediately he encouraged, "Do not underestimate yourself. I believe that as long as you work hard, there will be results." Shout Fire, on the other hand, sneered, "If that's the case, then you would have cultivated your spiritual root long ago." And Celestial Pathfinder also explained at this point that your third eye divine art, Sky Lucky, can predict the future, giving you a significant advantage in competitions. But no spiritual root expressed that he has a question: how to compete with spiritual chi ball in the end. Upon hearing this, White Blossom immediately explained that this competition is a 5v5 confrontation. Control the spiritual chi ball and shoot it into the large gate in midair to score. During the competition, neither side can directly harm the other cultivator, but they can use spiritual chi to compete, making spiritual chi crucial for the match. Without spiritual root, the confidence disappears instantly. "It seems like I can't help much in this competition." Celestial Pathfinder immediately expressed anger, saying that this match started because of you. The competition is set in 3 days. During this time, please practice a lot. Because this competition is related to the reputation of Mystic Heaven Academy, I will reward each of you with a Golden Mystic Heaven medal if you win. Wintry Mix explained to No Spiritual Root. This is the highest honor for students of Mystic Heaven Academy. With this medal, you can obtain double cultivate resources. No Spiritual Root chuckled instantly. Double resources? Then wouldn't I have a higher chance of succeeding in cultivation? Then why are we still standing here? Let's start practicing now. But xianxia coldly said, I am not interested in and unable to practice with people who cannot use spiritual qi. Wintry Mix is also not interested. The entire college is owned by my family. Double resources are meaningless to me. White Blossom saw the situation and had to speak up. Ignore them. The two of us can still practice. Spiritual Qi Ball can receive spiritual Qi from multiple people at the same time, so the more spiritual Qi infused into the spiritual Qi Ball, the more advantage one will have in combat. Why don't you try taking the spiritual Qi Ball from my hand first? As soon as the words fell, No Spiritual Root immediately rushed out without any hesitation, hoping to learn cultivate methods to become stronger through White Blossom. However, White Blossom did not intend to let him off easily like this. But unexpectedly, No Spiritual Root accidentally caught the wrong ball. White Blossom was suddenly dumbfounded, and forgot to control the spiritual Qi Ball. xianxia was even more furious, staring wide-eyed. And No Spiritual Root also considerately asked White Blossom if she was in pain, and if she needed help massaging. Although White Blossom feels okay. But those guys not far away are ruining the atmosphere. Soon she adjusted her thoughts. Okay, let's move on to the next training item. You just treat the gate formed by my spiritual sword as a goal, and try to practice. No Spiritual Root feels that the spiritual Qi Ball is not as heavy as he imagined. As long as he practices good shooting accuracy, it will be fine. He saw that he accurately threw the spiritual Qi Ball into the goal. But because he exerted too much force, the spiritual Qi Ball fell into a building not far away. And this ball once again hit Shenbing King. He immediately said coldly, To actually provoke me twice in one day, it seems like they really don't take Lungrise Academy seriously. Seeing the disciple preparing to treat his own wounds, he immediately scolded, Instead of worrying about me, you'd better focus on preparing for the competition in 3 days. In this competition, I have wagered the future of the academy against that old fellow. Liang Maple immediately clasped his fists and said, I swear that I will lead Lungrise Academy to victory. As soon as the other person left, he secretly vowed to himself that he must not disappoint his master, even if it cost him any price. Time quickly came to 3 days later. After a long and elaborate speech by Shenbing King, Shenbing King then performed the Grand Earth with divine arts. He created a huge spiritual Qi Ball competition field out of thin air. The decision on who is the champion of the spiritual Qi Ball competition at the first academy has finally begun. But unexpectedly, No Spiritual Root and others were at a disadvantage. Just now, Shenbing King used the Grand Earth with divine arts to create a dual arena out of thin air. Even White Blossom was shocked by being able to instantly create such a large arena. How immense must the spiritual Qi be to do this? Just then, Celestial Pathfinder suddenly announced for the participating players to get ready. As they watched, both sides quickly entered the arena. Celestial Pathfinder instantly started praying secretly, hoping that the little rascals would perform well. The participating students from Mystic Heaven Academy are No Spiritual Root, Wintry Mix, xianxia, White Blossom Sky, and Lucky. On the Lungrise Academy side, there are Zhu Devour, Li Falling Shadow, Jin Spirit Jade, and Liang Maple. And Jin Spirit Jade reminded senior brother to perform well this time, and show them the strength of our Lungrise. Liang Maple expressed firmly, I will definitely fulfill Master's long-cherished wish. One Flate smiled and said, Don't be nervous. We have trained for a long time for today. The people from Mystic Heaven Academy look like they are just going through the motions. Especially that chubby kid, looks like a complete weakling. White Blossom immediately gritted their teeth and said in a resentful tone, The people from Lungrise are too arrogant. However, no spiritual root said seriously, "They do seem well trained." Wintry Mix also nodded and explained, "These people are all elite talents trained by Lungrise. They have long-term training experience and have never been defeated in their peers in the spiritual chi ball competition." But Xiao Firefire is very confident, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm here." After saying that, he directly declared war in a domineering manner. "Listen up, people from Lungrise. I, Xiao Firefire, will definitely beat you today. I swear by this black mystic rod." However, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly took away his weapon and said in an unfriendly tone, "Spiritual Chi Ball competition prohibits the use of any spiritual Chi artifact." Lungrise people immediately burst into laughter. They didn't expect this group to be unaware of the competition rules. He then went to the side of No Spiritual Root to signal, indicating that he was going to watch. "Instructor Unspoken Courtesy, you are also not allowed to carry these items on you." After finishing, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy announced that the competition would last for an hour with a 15-minute halftime break. The side with more goals wins. Everyone, please prepare for the Spiritual Chi Ball competition. It's starting now, with No Spiritual Root taking the lead immediately. He felt that he must seize the initiative to grab the serve. But unexpectedly, Xiao Firefire stepped on him and started fighting with him. But Liang Maple took the ball away before him and skillfully passed it to Wan Flate. The chubby guy hurried forward trying to defend against it. But Wan Flate easily twisted past him. Then he directly put the ball into the scoring zone. White Blossom finally realizes that the people from Lungrise are not simple. So she picked up the ball and reminded them that the opponents are strong, so they should stop fighting among themselves. "This time, let me take the lead in attacking, and you guys cover me." White Blossom feels that her spiritual chi reserve should be the strongest among peers. No one can take the spiritual chi ball from her hands. But the people from Lungrise suddenly set up a defensive formation. But Xiao Firefire also suddenly jumped up at this moment. Then he unleashed the strange fire directly hitting those three people. The next moment, Instructor Unspoken Courtesy took out a yellow card and scolded Mystic Heaven Academy Xiao Firefire for maliciously harming others. Yellow card warning. Although Xiao Firefire committed a foul, it did not affect White Blossom's attack. She feels confident that she can score. As the opponent seemingly did not regard him highly, Ju Devour immediately took a bite of meat and just stood in place, allowing White Blossom to take the shot. But unexpectedly, Ju Devour instantly completed the transformation. He firmly caught the spiritual chi ball. And a black figure also rushed out at this moment. The black figure instantly caught the ball thrown by Ju Devour. Then he quickly passed it to Liang Maple. Liang Maple immediately switched to assault mode. He forcefully knocked the Fat Man and Wintry Mix, gaining another point. Then he laughed even more smugly, saying, "I won't let you score a single point in this game." The boy faced Long, a solid and dependable goalkeeper. He finally revealed his terrifying physical strength just now, and Lungrise Academy easily scored 2 points. Xiao Firefire, who was not convinced, immediately raised a question. Didn't they say that using props is not allowed? Why is he able to eat so ostentatiously? But Instructor Unspoken Courtesy indicates that food is not considered a prop. Murong-chan immediately felt somewhat annoyed. "If I had known, I would have brought some food for Spiritual Root as well." Clearly, the crowd is not a match for Lungrise. They are crazily being scored against by the opponents one after another. Wintry Mix and Fatty simply can't hold their ground. The first half has just ended. The score has come to 0-10. Everyone's emotions instantly fell into despair. Upon returning to the resting room, White Blossom immediately exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Wintry Mix not cooperating with teammates is bad enough, but Xiao Firefire even causing trouble for Spiritual Root." But Wintry Mix and Xiao Firefire said that having such weak teammates, I can't cooperate. And their arguments were heard by members of Lungrise. Liang Maple didn't expect Mystic Heaven Academy to be so weak. Now they are almost certain to win. No spiritual root, who has been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Since we're not cooperating, let's just treat it as an individual competition. No need to cooperate. Just focus on one-on-one defense and seize the opportunity to score. The halftime break ended quickly, right before the match is about to begin. Murong-chan quickly brought all his food into the venue. No spiritual root immediately hastened to run out upon seeing the situation. He managed to secure all of his income without missing a single penny. After both sides had taken their positions, the second half of the game officially began. And one flight from Lungrise was the first to serve. But he found that the people below were motionless. He watched as one flight charged towards the back at extreme speed. Wintry Mix directly clapped his hands to unleash the Great Desolation Earth release. One flight had no choice but to pass the ball to Spirit Jade. However, White Blossom took the opportunity to use spiritual chi to transform into a sword to intercept. While successfully blasting away the spiritual chi ball in Spirit Jade's hands, the ball possession fell into the hands of Lee Falling Shadow. However, Xiao Firefire's response was timely. When Strange Fire was used, it directly intercepted it. However, Liang Maple was the first to catch the ball. Now there is only Fatso left. He is not afraid at all. But unexpectedly, Fatso activated the third eye divine art. And no spiritual root rushed to the front of the goal at this time. Then he firmly held the spiritual chi ball with both hands. He easily knocked Liang Maple away. He used the Fat Man's third eye to predict no spiritual root and easily passed everyone. Only the lizard-eyed Jew Devourer was left in front of him. Then no spiritual root quickly gathered strength. He exerted all his strength to throw out the spiritual chi ball. Although Zhu Devourer caught the spiritual chi ball with both hands. However, the immense force attached to it directly knocked him down. With the cooperation of no spiritual root and Fatty, they smoothly secured 1 point in the end. But Lungrise quickly adjusted as well. Liang Maple directly uses an attacking formation to prepare for a quick breakthrough. No spiritual root's speed is even faster than his. After snatching the ball, he once again broke the opponent's formation. Even the goalkeeper Zhu Devourer was bumped away by him forcefully. He once again aggressively grabbed a point. Having the assistance of third eye divine art without any spiritual root is like cheating. He completely doesn't treat the opposing goalkeeper as a human. He quickly tied the score to 10-10. Shinbin King was completely unsettled this time, and couldn't help but scold. "Bastard, all of you must pull yourselves together." Liang Maple immediately gritted his teeth in anger. "I absolutely cannot let the teacher lose the bet. It looks like I can only use this power." After swallowing the purple thing, an eerie purple light immediately emanated from Liang Maple's body. Sensing the power surging in him, Liang Maple immediately grinned and said, "I feel the power. The terrifying heart demon has resurfaced." And with one punch, he sent no spiritual root flying. Just now, Liang Maple secretly took a hidden potion, forcibly enhancing his own strength by 1 level. He knew he couldn't fully absorb the power within it. Just a little should be enough to win. The competition time is approaching. He can't give Mystic Heaven Academy any more chances. No spiritual root and Fatty feel that they will definitely win the competition if things continue like this. After Instructor Unspoken Courtesy serves the ball, Xiao Firefire took the lead and rushed out to grab the spiritual chi ball. He did not want no spiritual root to keep stealing the spotlight. He decided that he needed to score a goal himself. When he saw the opponent couldn't keep up with him, he immediately chuckled coldly. And no spiritual root also made a very rational analysis. The cultivation level of Lungrise students is weaker than ours. Now that their spiritual energy is almost depleted, even if it's just Xiao Firefire alone, it will be difficult for them to stop it. Shortly after, Xiao Firefire rushed to the front of the goal. But Liang Maple suddenly used the Grand Earth with divine arts. The earth wall that rose suddenly instantly blocked Xiao Firefire. Liang Maple easily regained possession of the ball. But just as he wanted to sprint, no spiritual root once again blocked him. He decisively used rock-scale heavy armor, preparing to forcibly break through. But unexpectedly, no spiritual root was not knocked away by him. He never expected to be stopped so easily. Seeing that he couldn't match the power, he decisively used the Grand Earth with divine arts. As long as he gets rid of the no spiritual root, no one can stop him. But then he found that he couldn't continue moving forward. It turns out that no spiritual root picked up the stone pillar. The fatty hurriedly signaled, "No spiritual root," to throw Liang Maple to their goal post. The next second, Liang Maple couldn't stop himself from heading towards their own goal post. He knew that continuing like this would definitely result in an own goal. Helpless, he once again forcefully activated the power within his body and used the technique of Stone Armored Giant to forcibly increase his weight. He first made the stone giant force no spiritual root to retreat. Then he wanted to take the opportunity to score a goal. But White Blossom and Wintry Mix also rushed out at this time, although both of them tried their best to stop it. However, they were easily bounced away by the stone-armored giant. The fat man quickly reminded them to attack the giant. This is the only way to stop him. No spiritual root immediately unleashed a full power punch towards the stone-armored giant, and with terrifying force, the giant was instantly smashed into pieces. Liang Maple immediately cursed loudly upon landing. "Why do you always block me?" No spiritual root looked serious and said, "Because I want to win." In order to win, Liang Maple once again activated the mystic chi and rushed out fiercely. But no spiritual root stood firmly in front of him, and the next moment, both parties unconsciously fell backwards. The spiritual chi ball was also bounced up in the air. No spiritual root took the opportunity to use celestial arts and launched straight up, wanting to snatch the ball away. Liang Maple immediately gritted his teeth upon seeing this, saying firmly, "I cannot let my teacher lose face." A dreadful demonic chi suddenly burst out from his body. Just in an instant, Liang Maple had been demonized. Then he suddenly bent down. At the moment when no spiritual root just caught the ball, he flew over to his side. Then he fiercely swung his fist, smashing it onto no spiritual root's body. He directly punched no spiritual root and the fatty, sending them flying. The boy not only withstood Hard Demon's full force attack with his physical body, and he also prevented others from interfering, intending to win the match. Just now, Liang Maple has completely transformed into a demon. He directly punched no spiritual root and sent them flying. He is just too eager for victory. He grabs the spiritual chi ball and rushes towards the goal. But no spiritual root is not willing to give up in order to cultivate resources. So he charges out again, determined not to let Liang Maple get this last point. Liang Maple is completely enraged this time. He directly smashed the spiritual chi ball on his body. Instantly, a terrifying energy explosion erupted in the field. But no spiritual root firmly used his body to block this ball. Even if tomato sauce overflowed from his mouth, he had no intention of stepping back. Little Jade immediately became angry and wanted to rush in upon seeing the situation. But no spiritual root shouted, "Don't come in, the competition is not over yet," and puffed out his chest. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to snatch away the spiritual chi ball. Now Liang Maple is completely confused. He never expected no spiritual root to be this strong. And no spiritual root decisively raised his hand quickly. He fiercely threw the spiritual chi ball towards the opponent's goal. Although the goalkeeper managed to catch the ball, he couldn't withstand the power on it, and was directly sent flying out. The onlookers were instantly shocked with their mouths wide open. You should know that even a nascent soul stage cultivator cannot use such powerful spiritual chi. At this moment, the match officially comes to an end. Mystic Heaven Academy has defeated Lungrise Academy with a score of 11-10. Liang Maple was stunned. He didn't expect to lose the match in front of his teacher. And Celestial Pathfinder quickly reminded, "Your disciple has been invaded by the heart demon." But Shinbin King suddenly spurted out a mouthful of ketchup. Then he explained in frustration, "I have always demanded cautious behavior from him. Why does he still act like this?" But Celestial Pathfinder replied with profound meaning, "Maybe it's because you are too strict." And this ending is obviously something Liang Maple cannot accept. An even more powerful demonic chi erupted from within him in an instant. He instantly stepped into the Golden Core stage cultivation level. Celestial Pathfinder was shocked when he saw it. It turned out to be a hard demon formed after breaking through the Golden Core stage. Now we really can't save him. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy, I still need to take care of old Shin. Quickly go stop him. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy immediately jumped into the field. He is very straightforward and directly activates Sandy Bag's sacred body. Just like that, he withstood Liang Maple's heavy punch straight on. But what he didn't expect was that it was just a punch. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy actually passed out. Liang Maple then shouted, "The game is not over yet, continue." At this moment, Little Jade and Murong Chan rushed into the field, expressing their intention to protect No Spiritual Root. Seeing the opponent's people wanting to prevent them from winning, Liang Maple directly reached out and patted the ground. Grand Earth with Divine Arts instantly condensed countless weapons that attacked everyone, just for a moment. Except for No Spiritual Root, all were firmly pressed to the ground. He watched as the obstructing person had already been taken care of. Liang Maple immediately raised No Spiritual Root and scoffed, "Before I win, you must continue to compete with me." Spirit Jade on the side quickly held his arm and advised, "Big senior brother, you just lost a game. Don't force yourself like this." But Liang Maple directly pushed him away angrily, saying, "It's because of you useless people that I lost the game. Now that those who were blocking us are gone, I want to compete with you alone." The boy, in order to no longer waste time, he finally activated the exploding clothes mode and chose to take action directly. Just now, the demonized Liang Maple actually requested a one-on-one duel with No Spiritual Root, although the people from Lungrise want him to regain his sanity. But Liang Maple directly told him to shut up. Then he let No Spiritual Root continue to compete with him. However, White Blossom and others are ready to team up to stop him. But Xiao Firefire is hiding in the dark and has no intention of taking action, because he believes that only when No Spiritual Root is killed can he become a true chosen one. Although White Blossom used the Mystic Sword Sovereign Art with all her might. But the cultivation level of the Golden Core stage is not something they can match. The Grand Earth with Divine Arts make it completely impossible for others to get close. Because her weapon was taken away, she felt a little helpless for a while. White Blossom had no choice but to let Instructor Unspoken Courtesy return the spiritual sword to him. But Liang Maple was impatient and used Rock Python to knock the two of them away. But just then, Little Jade quietly rushed to his side. She directly used the mental spell enchanting Bone Demon Sound and then transmitted a mental message. "Now you still have a chance to turn back. If you let your heart demon go further, there will be no turning back. Think carefully about the many important things in this world. Don't get lost in a moment of impulsiveness." The moment the words fell, Liang Maple immediately erupted with demonic chi, roaring, "I will win. That is the most important thing." Then he once again unleashed the Grand Earth with Divine Arts. He used earth walls to forcefully block off a narrow path. Even White Blossom is completely unable to break through this earth wall, and the rock wall is very high with no footholds to climb up. Liang Maple impatiently urged, "Get rid of the obstructive fellows. Hurry up and continue the game with me until I win." No Spiritual Root picked up the spiritual chi ball unsteadily upon hearing this. But due to the intense pain in his body, he knelt down directly. Liang Maple smiled instantly when she saw the scene. "It seems I have overestimated you. In that case, you just watch obediently as I win the victory." But No Spiritual Root firmly said, I'm sorry, I must win this match. Liang Maple was too lazy to waste words, and directly used solid earth cage. After trapping no spiritual root, he then took away the spiritual chi ball. At this moment, no spiritual root suddenly spoke. The inter-academy competition is over now, right? Since it's already over, I can take action directly. Just as he finished speaking, no spiritual root immediately stood up and activated his burst clothing mode. Liang Maple was suddenly shocked at the sight. How is this possible? Stop boasting here and taste my 1,000-hand combo. As soon as he finished speaking, several stone arms shot up from the ground and attacked no spiritual root. In an instant, the location of no spiritual root was fiercely bombarded by stone fists. Seeing this scene, Liang Maple immediately burst into laughter. I thought there was some kind of skill, but it was resolved with just one move. But no spiritual root was completely unharmed, with an indifferent expression on his face, saying, "Sorry, I don't want to waste time. I'll just end this farce." After saying, "No spiritual root," he suddenly broke free from the shackles of the rocks and unleashed the celestial art's full power punch directly. Liang Maple was caught off guard and immediately got punched in the face. Even with his golden core stage cultivation level, he couldn't withstand the blow at all. He was directly punched hard and sent flying, crashing onto the huge rock wall nearby. Dean Lungrise actually personally took action to kill his own beloved disciple. But unexpectedly, the boy took action to stop him. Just now, no spiritual root used full power punch to knock Liang Maple away. However, this punch completely depleted his strength as well. His body couldn't help but soften and fall backward. It turns out that he was so hungry that his legs were weak, and he had no strength left. Murong Chan quickly took out a large chicken leg and walked over. She crazily stuffed it into no spiritual root's mouth. White Blossom didn't expect that the personal disciple of the head of Lungrise Academy would actually be taken over by a demon cultivator. An instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly appeared beside the three, calmingly saying, "With me here, even a demon cultivator has nothing to fear. Don't think you're impressive just because you managed to sneak attack me earlier." As soon as the words fell, Liang Maple suddenly sprang up from the ground. But she was easily caught by Instructor Unspoken Courtesy. But unexpectedly, Liang Maple suddenly felt a surge in her stomach. He directly sprayed Instructor Unspoken Courtesy in the face. Angry, he immediately punched Liang Maple and sent him flying. At the moment when Liang Maple fell to the ground, that strange crystal suddenly grew arms and legs, trying to escape. But little Jade suddenly flashed out and caught it. Then she furrowed her brows slightly. Sure enough, it was a hard demon induced by humans. Soon after, she directly burned that crystal to ashes. The people of Lungrise saw Liang Maple return to normal. Several people quickly stepped forward to help him up. Shinbin King also fell from the high platform. Spirit Jade quickly urged, "Master, you arrived just in time. Please hurry and treat Big Senior Brother." But Shinbin King just stood quietly on the side. Then he asked sternly, "Why did you do this?" Liang Maple replied simply, "I don't want to lose, and I don't want to disappoint you, Master. Even if I can't turn back, I don't want to see my teacher losing the bet." Shinbin King immediately sighed. Lungrise Academy has always been inferior to Mystic Heaven Academy. There is a reason for that. Take Spirit Jade down for me. Shinbin King then uses the Grand Earth with divine arts to condense a giant sword. Then he speaks again, asking, "Our master-disciple relationship has come to this. Tell me, who gave you that thing? I will make it swift for you." Liang Maple immediately confessed truthfully that the person was wearing a mask, and she was not sure who he really was. But he told her that the spiritual Dan could instantly increase her strength. Upon hearing this, Celestial Pathfinder immediately spoke up and said that the person should be Sima Moon. And Shinbin King's tone turned melancholic as he said, "I was originally mocking your sect for having issues. I never thought that our own disciple had long been infiltrated by a demon cultivator. In the next life, I will guide you again. Just at this critical moment, a pair of hands suddenly caught the giant sword. He saw that no spiritual root actually caught his weapon empty-handed. Shin being king couldn't help but feel surprised. How can he catch my full-force blow? What kind of monster has Mystic Heaven Academy produced? No spiritual root sneered and said, Sorry, I got excited and rushed in to stop it. Shin being king immediately felt unhappy and said in a bad tone, He has become a demon cultivator and wants to kill you. It seems like you have no reason to stop me, right? But no spiritual root said sincerely that even if he falls into demonic cultivation, all he wants is to compete with me and not disappoint his master. It seems like he does not want to harm anyone, right? It's just that he becomes aggressive because of his strong desire to win. I think this may not be so good. Shin being king sighed immediately and said, This time, I have lost completely. I would like to concede defeat. Lungrise Academy will now become a branch of Mystic Heaven Academy starting today. As for this demon cultivator, you Mystic Heaven Academy can handle it on your own. Celestial Pathfinder patted his shoulder upon hearing this. Then he turned around and slapped him. You are basically passing the buck to me, aren't you? Currently, with the addition of Liang Maple, there are already 3 unstable factors in the academy. Is it really impossible to contain the appearance of the hard demon? Later, Celestial Pathfinder solemnly said, Since Lungrise has become a branch campus of Mystic Heaven Academy, it must obey the orders of our headmaster. My first order is to move the entire Lungrise Academy to Mystic Heaven Academy. The girl actually barged into the headmaster's office. He only wanted to participate in the mission with the boy. Just now, Celestial Pathfinder issued an order to move Lungrise Academy to Mystic Heaven. Shin being king is very puzzled by this, and doesn't know what Celestial Pathfinder is trying to do. And Celestial Pathfinder has also given an explanation. The reason for asking you to move is to conveniently monitor all the people affected by the hard demon. If we don't tighten control over the situation more, we, as righteous future students, will be completely infiltrated by demon cultivators if we don't tighten our control over the situation. So placing all the students under close supervision is the best approach for now. At the same time, little Jade has already arrived outside the door in order to claim the reward. She kicked open the door in a domineering manner and loudly said, Elder Celestial, you promised us the reward should be given now. But unexpectedly, this kick directly knocked over Celestial Pathfinder. No spiritual root quickly stepped forward to help Celestial Pathfinder up. But little Jade impatiently said, Hurry up and bring out the promised reward. You didn't forget, did you? If we win the game, we can get a gold medal, said no spiritual root, feeling a little embarrassed. I heard that the gold medal can be exchanged for anything you want. Can I ask for more cultivate resources? Celestial Pathfinder immediately started thinking deeply. If there is no spiritual root and I provide resources for a breakthrough, it may lead to a hard demon outbreak, which would be disastrous. He then sighed and said, This condition is not a problem, but the academy has just been attacked by a demon cultivator, so we really can't provide more spiritual stones. If you really want spiritual stone resources, we in Lungrise Academy recently discovered a large spiritual stone vein. Unfortunately, Yogwai beasts run rampant there. Our disciples sent to collect spiritual or all met a tragic end at the hands of Yogwai beasts. How serious? Perhaps it's time to give up. You should consider changing the terms. Celestial Pathfinder was stunned when the two of them turned around to leave. Are you just going to leave without changing the conditions? But no spiritual root chuckled and said, No need to change. Let's go to the spiritual or right now. Celestial Pathfinder immediately panicked. That spiritual or is guarded by many Yogwai beasts, and demon cultivators love to subdue Yogwai beasts for their own use. You must carefully consider this. Just at that moment, White Blossom suddenly kicked the door open and interrupted. No need to consider anymore. Since it can attract demon cultivators, We must eradicate it. Recently, the demon cultivators have been repeatedly provoking and attacking the righteous cultivators. They are so rampant that we must eliminate them completely. Do you think what I said is correct? But why doesn't Dean Celestial Pathfinder give me a response? No spiritual root immediately felt embarrassed and said, "He has been suppressed by you." Immediately, Celestial Pathfinder got up and ran, roaring, "I had just fixed the door, and now you've ruined it again. Collecting spiritual or without permission is too dangerous for you. I disagree with you going there without authorization." Just then, Shinbin King suddenly patted his shoulder and whispered, "I think it's also a good idea to let them collect spiritual oregon." But Celestial Pathfinder is very worried, as they all have seeds of heart demon on them. Letting them go over is basically sending them into the mouths of the demon cultivators. But Shinbin King proposed a suggestion. Since the demon cultivators are targeting them, why don't we use this as a starting point? We can use these children as bait to lure Sima Moon out, and then capture him in one fell swoop. The latest research has developed a teleportation compass that uses yellow, green, and red. If there is danger, we can immediately teleport people over. Upon hearing this, Celestial Pathfinder took out a few compasses and said, "Since you want to explore the spiritual or take these compasses with you. If you encounter a demon cultivator, be sure to contact us." After receiving the compass, White Blossom exclaimed excitedly, "Let's set off now to eliminate demons and monsters." Celestial Pathfinder, however, still had some concerns, thinking it might be too dangerous to let only the 3 youngsters go. But Shinbin King signaled, "I will naturally send someone over as well." The ones sent over were none other than Liang Maple and Spirit Jade. White Blossom was immediately puzzled. Why do we have to go collect spiritual ore with them? I don't feel safe acting together with someone who can be easily controlled by a demon cultivator. Little Jade couldn't help but secretly complain upon hearing this. "Weren't you also controlled before?" Liang Maple suddenly spoke sincerely. "I was confused before, so this time Shifu hopes I can make amends for my mistakes." "I'm really sorry for what I did to No Spiritual Root before, especially." He saw No Spiritual Root remain silent. Liang Maple immediately sighed and said, "Indeed, I knew you wouldn't forgive me easily." But unexpectedly, No Spiritual Root suddenly vomited towards him. Then he weakly said, "Sorry, I get motion sickness." The boy publicly exposed that he was living with 2 beautiful women. This bold move instantly stunned everyone present. Just now, No Spiritual Root kept vomiting uncontrollably due to motion sickness. Spirit Jade is quite puzzled about this. After all, you are a cultivator. How could you get motion sickness even when riding in a horse carriage? Spiritual Root can't possibly be attributed to the after effects of crossing over. So he chuckled and said, "This is my problem. Why don't I just run behind the carriage?" Upon hearing this, everyone got back on the carriage again, with No Spiritual Root following closely behind. Spirit Jade immediately sneered, "Are all of you from Mystic Heaven Academy so full of yourselves?" The horse pulling this carriage is indeed a 1,000-stride spirit horse. Even a nascent soul cultivator may not be able to catch up once it starts running. Saying that No Spiritual Root wants to follow behind is not just talking big. But when she looked back at the carriage, she was surprised to find No Spiritual Root actually caught up with the carriage. Little Jade immediately proudly said, "Brother Spiritual Root's physical fitness is not what you can imagine." White Blossom, seeing this, couldn't help but secretly mutter to herself, "Is it because Brother No Spiritual Root is so strong because he trains like this every day?" Thinking of this, White Blossom directly jumped off the carriage and expressed that she also wants to cultivate in this way. She feels that as long as she cultivates like No Spiritual Root, she will eventually have that kind of terrifying power. But White Blossom was already out of breath after running for a while, and No Spiritual Root saw this and quickly reminded her, "Why don't you go back to the carriage?" At this moment, Spirit Jade teased, "I have no objection to you running with him, but at this speed, it may take a month to reach the mine." White Blossom has already cracked at this point. I am clearly the first talent of the Sword Sovereign Peak in history. How come I can't cultivate like No Spiritual Root? No Spiritual Root suddenly spoke up. If you really want to follow me, I have a way. If I lift the entire carriage like this, the speed will slow down a bit. It won't be so strenuous for you to run alongside. White Blossom was instantly moved upon seeing this scene. He considered my feelings and could actually come up with such a method. But No Spiritual Root inappropriately interrupted, saying, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow along." White Blossom immediately quickened her pace upon hearing this. This little difficulty cannot stop her from becoming stronger. And No Spiritual Root also spoke out in praise, saying, "That's how you keep the rhythm. You have a natural talent for fitness. That's how people keep running non-stop." But what No Spiritual Root didn't notice is that he entered the intersection of Flowing Water Town. After running for a long time, No Spiritual Root suddenly heard a shout that made him stop. No Spiritual Root immediately looked towards White Blossom, who then indicated that she could continue running. But Spirit Jade couldn't stand it anymore. "Are you both okay? We have already vomited out the food we ate the day before yesterday." Seeing this scene, No Spiritual Root quickly released the carriage. Liang Maple quickly suggested finding an inn to rest. Spirit Jade took out the map and said as they walked, "At our speed, there should be a town nearby. If we are not mistaken, we should be in Floating Cloud City now." However, what appeared before their eyes was Flowing Water Town. Spirit Jade instantly cracked open. What happened? Did we take the wrong road? No Spiritual Root suddenly exclaimed, "Must have taken the wrong path before." Liang Maple no longer hesitated and decided to find an inn to rest first. After finding the inn, he decisively stated that he wanted to book 2 rooms. When the shop assistant led the way, No Spiritual Root bid farewell, saying, "We'll go rest first. See you tomorrow." Liang Maple suddenly stopped him and said, "Wait a minute. Shouldn't the 2 rooms be separated for men and women? Why are you going upstairs with him?" No Spiritual Root was speechless. "Because the 3 of us originally lived together." Liang Maple and Spirit Jade were both stunned by this. They couldn't figure out what the relationship was between the 3 of them at all. And as soon as No Spiritual Root entered the room, he took out a big chicken leg. "These are the food Senior Sister Morone gave. Do you want to eat some?" White Blossom is not hungry. He continued exercising while eating the chicken leg. But just at that moment, White Blossom suddenly spoke up, interrupting, "Is the way you get stronger really just this so-called exercise of lifting iron when you have no spiritual root?" The girl diligently practices the fitness techniques taught by the boy. But she didn't expect that she actually triggered the heart demon in her body. Just now, White Blossom attempted to use the method of immortal cultivation from no spiritual root. However, it had no effect at all. No spiritual root can only be reluctantly interpreted as possibly due to one's unique constitution. White Blossom bowed solemnly and said, "No matter what, I will not give up the opportunity to become stronger. Please make sure to teach me how to become stronger." No spiritual root felt helpless upon seeing this. "Don't be like this. It's actually just simple physical exercises. Learning is not difficult, but maintaining consistency is the challenging part." He then threw the dumbbell in his hand for White Blossom to catch. But the dumbbell only just landed in her hand. White Blossom found that she couldn't lift it at all. Suddenly, her face darkened as she exclaimed, "How can it be so heavy? Do you always use these heavy tools in your cultivation?" But no spiritual root proudly retorted, "How is it possible? The tools I use are slightly heavier. If you find them too heavy, then forget it. After all, my training method is not something you can learn." But White Blossom struggled to lift the dumbbells and firmly declared, "I will never let the gap widen again in any aspect. See, for someone like me, a genius, there's nothing I can't learn." No spiritual root immediately praised, "Well done! 20 movements in a set. You still have 19 left to go." White Blossom instantly felt despair. Could it be true that I really can't get stronger faster? No spiritual root, curiously asked. You are already strong enough. Why are you so determined to become even stronger? White Blossom gritted her teeth and said, In fact, my mother was killed by a demon cultivator, the same one who appeared on the dueling platform that day. Upon hearing this, No Spiritual Root quickly whispered to Little Jade to inquire further. I remember that day on the broadcasting platform. It should not have been a demon cultivator, but White Blossom's own heart demon, right? This has thoroughly shocked No Spiritual Root. Does that mean that the one who killed White Blossom's mother was? He quickly apologized, saying sorry for bringing up your sadness. But White Blossom firmly replied, It has been a long time. But from that day on, I vowed. I must use this sword in my hand to slay all demon cultivators in the world. Originally, I thought that with my own talent, I could definitely achieve this goal. Until you appeared, I realized that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heaven. If I can't even defeat someone of the same age as you, how can I defeat the demon cultivator in this world? And I always have a feeling that the demon cultivator will continue to appear. And No Spiritual Root quickly turned around and said, Then you continue to exercise and get stronger. Let's take a break first. When White Blossom started lifting dumbbells desperately, Little Jade quickly whispered, Brother Spiritual Root, that woman seems to have picked the wrong target for revenge. And No Spiritual Root quickly gestured for her to keep quiet, not to let White Blossom hear. If she knew that her actions caused her mother's death, she would definitely be devastated. The two then went to bed to rest, while White Blossom continued to endure, having already raised to 19. She became excited as she watched the goal about to be achieved. But at this moment, the strong obsession caused her heart demon to appear again, but she did not notice it. She continued to train hard, while Little Jade immediately sensed the presence of demonic chi in the room. After waking up, she immediately reminded Brother Spiritual Root not to sleep anymore. It's the heart demon. No Spiritual Root immediately panicked upon hearing about the heart demon. Could it be that Sima Moon has arrived? Little Jade quickly pointed out that it was probably because White Blossom's obsession with becoming stronger is too intense. Now it is necessary to tell her the truth so she won't be blinded by her obsession. However, No Spiritual Root objected, saying that it would be too cruel for her to hear the truth right now. Let me handle the resolution of her heart demon. Upon hearing this, Little Jade could only secretly sigh and say, Brother Spiritual Root still enjoys playing the role of a bad person. Upon discovering the two, Heart Demon immediately raised his hand to attack. But No Spiritual Root easily dodged it. Then he raised his leg and delivered a full-force kick to its face. The immense power instantly blasted through the entire inn. Seeing the house being smashed to pieces, he immediately regretted it. He exerted too much force. This time he should have to pay a lot of money, right? And Liang Maple, who happens to live downstairs from him, is now completely furious. Can someone tell me what's going on here? The boy's goddess has been invaded by the heart demon. But he cannot go too hard on the heart demon. Thus, he found himself in a helpless situation just now, because White Blossom's desire to become stronger was too strong. Her heart demon appeared again. Although No Spiritual Root suppressed it immediately, it unexpectedly caused the entire inn to be shattered due to exerting too much force. But the heart demon is not so easily exterminated. No Spiritual Root quickly signaled the shopkeeper to run away. But just at that moment, Heart Demon once again attacked him. But unexpectedly, a soil wall suddenly rose from the ground and blocked this attack. It turned out to be Liang Maple who acted in time. However, he was very shocked by the appearance of the Heart Demon. Can you tell me what's going on? But the Heart Demon used the Mystic Sword Sovereign Art to condense numerous demon swords and attacked everyone again. No Spiritual Root quickly gestured and said, I can't explain it clearly for now. Hurry, and use the Grand Earth with divine arts to protect everyone. Liang Maple also knows how powerful the demon cultivator is. He quickly used the giant pyramid seal to control the heart demon. This is the most powerful sealing technique he can currently use. Even cultivators at the golden core stage would find it difficult to break through. But the no spiritual root has cracked. You did a good job of protecting it. But what's the matter with you sealing me and it together inside? Little Jade quickly stepped forward to persuade Brother Spiritual Root that you can definitely break the seal with your strength. Come out from inside quickly. But no Spiritual Root resolutely refused. No. If I break the seal, it will only cause the hard demon to hurt more people. So let me take care of everything. The raging hard demon immediately went wild, unleashing demonic chi wildly. Countless demonic chi instantly enveloped No Spiritual Root. But No Spiritual Root remained calm and composed. He used both hands to grab all the demonic chi. Then he performed the Celestial Arts ultra-high-speed jump rope. Later, No Spiritual Root chuckled and said, "Didn't you want to exercise with me before?" Angry, hard demon immediately dashed towards No Spiritual Root as soon as those words were spoken. But the ultra-high-speed jump rope was crazily beating on the hard demon. In the blink of an eye, those ropes of demonic chi wrapped around it, but the hard demon suddenly raised a huge hand and then abruptly slashed out a blade of demonic chi towards No Spiritual Root. However, No Spiritual Root's Celestial Arts body rotation skill completely dodged the demonic chi. Fortunately, he dodged quickly enough, otherwise he would have definitely been hurt badly. But unexpectedly, these demonic chi actually broke the seal tower, and the No Spiritual Root cracked instantly. Didn't you say that this seal was very difficult to break? Liang Maple felt somewhat helpless. The strength of this demon cultivator is definitely more than just at the golden core stage. Rest assured, as the disciple of the master, I can quickly mend this gap. Grand Earth with divine arts art of spackling. In the next second, that huge gap was filled back by divine arts. But the excess putty was directly slapped onto No Spiritual Root's body. But before he could speak up to complain, the hard demon had once again rushed to his front, swiftly waving its hand, releasing another surge of demonic chi. He was now unable to dodge in time, and quickly used the barehanded blade catch technique to catch it. Then, he suddenly exerted force with both hands, and flung the magic sword to the side. Although he successfully smashed the hard demon onto the ceiling tower, this blow also created a big crater in the ceiling tower. Liang Maple is helpless, and can only frantically activate spiritual chi to fill the gap. But in just a moment, he couldn't stand firm. He didn't expect that only using Grand Earth with divine arts a few times would deplete his spiritual chi. Spirit Jade is feeling heartbroken now. Could you please stop the monster from causing any more destruction? Senior brother's spiritual chi consumption is too high. Now that No Spiritual Root is in a difficult situation, we cannot break the seal and allow the hard demon to harm more innocent people. We also cannot go too heavy-handed against the hard demon, as that may harm White Blossom. What should I do in the end? He, helpless, could only use his body to confront the attack of the hard demon. At this time, little Jade was already very anxious. Since the Brother Spiritual Root is the hard demon, Brother Spiritual Root, you have a way to deal with it. Don't forget your own identity. In an instant, No Spiritual Root fell into a stupor. My identity, I am a member of the demon clan. The boy was trying to seal the hard demon. He actually swallowed it alive. But he didn't expect White Blossom to take action and try to kill him. Just now, No Spiritual Root fought against hard demon, but ended up in a passive situation. But at a critical moment, little Jade suddenly reminded him not to forget his own identity. But No Spiritual Root was speechless. It's not like I'm a student of Mystic Heaven Academy. Even if such information is revealed, it wouldn't scare anyone. Little Jade had to reluctantly remind Brother Spiritual Root. Don't forget, as the young master of the demon cult, as long as you seal the hard demon into your own body, you can solve this problem. But you have no spiritual root and are facing some difficulties. However, I have never cultivated evil arts before. Can it really suppress the hard demon? I didn't expect little Jade to make him believe in his own bloodline. Watching this go on is not a solution. With no spiritual root, he could only give it a try. After dodging the heart demon sword he hurriedly used launch start to rush towards the heart demon without spiritual root. But with this kick, he accidentally opened a gap in the ceiling tower, and little Jade quickly transformed into a three-tailed Yogwai fox and slipped into the ceiling tower through the gap. She wants to help no spiritual root seal this heart demon. But little Jade found that no spiritual root was actually being oppressed and beaten by the heart demon. She quickly stepped forward to embrace brother spiritual root, asking, "How could you be hurt by such a thing?" No spiritual root helplessly replied, "No way. If I use all my strength, I will definitely hurt White Blossom." Little Jade was very displeased and charged straight at Heart Demon, wanting to separate them for handling. At the moment she charged out, she suddenly used the enchanted Fox Phantom. But she didn't expect the Heart Demon to raise a shield of demonic chi to block this attack. Little Jade had no choice but to signal no spiritual root to deal with the troublesome shield. No spiritual root rushed to the front of the shield in one go. He suddenly grabbed the shield with both hands and used the flat base power snatch to lift it directly. Little Jade took advantage of this opportunity and quickly controlled the enchanted Fox Phantom to rush towards White Blossom. She quickly wrapped her body around it. Then she loudly shouted towards no spiritual root, "Brother spiritual root, let's exert our force together." No spiritual root immediately understood upon hearing this, and raised the shield high. At that moment, when he took advantage of the Heart Demon being thrown away by the immense force, Little Jade quickly increased her strength to pull White Blossom out. Seeing the situation, no spiritual root quickly turned his head to signal, "I will deal with the Heart Demon, you protect White Blossom without hesitation." No spiritual root then raised his hand and unleashed an ultra-high-speed spiral ascension. He directly flung the Heart Demon and slammed it onto the top of the ceiling tower. Without the bond of the White Blossom, no spiritual root intends to have a good showdown with the Heart Demon. He stepped directly on the ground and instantly leaped high on the spot, rushing towards the Heart Demon to kill. But unexpectedly, the Heart Demon unleashed the heaven-splitting sword strike at this moment. Little Jade quickly reminded brother spiritual root to be safe and to stay close to him so that they could seal him using the body of the demon cultivator. But what the two did not notice was that White Blossom suddenly woke up at this moment. And no spiritual root had already gathered all his strength, using the one force to break all arts. He simply punched through the body of the Heart Demon. The originally indestructible sealed tower was shattered by the force of the punch. Little Jade quickly spoke up when she saw this, reminding brother spiritual root to seal it now. Upon hearing this, no spiritual root quickly grabbed all the surrounding demonic chi. Then he used the celestial arts art of dough kneading to knead it into a ball. After kneading the Heart Demon into a bread-sized, he directly stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach like that. The department of finishing off was immediately a bit confused. It should be sealed like this, but it tastes weird when eaten. However, just at this moment, a sharp sword suddenly held against his neck. It turned out that the one drawing the sword was White Blossom, who had just regained consciousness. She suddenly asked with a serious expression, "No spiritual root, you are a demon cultivator, right?" Here it comes, the continuation of the story of physical immortal cultivation, no spiritual root. Recently many viewers have been asking me where to watch the continuation of No Spiritual Root, so I'll take this opportunity to address it here for everyone. First, click on the subscribe button below the video, and then turn on the little bell. You will then be able to receive my updates in a timely manner. Then, classify and click on Comics, type in Physics Immortal Cultivation 20,000 Years in the search bar, and you will be able to view the subsequent content. The comics are updated weekly. If you enjoy reading my explanations, please be patient as I will continue to keep them updated. The boy could never have imagined that he would be pinned to the ground and rubbed by the goddess. Just now, White Blossom discovered the issue of no spiritual root being a demon cultivator. Faced with her questioning, no spiritual root immediately panicked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am just a junior disciple without even a spiritual root. How could I have anything to do with being a demon cultivator?" But White Blossom angrily retorted, "Stop lying to me. Although I was controlled by the demon cultivator just now, my consciousness was still relatively clear. I heard the conversation between you and the fox demon just now. You are clearly the young master of the demon cult. I finally understand the reason I couldn't train like you before. The reason is that these are all moves of the demon cultivator. You clearly know that I hate demon cultivators the most, yet you kept hiding and playing tricks on me. Is this really fun for you? Of course, demon cultivators are all like this. A group of monsters that only bring pain to others. Let me end your life." Although no spiritual root avoided this sword. But White Blossom completely ignored his explanation and wielded the sword at him frantically. She saw that she couldn't even touch no spiritual root. White Blossom decisively used the deliberate heartless sword technique from the sword manual. The space here is too narrow, hindering no spiritual root's evasive maneuvers. He had no choice but to first escape before making a plan. Then, he decisively used the flower hand helicopter technique to quickly soar into the air. He was just about to make it out. But he did not expect that the gap would suddenly be blocked. The exit was blocked. With no spiritual root, he could only helplessly fall down. But White Blossom struck at him once again with a heartless sword at this moment. With no spiritual root, there is no way out at the moment. He could only resort to using the barehanded blade catch to tough it out. But he found that his arm was actually starting to turn pitch black. White Blossom immediately smiled when she saw the situation. Heartless sword is the essence of my inner resolve. The despair in my heart will also be transmitted to everything around through this sword. No spiritual root feels like he can't exert any strength in his hands. Seeing that they couldn't continue to stalemate, he decisively threw White Blossom up. The throw immediately smashed White Blossom onto the top of the tower. The just repaired top of the tower was instantly blown open. But before no spiritual root could catch his breath, White Blossom attacked again. As she brought down the long sword in her hand, no spiritual root was instantly stabbed to the ground by her. With a determined gaze, White Blossom pulled out the sword, tears in her eyes, and said, "Although you have been very kind to me before, I'm sorry. Demon Cultivator deserves to die." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in White Blossom's hand immediately stabbed towards no spiritual root's neck. Just then, a fox tail suddenly appeared out of thin air. Little Jade blocked the fatal blow for no spiritual root. White Blossom immediately snorted when she saw this, saying, "You, a fox spirit, who is in cahoots with a demon cultivator, are really not a good person." But before she could finish speaking, Little Jade flew to her side. She viciously raised her hand and gave her a slap across the face, then quickly used her fox tail to tightly strangle her neck. She angrily shouted, "Brother Spiritual Root, although he is a demon cultivator, he is kind-hearted and has always been helping you. Who do you think you are to dare to harm him?" But White Blossom let out a mocking cold laugh, saying, "Demon cultivator, kind-hearted? If demon cultivators are truly kind, how could my mother have died? I should have realized it long ago. Ever since you appeared, the demon cultivator who killed my mother also appeared. You are indeed related to the demon cultivator who killed my mother, right?" But just then, Little Jade suddenly shouted, "Stop! Your mother was actually killed by yourself." Upon hearing this, White Blossom instantly stood rooted to the spot. Then she shouted, "Impossible! I saw my mother being killed by the demon cultivator. You must be trying to deceive me with words, but Little Jade has spoken the truth. I am not lying." More accurately, it was the heart demon that emerged when you broke through the stage that killed your mother. Seeing White Blossom not believing Little Jade, he angrily shouted, "I didn't lie to you. Cultivators have a chance to generate heart demons when breaking through. Moreover, the stronger the talent, the higher the likelihood of generating heart demons. When you were young, You must have been too fixated on breakthroughs. This led to the appearance of the heart demon, and it killed your mother. The so-called confrontation between good and evil is the attitude of controlling the demon chosen by the demon cultivator towards the heart demon, while the righteous path is to slay the heart demon. What is wrong is never the cultivation method, but the person themselves. When White Blossom saw the whole person stunned, she hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No, spiritual root." White Blossom clenched her teeth and said, "I can't defeat you, and I don't even know if what you're saying is true. At the very least, I don't want to die at the hands of a demon cultivator. I'm sorry, I don't know if this counts as avenging you." With that, White Blossom suddenly exerted force with her hand. Suddenly, a splash of ketchup flew into the air. The boy tried to persuade the girl to calm down. He actually broke her beloved spiritual sword in front of her. Just now, after learning that he might be the culprit behind his mother's death, White Blossom resolutely chose to end her life. But she found herself unharmed, and immediately shouted, "No, spiritual root, let go quickly. Do you even want to toy with me even if I want to die?" However, No Spiritual Root firmly stated, "I have no intention of toying with you. I just want to tell you, whether it is good or evil, no matter what your identity is. But there is only one life, even if it is not satisfying. But striving to make it better is the meaning of our existence." And little Jade suddenly spoke up at this moment. "And you must have noticed it too, right? It's right after Sima Moon appeared. Your heart demon will only be out of control. Rather than blame yourself and give up, you want to end it. You might as well find the culprit behind all this. Make him pay the price he deserves." White Blossom immediately gritted her teeth when she heard this. "Sweet words and clever talk. You are demon cultivators. Can I really trust you?" But little Jade was not happy to say. The boy could never have imagined that he would be pinned to the ground and rubbed by the goddess. Just now, White Blossom discovered the issue of No Spiritual Root being a demon cultivator. Faced with her questioning, No Spiritual Root immediately panicked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am just a junior disciple without even a spiritual root. How could I have anything to do with being a demon cultivator?" But White Blossom angrily retorted, "Stop lying to me. Although I was controlled by the demon cultivator just now, my consciousness was still relatively clear. I heard the conversation between you and the fox demon just now. You are clearly the young master of the demon cult. I finally understand the reason I couldn't train like you before. The reason is that these are all moves of the demon cultivator. You clearly know that I hate demon cultivators the most, yet you kept hiding and playing tricks on me. Is this really fun for you? Of course, demon cultivators are all like this. A group of monsters that only bring pain to others. Let me end your life." Although No Spiritual Root avoided this sword, but White Blossom completely ignored his explanation and wielded the sword at him frantically. She saw that she couldn't even touch No Spiritual Root. White Blossom decisively used the deliberate heartless sword technique from the sword manual. The space here is too narrow, hindering No Spiritual Root's evasive maneuvers. He had no choice but to first escape before making a plan. Then, he decisively used the flower hand helicopter technique to quickly soar into the air. He was just about to make it out. But he did not expect that the gap would suddenly be blocked. The exit was blocked. With No Spiritual Root, he could only helplessly fall down, but White Blossom struck at him once again with the heartless sword at this moment. With No Spiritual Root, there is no way out at the moment. He could only resort to using the barehanded blade catch to tough it out. But he found that his arm was actually starting to turn pitch black. White Blossom immediately smiled when she saw the situation. Heartless sword is the essence of my inner resolve. The despair in my heart will also be transmitted to everything around through this sword. No Spiritual Root feels like he can't exert any strength in his hands. Seeing that they couldn't continue to stalemate, he decisively threw White Blossom up. The throw immediately smashed White Blossom onto the top of the tower. The just repaired top of the tower was instantly blown open. But before no spiritual root could catch his breath, White Blossom attacked again. As she brought down the long sword in her hand, no spiritual root was instantly stabbed to the ground by her. With a determined gaze, White Blossom pulled out the sword, tears in her eyes, and said, "Although you have been very kind to me before, I'm sorry. Demon Cultivator deserves to die." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in White Blossom's hand immediately stabbed towards no spiritual root's neck. Just then, a fox tail suddenly appeared out of thin air. Little Jade blocked the fatal blow for no spiritual root. White Blossom immediately snorted when she saw this, saying, "You, a fox spirit, who is in cahoots with a demon cultivator, are really not a good person." But before she could finish speaking, Little Jade flew to her side. She viciously raised her hand and gave her a slap across the face, then quickly used her fox tail to tightly strangle her neck. She angrily shouted, "Brother Spiritual Root, although he is a demon cultivator, he is kind-hearted and has always been helping you. Who do you think you are to dare to harm him?" But White Blossom let out a mocking cold laugh, saying, "Demon cultivator, kind-hearted? If demon cultivators are truly kind, how could my mother have died? I should have realized it long ago. Ever since you appeared, the demon cultivator who killed my mother also appeared. You are indeed related to the demon cultivator who killed my mother, right?" But just then, Little Jade suddenly shouted, "Stop! Your mother was actually killed by yourself." Upon hearing this, White Blossom instantly stood rooted to the spot. Then she shouted, "Impossible! I saw my mother being killed by the demon cultivator. You must be trying to deceive me with words, but Little Jade has spoken the truth. I am not lying." More accurately, it was the heart demon that emerged when you broke through the stage that killed your mother. Seeing White Blossom not believing Little Jade, he angrily shouted, "I didn't lie to you. Cultivators have a chance to generate heart demons when breaking through. Moreover, the stronger the talent, the higher the likelihood of generating heart demons. When you were young, you must have been too fixated on breakthroughs. This led to the appearance of the heart demon, and it killed your mother. The so-called confrontation between good and evil is the attitude of controlling the demon chosen by the demon cultivator towards the heart demon, while the righteous path is to slay the heart demon. What is wrong is never the cultivation method, but the person themselves." When White Blossom saw the whole person stunned, she hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No spiritual root." White Blossom clenched her teeth and said, "I can't defeat you, and I don't even know if what you're saying is true. At the very least, I don't want to die at the hands of a demon cultivator. I'm sorry, I don't know if this counts as avenging you." With that, White Blossom suddenly exerted force with her hand. Suddenly, a splash of ketchup flew into the air. The boy tried to persuade the girl to calm down. He actually broke her beloved spiritual sword in front of her. Just now, after learning that he might be the culprit behind his mother's death, White Blossom resolutely chose to end her life. But she found herself unharmed, and immediately shouted, "No spiritual root, let go quickly. Do you even want to toy with me even if I want to die?" However, no spiritual root firmly stated, "I have no intention of toying with you. I just want to tell you, whether it is good or evil, no matter what your identity is. But there is only one life, even if it is not satisfying. But striving to make it better is the meaning of our existence." And Little Jade suddenly spoke up at this moment. "And you must have noticed it too, right? It's right after Sima Moon appeared. Your heart demon will only be out of control. Rather than blame yourself and give up, you want to end it. You might as well find the culprit behind all this. Make him pay the price he deserves." White Blossom immediately gritted her teeth when she heard this. "Sweet words and clever talk. You are demon cultivators. Can I really trust you?" But Little Jade was not happy to say, "Sweet talk. Can we trust you just because you are demon cultivators?" But Little Jade said coldly, "Look at his spiritual root. Does he look like the type of person who schemes and plots?" As soon as they heard this, White Blossom immediately nodded. Indeed, he is very stupid. His behavior and actions are also very abnormal. He always manages to do the opposite of what he wants to do. Maybe it's because you look so dumb that I can't bring myself to blame you for everything. But you're still not a good person in my eyes. My father's sword that he gave me was bent by you. Do you know how expensive this spiritual sword is? No spiritual root immediately used both hands to try to restore the spiritual sword. White Blossom was dumbfounded in an instant. Can this sword be fixed by just using hands? But White Blossom found that the sword couldn't be retracted at all, because no spiritual root exerted too much force just now, causing the spiritual sword to become longer. White Blossom sighed and spoke again. You, as a demon cultivator, have the courage to enter Mystic Heaven Academy. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and eliminated? But no spiritual root replied seriously. How could I not be afraid? But my father and all uncles have all been sealed. I must have the cultivation level of the tribulation stage in order to save them. However, I don't have spiritual root. That's why I wanted to complete the dean's task to gain more cultivate resources. But White Blossom directly pointed out the key point. Even if you have more cultivate resources, without spiritual root, you won't be able to reach the tribulation stage. Spiritual root is innate. Even with my exceptional sword spiritual root, I dare not say when I can step into the tribulation stage. Without spiritual root, it is even more out of reach. I despair instantly without spiritual root. Could it be that I really have no way to save my father and the others? But Little Jade suddenly suggested, since everyone knows each other's details, I do have a way to please both sides. Do you want to break the seal by relying on the power of the tribulation stage? Do you want to increase your strength and then avenge your mother, right? In that case, as long as Brother Spiritual Root continuously provides White Blossom with the resources needed for cultivation to help her break through quickly until White Blossom reaches the tribulation stage, then Brother Spiritual Root can assist in breaking the barrier, right? No Spiritual Root immediately perked up. Are you a genius? What do you think of this idea? White Blossom immediately cleared her throat and nodded. I will reluctantly believe you this once. At the top of the sealed tower, there suddenly came a loud rumbling sound. It turned out that Liang Maple had run out of spiritual chi. Instructor Unspoken Courtesy suddenly rushed into Celestial Pathfinder's office in a panicked expression. The demon cultivator has already taken over the mining area. The leader is still Sima Moon. They took advantage of the gap in our manpower to launch the attack. The disciples guarding the mining area have been completely wiped out. Celestial Pathfinder suddenly panicked. Why did Spiritual Sword Peak's girl have to encounter trouble at this moment? I will definitely be targeted by that mad sword for trouble. This is no longer an ordinary demon cultivator causing trouble. Then he activated the long-distance communication formation and said solemnly, I'm going to use the teleportation formation. Sima Moon has already begun to swallow the assets of the Order of the True Way. If we don't act together now, the situation will only escalate like it did tens of thousands of years ago. So I have a plan ready here. The setup of the complete formation will take a long time. So, let's use fewer resources and less time to transport some outstanding disciples below the nascent soul stage to that place first. Everyone immediately became confused. It shouldn't be necessary for us to work so hard, right? Celestial Pathfinder had to sigh helplessly. Mad Sword's daughter is also among the spiritual or. I can't guarantee what Mad Sword might do. Everyone has expressed that their most outstanding disciple should be sent to the battlefield. Celestial Pathfinder nodded and spoke again. I know you all still have doubts. But in order to prove the determination of my Mystic Heaven Academy to eradicate the demon cultivators, I will send my grandson, Wintry Mix, over to support. The boy wants to win over the goddess to be in his harem. He actually chose to confront the army of demon cultivators. Just now, Celestial Pathfinder said he would send his own grandson to launch a rescue mission at the spiritual mine. Wintry Mix, however, knows nothing about this. He sat down directly as soon as he arrived at the office. He is very dissatisfied with Wintry Mix. But Celestial Pathfinder started to cry. The future of the entire immortal cultivation world rests on your shoulders. But Wintry Mix refused directly. Do you really think I'm still a child? Since I can remember, I have been spending every day in your stories filled with lies. Back then, the thing I wanted to do most every day was to cultivate diligently. I hope that I can help you maintain the peace of the immortal cultivation world together. However, my constant efforts have only resulted in news of my father's death. I do not need the authority of the Order of the True Way. I only want my father. I am not as great as you and father. I don't want to sacrifice my life for the immortal cultivation world. Seeing that being gentle doesn't work, Celestial Pathfinder directly turns to tough methods. No matter what you think, with the bloodline of the Celestial family in you, you must shoulder this responsibility. He absolutely cannot let his fiancée live with a stranger. But when he arrived at the principal's office, he found that Instructor Unspoken Courtesy is actually standing outside the office. Then, he heard Celestial Pathfinder shouting, "We, Celestial family, must become role models of the right way. You must complete the mission to eradicate the demon cultivator and protect White Blossom well. Grandfather hopes more than anyone that you can come back safely." A teleportation portal suddenly appeared above the spiritual stone mine area occupied by the demon cultivator. Xianxia, who fell up from it, was instantly dumbfounded. Why is the landing point of this teleportation formation in the sky? Wintry Mix calmly used Drive Earth to create a cart. He successfully created the landing spot, but failed to catch Xianxia. Then he found out that there were densely packed demon cultivators in front of him. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away. But Wintry Mix directly said, "Don't you like White Blossom? She is now among this spiritual or, and may be killed by the demon cultivator." Xianxia immediately changed his mind. He felt like he just needed to play the hero and save the beauty here. White Blossom will definitely choose to abandon the darkness and join his harem. White Blossom, who was being talked about, suddenly sneezed. No spiritual root immediately asked her if she was okay. Suddenly, White Blossom began to mutter to himself. "He has always helped me selflessly. Could it be that he has feelings for me?" But no spiritual root urged, "If there's nothing wrong, please leave quickly." After White Blossom left, he threw away all the stones from his head. The two of them finally managed to escape. And little Jade, seeing that it was already light outside after a night of tossing and turning, "We have to hit the road again." Liang Maple couldn't understand why the demon cultivator would infiltrate. White Blossom was about to explain, but was silenced by no spiritual root, who then said, "It's all the work of that masked demon cultivator." After speaking, he quickly whispered, "Your heart demon will not appear again in the future. Don't mention it again in relation to you." White Blossom immediately smiled. "You seem to be even better than I imagined." No spiritual root quickly changed the subject. "It's already dawn. If you want to rest, just do it in the carriage." He is now full of confidence. As long as he can obtain more cultivate resources to rescue White Blossom's father and the others, they can escape faster. But just as they were about to leave, the innkeeper suddenly stopped them. "If you want to leave, you have to compensate my inn first before you go," he said. The proud disciple of Mystic Heaven Academy was tragically besieged by demon cultivators. But unexpectedly, two powerful reinforcements airdropped just in time. No spiritual root finally resolved White Blossom's heart demon after much difficulty. He intended to leave, but the innkeeper made him compensate for the inn. Having no other choice, no spiritual root had to restore it by hand. But he did not expect to be caught off guard by the innkeeper's flying kick. Just when no spiritual root was at a loss, Liang Maple suddenly stood up. He performed the grand earth with divine arts and turned the ruins into a house. A brand new grand and instantly rose from the ground. The shopkeeper finally let them go in satisfaction, and suddenly it started raining when they looked up at the sky. Liang Maple hurriedly urged everyone to start their journey, but the group's carriage had not gone far when they found the shopkeeper angrily catching up with a group of people, and even crazily threw weapons at them. It turns out that the ink created by the divine arts Master Dashimu was actually completely melted by the rainwater. But no spiritual root wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. He directly chose to carry the carriage and started running wildly. We will pay you back in the future. Outer layer of the spiritual stone mine, Xianxia and another person have been surrounded by demon cultivators. Although they have killed countless demon cultivators, but they are still at a disadvantage, so Xianxia had to continue to activate mystic chi and fight hard. He is no longer calm at this moment. After killing so many demon cultivators as nourishment, Old Dam should be able to wake up, right? I didn't expect Old Dam to ask him not to disturb himself. And those demon cultivators obviously have no intention of giving them a chance to catch their breath. Xianxia is already very annoyed just dealing with it. He immediately became furious and said, "Aren't you the dean's grandson? Hurry up and ask your grandpa to send reinforcements over." But Wintry Mix responded indifferently. "He won't listen to me, just like my father back then." Xianxia completely broke down this time. "How could a destined child like me die in a place like this?" "The destined child cannot die here. I'll leave the small fry here to you. I will definitely come to sacrifice your Wintry Mix." I was shocked as soon as I saw it. You ran in the wrong direction. That's the deep level of the mine shaft. Do I really have to save myself in the most detestable way at this time? A thunderbolt suddenly falls from the sky. Wintry Mix immediately looked up and saw two figures emerging from the teleportation portal in the sky. The two figures were Celestial Decree's Sect's direct disciple Xianming Essence and Machinery Pavilion's proud Lady Huang Orange Blue. Xianming Essence arrogantly introduced himself, but Wintry Mix said that he had never heard of this person at all. Xianming Essence immediately descended from the sky arrogantly saying, "It seems necessary for you to remember me well." He quickly took out a talisman from his body. Then he casually threw it into the air. Then the talisman suddenly exploded, and as the arrow rain fiercely bombarded the demon cultivator Xianming Essence, he immediately proudly said, "Remember this well. This is my powerful strength." Xianxia once again relied on the power of Old Dam, and he shocked a group of proud talents on the spot. The reinforcements sent by the Order of the True Way have finally arrived at the occupied spiritual mine. Xianming Essence easily annihilated a large group of demon cultivators with just a slight effort. Even Wintry Mix was shocked by his formidable strength. When Xianming Essence thought of the mission of this trip, he immediately spoke up and inquired, "We received instructions from the Order of the True Way that there are demon cultivators causing trouble here, and even kidnapped the daughter of Mad Sword, Wintry Mix." Upon hearing this, he immediately pointed to the cave nearby. "My companion has already gone in ahead. If you want to help, you can catch up with him. I was just forced to come here by the old man. There's no need to complete the task." Xianming Essence immediately patted his shoulder. "I've heard long ago that the grandson of the headmaster of the Mystic Heaven Academy is cowardly and unable to bear the burden of the family. It seems the rumors are true, but Wintry Mix ignored it directly. It's up to you how you want to handle it. I just want to live well. You should be fine with you all here. Goodbye, Wintry Mix." Before his front foot left, the portal reappeared in midair. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who wanted to escape for his life, was running frantically inside the cave. But unexpectedly, the soul body of Old Dam suddenly emerged. But before Xianxia could be happy, suddenly, a large group of demon cultivators, all of them robust in stature, appeared all around. Just as he had barely escaped the previous siege, he was immediately plunged into another predicament. Old Dam immediately looked puzzled upon seeing the situation. Can you really handle this? Xiao Firefire is very stubborn. Do not underestimate the Son of Destiny. But who would have thought that he is simply no match for these demon cultivators? Old Dam secretly muttered to himself when he saw the situation. If this kid dies, it'll be hard for me to find such a foolish vessel again. At this rate, Xiao Firefire is definitely going to die here. Old Dam had no choice but to say helplessly, You little brat, I'll help you one last time. At the moment when Old Dam injected energy into the body, Xiao Firefire immediately erupted with terrifying flames. This kind of power, comparable to the nascent soul stage, made him feel extremely refreshed. But Old Dam urged, Hurry up and deal with these demon cultivators. I can't hold on much longer. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Firefire immediately launched a full-on counterattack. The commotion they caused immediately caught Wintry Mix's attention. However, he does not intend to go back and help. A carriage suddenly rushed over and quickly knocked him over with great speed. It turns out it was no spiritual root who was in a hurry to complete the task. At Little Jade's reminder, he finally remembered that this person is actually Wintry Mix. But no spiritual root didn't know why he appeared here. No spiritual root quickly helped him up, planning to take him into the mining area first before making a plan. But unexpectedly, the mining area suddenly erupted with a deafening roar once again. No spiritual root immediately became anxious when they saw the situation. It seems like an explosion occurred in the mining area. Could something bad have happened? It should be the blasting spell used during mining. My father would also do the same when mining spiritual ore. Xianming Essence looked quite surprised at the newly arrived reinforcements. It turns out that the ones who came to rescue are Pan Rainbow from Beast Taming Villa and who was slain from Dominion Dynasty. They immediately recognized Huang Orange Blue from Machinery Pavilion at a glance. But he has no idea who this character Xianming Essence is. Just when Xianming Essence was feeling very angry and wanted to show his strength again, suddenly, a surging wave of scorching flames erupted from the underground, sweeping up a large number of demon cultivators. Old Dam urged anxiously, Hurry up! My spiritual power is about to give out, and I can't hold on to my physical body much longer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Firefire immediately began to activate the strange fire within his body. Then he unleashed his strongest move, the fivefold unity. Its power was terrifyingly unmatched. He directly killed countless demon cultivator Huang Orange Blue, leaving them dumbfounded and unable to help but let out a cry of amazement. The boy was surprised to discover that apart from the spiritual stone in the ore vein, there were no demon cultivators at all. He was unaware that there were already people who were carrying the burden for him in the depths. Xiao Firefire unleashed his most powerful move, the fivefold unity. He incinerated all the demon cultivators in front of him. He thought that all those demon cultivators had been completely wiped out. It turned out that when the Old Dam saved him, his spiritual chi had already been depleted. He couldn't completely wipe out the demon cultivators in front of him. He watched as those demon cultivators attacked again. But Xiao Firefire now has no spiritual chi left to resist. But unexpectedly, the Flying Sword Spiritual Talisman formation descended from the sky and saved him. It turns out that Xianming Essence timely took action to save him. Although Xiao Firefire doesn't know who these four people are, it seems they are also here to deal with the demon cultivator. At the moment, he no longer has the ability to take action. He might as well mix in with them and play it by ear. Wait until later, and then take advantage of the chaos to rescue White Blossom by yourself. In this way, she will definitely offer herself in return. After making up his mind, he jumped directly into the mine pit. There are still many demon cultivators hidden in the depths of this vein. I will lead the way for you. At this moment, the group led by No Spiritual Root also walked in. White Blossom immediately noticed signs of a battle nearby. the group that arrived near the fissure of the mine, and Wintry Mix finally woke up. He was shocked at once. How did I come back here again? Don't you all know that this place has been taken over by the demon cultivator? Has White Blossom been taken hostage too? White Blossom is completely confused now. When was I taken hostage? No spiritual root also pointed around and said, "And there are no demon cultivators here either," Little Jade urged. "Brother Spiritual Root, don't chat anymore," Gao Jingjing said. "There are still many spiritual stones here. Let's quickly collect them." Even Wintry Mix is baffled by why there are so many spiritual stones here. Something is not right. This place should have been taken over by the demon cultivators long ago. I hope I'm not having hallucinations. And no spiritual root suddenly spoke up. "The dean sent you here. It must be to collect spiritual ore, right?" The amount of spiritual ore here is beyond imagination. "If you want, we can just give it to you directly." Wintry Mix is full of doubt at this moment. Where have those demon cultivators gone? Could it be that the Order of the True Way has already dealt with them? At the same time, Xianming Essence and others are engaged in a fierce battle with demon cultivators deep in the mining area. He continuously uses his most powerful talismans. Pan Rainbow of Beast Taming Villa commands the giant wolf beneath him. The floating long spear of was slain from Dominion Dynasty is extremely fierce. Those demon cultivators can't resist it at all. Even the death mechanical chainsaw used by Huang Orange Blue from Machinery Pavilion is surprisingly powerful. Several people teamed up to kill a large group of demon cultivators. Xiao Firefire didn't expect these people to be so powerful. With their help, I can definitely rescue White Blossom. Just as everyone was preparing to delve deeper, a purple light suddenly appeared under Xiao Firefire's feet, and then a mysterious formation quickly emerged. Then, disdainful laughter was heard. "I thought the Order of the True Way would send some formidable people. In the end, it's just you small fry." Xianming Essence immediately became angry upon hearing this, raising his hand to unleash the myriad Sha Seal Evil Talisman. However, Sima Moon sneered and said, "Although you are all just small cultivators at the Golden Core stage, your skills are beyond my expectations. I'll use you as sacrifices." As soon as the words fell, the formation on the ground instantly burst out with a dazzling purple light. At the same time, several people without spiritual roots have already loaded up with plenty of spiritual stones. Just as they were about to leave, Wintry Mix was suddenly dumbfounded. Is this really how it ends? Have all the demon cultivators disappeared? Unexpectedly, loud rumbling noises suddenly came from the mining area. The people without spiritual roots have no idea what is going on. Wintry Mix instantly noticed that something was wrong. This mine is a trap that can render the chief female disciple of Beast Taming Villa powerless. No spiritual root and the others discovered that there was a strange change in the ground of the mine, but with just one strong kick, he sent everyone flying. Then he leaped back and forth in the mine pit a few times. He led the crowd out of the trap luckily for his timely reaction. White Blossom immediately spoke up. "Thank you for not letting us get hurt. But don't you think you should let go of your hand?" But Little Jade found that the ground was sticky. How could the mine cave become like this? It looks like an animal organ. Wintry Mix's expression turned serious and he said, "We have fallen into the trap of the demon cultivator." Liang Maple immediately clasped his hands together. "We must not sit idly by." He swiftly unleashed the Grand Earth with divine arts technique. "Open the sky and part the earth." He used the characteristics of the earth elemental to alter the terrain. Wintry Mix quickly ran to the front. The demon cultivators here are not opponents we can handle. But before he could run far, a tentacle grabbed him. Liang Maple encountered the same situation, and his spiritual chi was also drained. Fortunately, White Blossom timely drew her sword and cut off the tentacle. But she also noticed something off about the fleshy wall. It seems to be able to absorb the cultivator's spiritual chi, and the faster it absorbs, the faster it gets. Wintry Mix was completely enraged this time. I knew things wouldn't be so simple. This time, I might really be killed by that old man. But no spiritual root stood up at this moment and asked if we don't need spiritual chi. The reinforcements deep in the mine were all entangled by tentacles. Watching as spiritual chi was about to be drained, Xianming Essence quickly signaled Huang Orange Blue to use the mechanism to break through the flesh wall. Huang Orange Blue promptly activated the storage box behind him and released a peculiar mechanical puppet. Unexpectedly, as soon as the puppet landed, it softened. Huang Orange Blue was shocked, realizing that even the spiritual chi used to manipulate it would be absorbed. Xianming Essence is now completely torn apart, actually using such a despicable trap. If you have the ability, then come and fight me squarely. But Fire intervened, saying that the more force you use now, the more physical strength Xianming Essence will consume. Upon hearing this, Xianming Essence immediately sneered, asking if there was already a way to escape. However, unexpectedly, Fire just smiled calmly in response. There is absolutely no way. The so-called child of destiny is someone who will thrive even in desperate situations. In such dire straits, we will surely encounter some fortuitous opportunities. Xianming Essence was about to say something, but suddenly found that the cave began to rumble. Next to Fire, the fleshy wall suddenly started bulging rapidly. A fist the size of a sandbag suddenly burst through the fleshy wall and smashed into his face. Due to the enormous force of this punch, Fire was directly blasted into the air. No spiritual root suddenly looked bewildered as if he had hit something. He quickly discovered that he had actually knocked Fire away. And suddenly, several people appeared around him. Just as no spiritual root was about to help the crowd break free, unexpectedly, there was another loud rumble around them. Then came Sima Moon's sneer. The trap I set up so painstakingly cannot be solved easily by you, young master. Now no spiritual root was completely panicked. The minds of demon cultivators are not quite normal, just talking nonsense. But no spiritual root still muttered to himself secretly. He seemed to know my true identity. Could he really be related to my father? Sima Moon, on the other hand, stopped talking and directly raised his hand to unleash demonic chi. Then a huge humanoid spiritual Roshan formed by flesh walls suddenly appeared. White Blossom quickly took the opportunity to cut off the tentacles that bound everyone. The Xianming Essence, now free, immediately took out a talisman and coldly snorted. As long as it's a direct confrontation, we won't be afraid of you. As soon as the words fell, everyone displayed their strongest ultimate moves, all aimed at spiritual Roshan. But what surprised everyone was that spiritual Roshan seemed to have become even more powerful. Sima Moon coldly sneered as soon as she saw the situation. Spiritual Roshan has a stronger ability to absorb spiritual chi. Your attacks will only make it stronger. But no spiritual root suddenly leaps up at this moment. He raised his hand and unleashed a full power punch, smashing it onto spiritual Roshan. It was easy for him to crush the head of spiritual Roshan. But unexpectedly, the shattered body of spiritual Roshan began to rapidly regrow. It was evident that it could continuously regenerate by absorbing spiritual chi. All spiritual chi has been absorbed here. The cultivator of the Order of the True Way has finally escaped the predicament. I didn't expect Wintry Mix to want to sell no spiritual root. No spiritual root punched through spiritual Roshan with one punch. But I didn't expect it to be able to recover infinitely. And its strength seems to be even greater after it recovers. Its punching speed has also increased significantly. Sima Moon said in satisfaction. Obey and completely deplete all the spiritual chi in your body. I can't wait to see the scene of a righteous disciple turning into a demon cultivator. At the same time, Xianming Essence suddenly took out a stack of talismans. I don't believe it can regenerate indefinitely. Let's join forces and quickly shatter it. Then he used his most powerful skill. He felt that spiritual Roshan was injured and could not recover anymore. But Sima Moon sneered. You are underestimating spiritual Roshan too much. As long as there is a trace of spiritual chi here, even if it is crushed into mincemeat, it will regenerate. Spiritual Roshan will return to its original state once again. Then it suddenly reached out and grabbed the Xianming essence. He could no longer use talisman at the moment, and the spiritual chi in his body was rapidly absorbed by spiritual Roshan. His own spiritual chi was being sucked dry. White Blossom immediately shouted, "Everyone must stop using spiritual chi. This will only make Roshan stronger." Upon hearing this, Wintry Mix instantly softened. How can a cultivator fight without using spiritual chi? I have indeed become the sacrifice for that old man to solidify his own position. But Little Jade advised, "Do not give up on Roshan easily. The reason he can keep resurrecting indefinitely is because the formation here supports it. As long as we can escape the range of the formation, we'll be fine." Wintry Mix, however, expressed despair. "But how can we leave in our current state?" No spiritual root suddenly spoke up. "I actually have a way. Just give me a bit of time, and I should be able to break through all these walls. But I find it hard to focus on two things at once. While I clear the way, someone must stop it from interfering with me." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately stood up and said, "Leave it to us. Don't think we are just ordinary cultivators. Our physical strength is also very powerful." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but grin. "Then I'll have to rely on you." He then started to quickly gather his strength. Then he unleashed the Celestial Art Siege Hammer, smashing it onto the fleshy wall. But Sima Moon felt that no spiritual root was just engaging in meaningless struggle, so he ordered Roshan not to give them a chance to face Roshan's attacks. Pan Rainbow, and who was slain decisively, stepped forward to meet them. Watching the two of them struggle in the battle, no spiritual root gritted his teeth and accelerated immediately. Countless fist shadows instantly burst out, crazily bombarding the flesh wall. Was slain, and the other two immediately expressed that they couldn't hold on. Roshan once again struck towards no spiritual root with his fist. White Blossom suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked this fist for no spiritual root. She even used the ultimate blood burn technique. Her power increased substantially in an instant. She can now withstand another 3 moves without relying on spiritual chi. Immediately she scolded, "You must open up a path for me." No spiritual root quickly turned around and responded. And White Blossom no longer wasted words, concentrating on dealing with Roshan. But no matter how she hacked and slashed, she couldn't stop Roshan's movements. Watching as Roshan's giant palm came crashing down, White Blossom once again activated the blood burn technique to defend herself. Just a moment later, the third defense had already been used up. Meanwhile, no spiritual root also tried its best to strike the fleshy wall. He timely opened up an escape route. White Blossom was already exhausted at this point. However, everyone quickly rushed towards the passageway, but Sima Moon suddenly clenched his fist. The escape route instantly began to converge at a speed visible to the naked eye. No spiritual root immediately spread out his hands, using his own strength to stand firm, in order to buy more time for everyone to escape. However, Sima Moon manipulated spiritual Roshan to start transforming. Faced with a giant snake's attack, no spiritual root had no way to dodge at all. He had no choice but to release the grip on the flesh wall and use his hands to strike forcefully. And the crowd happened to be escaping from the passage at the same time. Although no spiritual root was still inside, everyone understood that going back in would just be walking into certain death. Wintry Mix directly suggested that we leave and inform the higher-ups of the Order of the True Way. A sudden burst of cold laughter reminded me that humans can never unite no matter when. When something goes wrong, they only think of themselves. In the end, they still have to ask us for help. Our Yogwai race is inherently much stronger than you humans. This beautiful and enchanting 9-tailed Yogwai fox. She turned out to be the runaway bride of the young master of the Yogwai race. The people of the Order of the True Way managed to escape from danger. They unexpectedly encountered emissaries from the Yogwai race. Xiao immediately sneered and said, "Who's this pretentious guy?" Wintry Mix quickly covered his mouth and scolded, "You fool, don't talk nonsense. He is Roaring Moon, the only son of Roaring Sky, the leader of the Yogwai race. Roaring Moon is the future leader of the entire Yogwai race." Xiao, however, dismissed it, saying, "So what? Mystic Heaven Academy doesn't have to fear him, right?" Wintry Mix retorted impatiently, "The Yogwai race has only recently chosen to cooperate with the Order of the True Way in recent years." Roaring Moon immediately snorted coldly, "It seems that I don't need to introduce myself anymore." His gaze then shifted to Little Jade, who was also from the Yogwai race. And Little Jade couldn't help but be startled when she saw Roaring Moon in that instant. Because Xianming Essence had met Roaring Moon at the last Tianjiao Grand Meeting, she originally wanted to go up and say hello to him. But he was suddenly silenced by Roaring Moon pressing his mouth. Then he impatiently said, "Order of the True Way called me over not to chat with you useless people. It seems that the demon cultivator should be behind this fleshy wall." He then abruptly drew his sword and unleashed the mighty silver wolf break. The majestic blade energy instantly struck the fleshy wall, shocking everyone present. Clearly all of them were from the younger generation, but the difference in strength was astounding. The Yogwai race does indeed possess extraordinary techniques. If Little Flower could have this kind of strength, it would be great. The originally indestructible flesh wall has now been broken open by a large crater. And no spiritual root is still resisting the python transformed by Roshan. He immediately exclaimed with excitement upon sensing the movement behind him, "Someone's come back to save us!" Then Roaring Moon slashed again, sending out another slash of blade energy. He split that huge strike into several pieces. No spiritual root immediately reminded, "Thank you. However, the pieces of meat will automatically heal back together." But Roaring Moon signaled to him not to worry. Just saw Roaring Moon suddenly waving his hand. He summoned several golden wolves. Then those little wolves started tearing at the pieces on the ground. And Sima Moon suddenly felt speechless at the sight. Then he said with interest, "Things just got more interesting." Even White Blossom was somewhat shocked by Roaring Moon's methods, relying on spiritual beasts to devour flesh in order to prevent its regeneration and absorption of spiritual chi. However, no spiritual root noticed that Little Jade seemed distracted. "Why don't you look too happy? Let's leave here quickly." Wintry Mix took the first step forward. "Don't waste time. Let's go to a safe place first. Let the big shots from the Order of the True Way handle the demon cultivators here." Everyone didn't dare to stay and quickly started to speed up and run away. But after running for some time, but they found that they had actually been running in circles the whole time, and their bodies were completely exhausted. Xiao suddenly fell to his knees, his spiritual chi completely drained, leaving him with no strength. His other teammates also began to fall one after another. And Sima Moon appeared quietly at this moment. "You will not be able to escape from here. Now your spiritual chi has been completely depleted." What a great opportunity it is indeed. The seeds of the heart demon that he threw out fell into the bodies of everyone one after another. Wintry Mix then roared angrily, "Why do I have to come and die?" The others also grimaced and roared in anger. Then everyone started fighting together. No spiritual root was suddenly stunned when he saw this. Is this the effect of being invaded by the heart demon? Now only I can save everyone. But suddenly he found that Roaring Moon seemed to be quiet. He couldn't help but be thankful. "I didn't expect you to not be affected by the heart demon. This way we can join forces to deal with the demon cultivator." But unexpectedly, Roaring Moon suddenly slapped his hand away. Then he indifferently said, "Don't be so intimate with me. We are not familiar at all." After saying that, he suddenly stomped his foot. He rushed towards Little Jade at high speed, then grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up and sneering, "Finally, I found you, my runaway bride." This nine-tailed Yogwai fox originally intended to live in seclusion with the man. but she was unexpectedly abducted by the Yogwai king's son. Just now, Roaring Moon from Yogwai race actually said that little Jade is his runaway bride. No spiritual root was shocked immediately. Roaring Moon coldly said, "Then let her speak for herself." Little Jade immediately gritted her teeth and said, "I can't hide it anymore. Actually, I had already entered into a marriage contract between the Tushan family and Yogwai King Roaring Sky before I was born. Upon learning about this, I escaped from the Tushan family overnight. However, Roaring Sky and my family refused to let me go and sent numerous pursuers after me. Just as I was about to be taken back for the marriage, when I was no longer able to resist, Brother Spiritual Root suddenly appeared and rescued me. Since then, I have decided that I will only marry Brother Spiritual Root, but I didn't expect to encounter Yogwai King's son in such a place." Roaring Moon immediately sneered, "Enough of the nonsense. The fact that I can catch you while I am on a mission means that we are destined to be together." White Blossom then shouted, "Aren't you afraid of the Order of the True Way pursuing this?" But Roaring Moon just chuckled. "My engagement with the Tushan family is an internal matter of the Yogwai race. Even the Order of the True Way has no right to interfere. Moreover, I don't think you can leave here alive." A huge Roshan monster suddenly appeared on the side. But no spiritual root only has little Jade in his eyes, and he will never let Roaring Moon take little Jade away. But Roaring Moon is unconvinced. "Do you really think you can stop me with just your ordinary mortal body? I don't have the time or patience to waste on you. You will slowly be drained of spiritual chi and die." Roaring Moon quickly leaped and slept onto the top of the mining pit. No spiritual root was originally planning to continue the chase, but did not expect White Blossom to be lifted up at this moment. He watched as White Blossom was about to be attacked by Roshan. No spiritual root had no choice but to rescue her first. White Blossom was suddenly stunned when she saw the situation. "I thought you would go and save her first, but no spiritual root is so calm. Little Jade is not in any immediate danger. Why hasn't Heart Demon affected you now?" White Blossom was very anxious and said, "Now we should figure out a way to deal with this guy. Roshan is extremely fast." White Blossom was suddenly stepped on the ground. But no spiritual root directly punched Roshan and sent him flying. Then he unleashed a series of heavy punches directly smashing its head. Although they temporarily dealt with Roshan, White Blossom frowned and said, "This is not a solution. We must stop its resurrection from the root." But Sima Moon suddenly interrupted. "At this point, how can you still want to escape? Can't you just give up like Invincible?" No spiritual root immediately shouted, "Don't speak ill of father." He then keenly discovered that the aura of the shadow was emanating from underground. Immediately, he decisively turned around and said, "I know what to do now. I have found its source." No spiritual root then began to fiercely smash the ground and quickly dig a hole downwards. Sima Moon was stunned when he saw this. The direction he was digging in. "It seems to be right here where I am." He immediately took control of the remaining half of Roshan to stop No Spiritual Root. Roshan headed towards No Spiritual Root to bite him. Even though No Spiritual Root sensed the movement behind him, he was just a moment away. He directly punched the ground. Just as Roshan was about to bite him, he timely punctured the passage and fell down. Instantly he smiled. "It looks like I guessed right. You are indeed at the deepest part of the mine." However, Sima Moon was not flustered at all. "Don't think that finding me means winning. Roshan will finish him off." As soon as the words fell, Roshan's head quickly twisted and transformed, extending a huge palm. Angry, No Spiritual Root immediately smashed it with a fist. Then he said angrily, "Not only did you hurt my friend, but you also got little Jade kidnapped. I will never forgive you." The punch landed with incredible precision on Sima Moon. Just when he thought he had finally resolved it, Sima Moon suddenly laughed. "Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. But I've been preparing my plan for a long time. I won't fail just because of this little unexpected event." His body suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke, and then his voice came out again. "Since you cannot be my fighting force, then let all of you be submerged in this mine." The girl unexpectedly hugged the boy in the face of danger, and she even rode on top of him and gave him a big slap. No spiritual root finally found Sima Moon's hiding place, but didn't expect that Sima Moon wanted to drown everyone. Seeing the cave starting to collapse, no spiritual root knew they couldn't stay here any longer. At this moment, he must hurry to get them out. But the flesh walls suddenly began to swell. Then it exploded directly, blasting him into the air. White Blossom quickly flew over to catch him, but the two of them were hit by falling rocks in the mine tunnel. Fortunately, no spiritual root reacted very quickly and blocked the falling rocks in time. Then he gritted his teeth and urged, "Quick, find a way to get people out of here." But White Blossom was very helpless. "I alone have no way to take so many people out together." As the giant stones continued to fall, no spiritual root could not avoid them. If he dodged, the cave entrance would be blocked. So he had to exert all his strength to lift and resist them forcefully. Unexpectedly, White Blossom suddenly hugged him. Then she pushed him aside. Suddenly, the entrance to the mine shaft was blocked by huge rocks. No spiritual root was immediately furious. "Why did you pull me back? Now we have lost the only way out." White Blossom directly gave him a slap. "Don't underestimate your own life. Even if you don't value yourself, there will be others who care about you, no spiritual root." Upon hearing this, he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I acted without authorization. But now, we really have no way to escape. With my current strength, I am unable to break through these rocks. Others have also depleted their spiritual chi. We may truly be trapped and die here." However, Xiao Fire suddenly interrupted, saying, "Among us, there is still someone who has enough spiritual chi saved. You have been wanting to run away since just now, haven't you? You haven't used even a little bit of spiritual chi, right? Hurry up and use the spell to open the opening." But Wintry Mix is helpless, saying, "I can indeed use some spiritual chi, but earth elemental spells are meaningless in this situation. I don't know any grand earth with divine arts. I can't manipulate so many rocks at will, but I did try Wintry Mix." He couldn't break through the rock wall at all. Then he spoke again. "See? My earth elemental spell is like hitting a stone with an egg for these rocks." Xianming Essence suddenly interjected. "You should be the grandson of Dean Celestial Pathfinder, right? Shouldn't your family be best at fire-based technique and method?" Wintry Mix shook his head. "I don't want to use the power brought by that lineage." I saw another deafening roar coming from the top of the mine. White Blossom immediately urged, "Stop hesitating. If we don't use fire-based techniques and methods, we will all die here." Wintry Mix could only sigh in resignation. "It seems that in the end, we still cannot escape the fate of the family. Then I'll just enjoy it." And then a mighty flame suddenly burst out from his body. The flame smashed the falling rocks above his head into pieces, leaving no spiritual root shocked in an instant. He can actually incinerate rocks instantly. Under the full bombardment of Wintry Mix, the top of the mining pit was quickly burned through. But his spiritual chi was finally depleted at this point. He fell directly from midair. The boy was eager to rescue his childhood sweetheart, but he never expected to be blocked by the Dean. Just now, Wintry Mix pushed forward with all his might to open up a way out. But he fell from such a high place. No spiritual root will definitely not let this kind of thing happen. He decisively made a standing high jump and rushed up. Although he caught Wintry Mix regardless of everything. But he was also scalded by the flames on Wintry Mix and yelled in pain. Then the two fell together from midair. He used his body as a cushion to save Wintry Mix White Blossom, intending to rescue her. However, he was stopped by Huaslain. The flame showed no sign of extinguishing. If we come into contact with them, we will also be hurt. This is the celestial family's secret awakened physique. This is the most powerful technique that not everyone in the celestial family can master. The user can burn themselves to achieve an amplification effect of 1,000 or even 100-fold. Once the flame is ignited, it will not easily extinguish. If not controlled, it may even turn the user to ashes. White Blossom felt increasingly anxious. Do they have to watch them burn to death? Xianming Essence then took out a few talismans. I used a rainfall talisman to alleviate the situation. The rest is up to them. But unexpectedly, Celestial Pathfinder appeared in midair. Dinshin used Sandstorm as soon as he landed to roll up wintry mix. Now he could only temporarily suppress the flames with sand, so he urged Celestial Pathfinder to hurry up and start treating Celestial Pathfinder without any delay. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked all the flames into his mouth. He sucked in all the flames completely. Then he compressed the flames inside his body and expelled them out. He instantly leveled a nearby hill with an explosion. After finishing, he quickly helped Wintry Mix up, comforting her. The flames on you have been extinguished. You just need to go back for treatment. Wintry Mix sneered at him. You've got your way in the end. I ended up taking responsibility for the reputation of the Celestial family. Celestial Pathfinder immediately shouted. Not only have you taken responsibility for the Celestial family, but the Celestial family exists because of your actions. Look at the companions you have saved. These rescued living beings are the future of the immortal cultivation world that our Celestial family has been guarding. Everyone is expressing their gratitude towards themselves. Wintry Mix was suddenly speechless. He finally began to understand why the Celestial family had persisted so boldly. At this time, no spiritual root struggled to walk towards the exit of the mine. White Blossom immediately stopped him upon seeing this. No spiritual root then decisively said, Since everyone is safe now, I can go rescue little Jade. White Blossom was very worried about no spiritual root's condition. Are you crazy? With your current physical condition, going to the Yogwai race is just asking for death. Celestial Pathfinder saw the situation and quickly asked what had happened. White Blossom hurriedly explained the sequence of events. The young master of the Yogwai race forcibly kidnapped the maid of spiritual root and even mentioned wanting to marry her. Celestial Pathfinder immediately stopped it. This is an internal issue of the Yogwai race. We cannot interfere at will, he said to No Spiritual Root. But No Spiritual Root doesn't care about all that. He just wants little Jade to live happily. And Celestial Pathfinder also instantly sensed the change in No Spiritual Root's state of mind. His strong obsession could give rise to a heart demon. It must be stopped quickly. He then erupted with mystic chi and solemnly said, I cannot let you act recklessly. No Spiritual Root immediately shouted upon seeing the situation. He immediately unleashed a full power punch towards Celestial Pathfinder. The terrifying force instantly shattered the protective flames of Celestial Pathfinder, sending him flying onto the rocky wall of the mine. However, Celestial Pathfinder was not to be underestimated. He raised his hand and conjured a flaming giant hammer, delivering a heavy blow towards No Spiritual Root. Already heavily injured, No Spiritual Root could no longer withstand this attack. He immediately fainted with his eyes rolled back. At this point, Roaring Moon had already captured little Jade and thrown her into one of the cages in Thousand Yogwai Forest. You stay here and behave yourself until our wedding. But little Jade is not willing to give in like this. You can forget about it. Even if I die, I will not marry you. Upon hearing this, Roaring Moon immediately sneered coldly. Your tough talk ends here. Look behind you, little Jade. Upon turning her head, little Jade immediately discovered that all the members of the Tushan family were actually being held captive here. The boy just regained consciousness when he encountered a beautiful girl offering warmth. Even the arrogant genius of the righteous path expressed his intention to help him find little Jade together. Just now, little Jade was captured by the Yogwai King's son and taken back to the Thousand Yogwai Forest. She also found out that her clan members were all locked up in cages. She immediately anxiously asked, "Didn't you all escape with us?" Roaring Moon coldly snorted and said, "The reason why my father cooperated with the Order of the True Way is to root out you traitors who broke the engagement. Unfortunately, I have been investigating for so long, but I can't seem to find you, the person involved. We really didn't expect that you would escape and seek refuge with the banned demon cultivator. But little Jade remains firm. Even if you force me, it's no use. My heart will always belong to Brother's spiritual root." In response, Roaring Moon just sneered. "Do you think I want all of you? All I need is the bloodline of the Tushan family. I'm waiting for you to be born strong enough to inherit the entire Yugwai race. You have just lost your usefulness. You should just stay here and experience life in a prison cell. Brother's spiritual root you mentioned is probably already dead in that mine. Even if he manages to escape, it will just give Mr. Sima another chance to deal with him." Little Jade couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw the scene. Why is he here? Could it be that the Yogwai race and Sima Moon are also related? But Roaring Moon directly closed the prison gate, then turned around and gestured. "Come with me to see the king." Little Jade was already full of doubts at this point. "What conspiracy do you have in the end?" Roaring Moon quickly brought Sima Moon to the Yogwai King's cave. Seeing this, the Yogwai King nodded in satisfaction. "You have done well. I have something to discuss with Mr. Sima alone." Then Roaring Moon turned and left directly. Yogwai King also smiled and started to chat with Sima Moon. But Sima Moon found it strange. "I really didn't expect that your Yogwai race would actually cooperate with the Order of the True Way." The Yogwai King expressed that it was just a temporary measure. "It's just a struggle between the righteous and demonic sides, merely a dispute over hard demons. I thought that after the righteous side prevailed in that battle, they would make better use of hard demons. But it turned out that there are still too many old-fashioned individuals among them. Therefore, for the sake of power, we Yogwai race are willing to cooperate with you." Upon hearing this, Sima Moon suddenly pulled out a secret manual. "As long as you provide me with a quiet place to study and decipher this half of the ancient book." Yogwai King was clearly very satisfied with this answer. "Mr. Sima will take a break for now. You can just happen to join my son's wedding feast." After a brief word of thanks, Sima Moon turned around and left straight away. Later, Yogwai King asked Roaring Moon, "What do you think of Sima Moon as a person?" Roaring Moon immediately responded, "He is thoughtful and deep." Yogwai King also nodded in agreement. "I think the same. But in order for the Yogwai race to rise, we must obtain the method to control the hard demon from him." However, Roaring Moon still has reservations. Will he really hand over the method to us so easily? But Yogwai King showed a confident smile. "We have already reached our territory. What storm can he stir up? When we have the ability to control the hard demon forever, the entire immortal cultivation world will be controlled by my Yogwai race." No spiritual root, who was knocked unconscious by a celestial pathfinder, finally wakes up. He immediately wanted to get up and rescue little Jade. But White Blossom advised him to take care of his health and suggested not to act impulsively for the time being. Although no spiritual root is not stable on the current path, he still wants to save people. I didn't expect Murong-chan to suddenly bring in a pot of chicken soup. No spiritual root did not hesitate to stuff it all into his mouth. Then he felt that his injuries had fully recovered. But White Blossom still advised him not to enter the territory of the Yogwai race, yet no spiritual root remained firm that he wanted to bring little Jade back. After saying that, he ran directly outside. But before he could leave, he bumped into Xianming Essence and others. It turns out that they knew until he was sure to embark on the territory of the Yogwai race without spiritual root, so they planned to come to repay the debt of saving his life. And as the pride of the righteous path, they will never sit idly by while their companions are caught and remain indifferent. But White Blossom spoke up at this moment and interrupted. "I want to remind you all Do you really know where Tushan little Jade was kidnapped to? At this moment, everyone was instantly confused. I really don't know. The girl, in order to protect her purity, actually endured all the backlashes of the explosion with her body. Just now, no spiritual root and the others were planning to go rescue little Jade. However, he was ruthlessly stopped by White Blossom. She couldn't help but say, "You don't even know where little Jade is, yet you are rushing to set off." But no spiritual root was quite helpless. "The Dean strongly opposes my leaving. I can't waste any more time." But White Blossom urged him not to worry. Dean Celestial Pathfinder is currently busy treating Wintry Mix. Now no spiritual root has finally calmed down, but we are still not sure. I didn't expect Pan Rainbow to say that he understands some of the situation. It is said that 800 miles away, there is a forest called Thousand Yogwai Forest. Thousand Yogwai Forest produces unique fruits. Yogwai beasts consume these fruits. This can give birth to spiritual intelligence. It can even transform into the humanoid Yogwai race. We may find clues there. I didn't expect that Xianming essence would suddenly intercept no spiritual root. Thousand Yogwai Forest is 800 miles away from here. You're not really going to run there on foot, are you? Then Xianming essence led the crowd out of the house. Then he casually threw out a talisman. A huge flying spiritual boat instantly appeared out of thin air. Then everyone boarded the spiritual boat, and Spiritual Root was the first to exclaim, "How much spiritual stone does it need to operate?" But Xianming Essence proudly said, "This spiritual boat is powered by Dominion Iron Army technology. It only takes a few thousand steam buns to travel 100 kilometers. Although the speed of the spiritual boat is very fast." But no spiritual root anxiously gestured for Xianming Essence to speed up. However, Pan Rainbow suddenly whistled, summoning countless spiritual birds, but unexpectedly, these spiritual birds kept pecking at the Dominion Iron Army, achieving the goal of speeding up the rowing process. Little Jade has used up all her spiritual chi, but she still couldn't break through the gate. But her uncle gestured to her not to waste any more effort. But little Jade was very dissatisfied. "Your strength is not weak. Why don't you find a way to escape from here?" Her uncle immediately became desperate and said, "Do you think we haven't tried? It's just that the material of this cell is special. The more we try to break it, the stronger the rebound force. In order to prevent us from making any noise, they even put on us shackles that can absorb spiritual chi. Now we are just like ordinary people, unable to use even a trace of spiritual chi." Just as little Jade was at her wit's end, a little Gargast suddenly appeared in front of the prison. "Why are you still not sleeping? Are you also looking forward to marrying our young master tomorrow? Tomorrow, all of you from the Tushan tribe will attend this wedding. By then, the spiritual chi you have accumulated over the years will also be used as decorations for the wedding to be shared among us servants." Little Jade thought to herself upon hearing this. The absorbed spiritual chi will be shared. Tomorrow, these shackles will be removed at the wedding. I seem to have a solution. The night passed quickly, and the next day, the Thousand Yogwai Mountain began holding the wedding. Roaring Moon suddenly laughed before, and after arriving at the prison where little Jade was held. "I thought you would resist more, but I didn't expect you to submit so easily." He then signaled little Gargast to bring little Jade out. Then he untied all the hands of the Tushan tribe. The group marched mightily towards the Yogwai King's cave. Roaring Moon and little Jade entered the worship ceremony. But when it was time for the couple to kowtow to each other, little Jade remained completely still. She said she would only kowtow to Brother's spiritual root in this lifetime. Then she waved her hand abruptly. Immediately, the group of Yogwai race were blown into the air. Roaring Moon immediately panicked, quickly regained control of the situation for me. But little Jade waved her hands and laughed loudly. "Loktar Ogre! Orcs will never be slaves." People of the Tushan tribe burst forth with powerful fox fire. Fox fire devours all the people of the Yogwai wolf race. Roaring Moon cracked instantly. How did you worthless monsters without spiritual chi achieve this? Little Jade sneered. We have you to thank for this, because this coffee lock has absorbed so much spiritual chi. With just a little added external force, I can detonate the internal spiritual chi. Roaring Moon was shocked instantly upon hearing these words. They no longer have any spiritual chi. Doing something like this is suicidal. Little Jade burst into laughter. But you overlooked one thing. There is still spiritual chi left in me. As long as we use the secret soul chain technique of the Tushan family, I can help them resist the damage from the explosion. Roaring Moon was completely unsettled this time. Even if you die, you still don't want to marry our young master? The boy's childhood sweetheart was seriously injured. This time, he was truly angry. Little Jade used the soul chain to bear the explosion damage for her people. Roaring Moon saw that Little Jade would rather die than submit. I am determined to marry you and make the entire Tushan family submit to me. Upon seeing the situation, the clan members immediately wanted to step forward to help Little Jade. The crowd explosively threw out the scorching fox fire, interrupting Roaring Moon. They successfully rescued Little Jade, and as Yogwai King watched this chaotic situation unfold, Sima Moon suddenly appeared. It seems that Yogwai King will also encounter trouble. I'm very worried about our future cooperation if you can't even properly manage the prisoners under your jurisdiction. Yogwai King immediately shouted at the mention. This trivial matter doesn't need you to worry about. Then he roared at Roaring Moon. Embarrassing thing, take these useless people away. Just as Little Jade and two others were about to stand up, the silhouette of Yogwai King suddenly flashed and appeared in front of them, then burst into a roar, raising his hand and swiping a claw at them. As soon as Yogwai King made a move with his terrifying heaven-dominating palm, the Tushan tribe had to join forces to resist it. However, Yogwai King's strength was just too formidable. With just one strike, the Tushan tribe was all knocked back. Then, Yogwai King grabbed Little Jade in one swift motion. A group of ridiculous ants, do you really think you can resist me with just this bit of spiritual chi? But Little Jade coldly sneered. Even if I die, I will not succumb to your wishes. Roaring Moon, who was standing on the side, quickly spoke up to stop her. Don't get worked up. We still have a use for her. The angry Yogwai King immediately roared. Even if I don't kill you, I will still disable you. At this moment, a huge object suddenly fell from midair and crashed onto the head of the Yogwai King. It turned out that no spiritual root and others arrived just in time with their spiritual boat and smashed the Yogwai King to the ground. No spiritual root couldn't wait and immediately got off the spiritual boat. He saw Little Jade, who was knocked over to the ground at a glance, and Little Jade noticed his arrival as well. However, she suddenly fainted due to her severe injuries. No spiritual root's face changed instantly. As soon as he landed, he rushed towards Little Jade in an instant. Facing the intercepting Roaring Moon, he directly raised his hand and sent him flying with a slap. Then he quickly helped Little Jade up. He quickly asked White Blossom to help take care of Little Jade. Then he walked up to Yogwai King with a dark expression on his face. He rubbed his hands together and said, It was you who hurt Little Jade, right? Upon hearing that, Yogwai King instantly got angry. Ignorant little ghost, how dare you? Before he finished speaking, he struck No Spiritual Root with his palm. But No Spiritual Root remained indifferent, saying, Strength happens to be my specialty. The enormous Yogwai King was knocked several tens of meters away by him. Roaring Moon couldn't believe that this little devil was so fierce. He quickly turned around and shouted, What are you all standing around for? Seeing that his subordinates were unreliable, he decided to take matters into his own hands. But he did not expect to suddenly be struck by countless thunderbolts. This is exactly the Nine Heavens Thunder Tribulation Talisman manifested by Xianming Essence. Before betraying us, Xianming Essence hurled a bunch of tenfold mile sword talismans that immediately enveloped Roaring Moon in sword chi. Roaring Moon, entangled, instantly cracked open. Hurry up and come help! But little Gargas howled in sorrow, saying, "It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that these people are too powerful." Under the charge of a group of elite warriors, little Gargas of the Yogwai wolf race couldn't resist at all. Roaring Moon was furious immediately. "Do I raise you bunch of waste just for you to make mistakes at this time?" Yogwai King suddenly stood up and signaled, "Pay attention to the enemy in front of you. I won't be easily defeated by this little ghost. Don't think you can truly defeat this king just by ambushing me. I will make a move now and tear you into pieces little by little." But the angry No Spiritual Root directly punched him to break his path. No Spiritual Root showed no mercy. This punch once again knocked down Yogwai King. Then he said in a cold tone, "Apologize to little Jade quickly." White Blossom was instantly impressed by No Spiritual Root's domineering demeanor. Yogwai King stood up again, saying, "Even if you kneel and beg for mercy this time, I won't spare you." No Spiritual Root gritted his teeth and immediately apologized to little Jade. The heavy blows from both sides suddenly struck each other. The heart demon of Yogwai King suddenly appeared. And he also possesses the eerie ability of undying. No Spiritual Root and Yogwai King unleashed their power in a head-on confrontation, causing the ground around them to crack from the impact. The Yogwai King grinned smugly and declared, "Today, I will test how many rounds you can last against me." No Spiritual Root, on the other hand, shows no fear and vows to fight until you and little Jade pay respect to the Tao. In an instant, it was a back and forth between one person and one wolf. But Yogwai King was unable to defeat No Spiritual Root for a long time. He suddenly looked surprised and said, and No Spiritual Root jumped up, clasped his hands together, and delivered a hammer blow to its head. Immediately, Yogwai King couldn't help but hold his head and stopped in his tracks. Now it is completely furious. This king is determined to take you down. Then it chased No Spiritual Root and delivered a fierce flurry of claw strikes like a violent storm. He smashed No Spiritual Root hard to the ground. But No Spiritual Root was unharmed, but it does have quite a bit of strength. Upon hearing the sound, King Yogwai immediately went crazy and unleashed its ultimate move, Claw Sweep. The terrifying claws caused the entire area to be affected. And White Blossom was hit and sent flying. He saw that No Spiritual Root dared to be distracted at this moment. Yogwai King immediately seized the opportunity to quickly extend his claws towards him. The sharp claws swept continuously, instantly sealing the position where No Spiritual Root was. And No Spiritual Root was annoyed, saying, "Not only have you not apologized to little Jade until now, you even want to hurt White Blossom and them." Then No Spiritual Root used his celestial arts to reach into a pocket. He returned all the intercepted blade energies to the Yogwai King. However, the Yogwai King smugly stated, "How could my own attacks possibly harm me?" But then, he discovered that No Spiritual Root had taken the opportunity to jump up. Before he could react, No Spiritual Root punched him in the head again. He knocked him down hard to the ground. Sima Moon couldn't sit still either. Indeed, the Yogwai race are all worthless, but it's just perfect for me to test out my complete hard demon technique on them. He then threw a hard demon seed into the crowd. Little Jade saw the No Spiritual Root fall to the ground. She hurriedly went forward and hugged him. What they didn't notice was that the seed of the hard demon had quietly entered the body of the Monster King. Then the Monster King suddenly got up. "I haven't lost yet." Seeing this, No Spiritual Root quickly pushed little Jade back. His condition is not right. And Yogwai King let out a painful roar at this moment, then suddenly roared fiercely, "You actually plotted against me!" Following that, a pitch-black giant wolf emerged from the back of Yogwai King. It bit onto Yogwai King's head and crazily devoured its flesh and blood to strengthen itself. Sima Moon then revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Let me see what Yogwai King's heart demon looks like." In just a moment, the heart demon giant wolf snapped off Yogwai King's head. Following this, the body of the hard demon giant wolf began to transform, rapidly condensing and changing into a human form. Seeing this, Roaring Moon immediately exclaimed angrily, "What have you done to my father king?" Before he could take a few steps, he was bound by the heavenly locked talisman of Xianming essence. And at this moment, the hard demon suddenly shrank again. Then it turned its head and locked on to no spiritual root. In an instant, hard demon rushed to his front. It raised its hand and delivered a heavy punch towards his body. But no spiritual root also grabbed hard demon's hand at the same time. But hard demon's arm suddenly disappeared and turned into a black spot. Then the black shadow quickly recondensed at the severed area. It reverted back to its original form and punched at the face of no spiritual root again. Fortunately, White Blossom and Little Jade caught him in time. The two women took the initiative to step forward to deal with the hard demon. Before no spiritual root could speak, Little Jade immediately used Fox Fire and rushed towards the hard demon. The scorching flames burned madly on the surface of the hard demon's body. But it easily leaped out of the range of the flames. Then it rushed to Little Jade at an extremely fast speed. It transformed into human form and threw a punch at Little Jade. White Blossom also quickly used the Mystic Sword Sovereign Art, unleashing her own strongest sword technique in one go. But Hard Demon reacted amazingly fast. It blocked all of the sword chi. When White Blossom couldn't react at all, it rushed up to her. It smashed her to the ground with one punch. Huaslain beside quickly ordered the Dominion Legion to listen to the command. He unleashed his most powerful move, Thousand Army Breaker. The speed of this shot is extremely strange, instantly piercing through Hard Demon. Just when everyone thought it was all over, the black water transformed by the Hard Demon suddenly began to gurgle. Then a pitch-black arm suddenly emerged from it. The boy actually faced the Hard Demon of the Yogwai King head-on, with physical strength. The pierced Hard Demon unexpectedly sprouted a strange hand. Even Sima Moon didn't expect that. Even the Hard Demon of the Yogwai King turned out to be a human. Even no spiritual root is very shocked. The transformation of the Yogwai King into a human has left Roaring Moon, as the Yogwai King's son, with his mouth wide open. However, Xianming Essence interjected by saying, while most humans may be weak, their talents are actually the highest among all living beings. Although the Yogwai King looks down on humans, he did indeed lose to a human cultivator in the past, didn't he? And the Yogwai King himself didn't expect that the battle he once had would actually give rise to such a hard demon in him. He doesn't even know if he is a hard demon or Roaring Sky himself. But one thing he is certain of, that he wants to kill everyone present. Facing the sudden attack from Yogwai King, everyone present, humans and Yogwai alike, was blasted away on the spot. Roaring Moon witnessed the power of the king and burst out laughing. Did you see that? My father, the king, is invincible in the world. But unexpectedly, the Yogwai King appeared in front of him the next second. Then the Yogwai King directly pierced through his heart. You also witnessed my ugly appearance. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. He actually killed his own son ruthlessly. It was truly insane. But the Demon King just turned around coldly and said, "But the dignity of this king cannot be trampled by anyone." A terrifying demonic chi erupted from his body, creating a huge barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Then he spoke to no spiritual root and the others again. This barrier is connected to my life. Either kill me, or I will kill all witnesses present here. It seems that we have reached a situation where there is no turning back. Huaslain decisively commanded his subordinates in the Dominion Legion. He asked them to use the ultimate skill. Fighting Aura becomes a steed. He led all the Dominion army to launch a full charge towards the Yogwai King. But the Yogwai King just casually raised his hand. No matter how many people there were, they were just a group of ants. It just hardly blocked Huaslain's full force strike. To the surprise of the Yogwai King, the long spear actually broke through its demonic chi defense. It turns out this is the joint attack technique of the Dominion Legion. As long as the number of people is sufficient, even the tribulation stage can be defeated. However, the Yogwai King did not continue to resist. Instead, it frantically urged the demonic chi inside its body to unleash the hard demon possession technique, and then it merged into the huge hard demon giant. Then, it disappeared in a flash before Huaslane's eyes, swiftly and fiercely stepping into the midst of the Dominion Legion. White Blossom's pupils suddenly contracted at the sight. Is this the control effect of the hard demon? Huaslane felt a little familiar with this move. Seeing that Huaslane couldn't handle the guy, everyone decisively chose to attack together. Xianming essence. Several people joined the battlefield without any hesitation. Wang Orange Blue took the lead and used the mechanical giant power fist. But this level of attack can't even hurt hard demon. And Xianming essence also took the opportunity to throw out several talismans. 5 Ghost Seal Evil Talisman instantly entangled the hard demon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pan Rainbow quickly led Taming Beast to attack the hard demon. He unleashed the strongest skill of Beast Taming Villa, the combined attack of man and beast, hitting the hard demon. But the hard demon just laughed and mocked. It seems you don't have much ability after all. Before he finished speaking, a powerful surge of demonic chi suddenly erupted from its body. It directly blew away the 5 Ghost Seal Evil Talisman and Pan Rainbow on its body. Then it quickly flew towards the sky. It gathered demonic chi to form a huge skull, aimed at the crowd below, and fiercely smashed the skull down. Although White Blossom used the Mystic Sword Sovereign Art. However, she was unable to stop the hard demon's attack at all. No spiritual root suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and gestured. Stop for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge skull crashed to the ground, but no spiritual root reached out and firmly held it. Seeing no spiritual root trying to cause trouble for himself again, Hard Demon immediately activated demonic chi to enhance the force. The weight of the huge skull head instantly increased several times, but no spiritual root remained firm and even squeezed it hard. He wanted to crush the skull head, but in just a moment, the skull head fell to the ground, creating an extremely powerful explosion that sent everyone around flying. Little Jade quickly spoke up to inquire, after stabilizing her figure. Brother Spiritual Root, how are you doing? But no spiritual root gritted his teeth and responded. The battle is not over yet. The boy simply reported his father's name. He actually scared Yogwai King Hard Demon into shivering. Just now, no spiritual root resisted Hard Demon's full force attack. But he easily unraveled it with just a chest compression movement. Hard Demon was shocked by the unexpectedly strong no spiritual root, but as the Yogwai King, Hard Demon was not afraid of a power struggle. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are physically stronger. However, no spiritual root gritted its teeth and said, I can indeed do whatever I want. Hard Demon suddenly felt his hand bones cracking, and now he was completely unsettled. It seems I have no choice but to unleash my full power. Activate. The demonic chi swirling around his body began to rapidly gather. Immediately, the Yogwai King grinned wickedly and said, How do you feel now? No spiritual root coldly snorted. It's all because you forced me to. No spiritual root bit onto Hard Demon's body. To get rid of him, Hard Demon immediately raised his foot and kicked him away decisively. And then it manipulated the demonic chi to condense into a weapon, and coldly said, It's time to end it, Hard Demon. Flying towards no spiritual root to kill. But when this knife slashed down, no spiritual root suddenly burst into laughter. Why does your move feel so familiar? This move of yours is no longer effective against me. Hard Demon immediately became angry. The little devil who is being mysterious, go die now. But this powerful strike was easily dodged by no spiritual root. The people around were shocked when they saw this. He shouldn't have been able to open his eyes just now, right? Could it be that he used sound to determine his opponent's position? The Hard Demon was also completely enraged by the no spiritual root. Don't think your luck can always be good. Just as the words fell, countless blade energies were sent flying, but all were dodged by no spiritual root. It saw that it was unable to do anything to no spiritual root. Hard Demon immediately decisively used a powerful move. The power of this sword is incomparably great. The range of the impact is also very large. Hard Demon immediately sneered, thinking it should be over now. But to his shock, no spiritual root suddenly raised his fists and charged forward. Hard Demon, who has absolute confidence in his own body. It decisively raised its hand and engaged in a head-on clash with no spiritual root. But in the contest of strength, no spiritual root has never been defeated. He directly blasted away the Hard Demon. At that moment, everyone present was shocked. Everyone could not believe that the powerful Hard Demon would be beaten up by someone with no spiritual root. But this punch couldn't kill the Hard Demon. After climbing out of the deep pit, it gritted its teeth and asked, "Why do you know my moves so well?" The Hard Demon then once again exerted force under its feet and charged towards no spiritual root, realizing that its attacks were completely ineffective against him. It instantly cracked open. "Why can you dodge my attacks?" Facing the oncoming long blade, no spiritual root just smiled calmly. Then he grabbed the long blade and said, "Because that is not your attack." At this, little Jade suddenly shuddered and blurted out, "I remember these moves." And then no spiritual root slowly explained the reason. "I was able to evade your tricks because they were all techniques my old man knew, Sima Moon. I finally understand your Hard Demon, you old thing. Indeed, it's the invincible that once defeated you." And when Hard Demon heard that man's name, he instantly kept retreating in astonishment. "How is this possible? You are actually his son." No spiritual root immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't know if the person you are talking about is my father." Upon hearing this, Hard Demon's face suddenly showed a look of horror, then it turned in panic and wanted to escape from this place. The feet of no spiritual root suddenly stretched out. After tripping up Hard Demon, he spoke again. "Even the way you flee is exactly like old man. So from the moment you use these moves, no spiritual root suddenly wielded his fist and struck again. The Hard Demon, who had lost all fighting spirit, was completely panicked this time. But unexpectedly, no spiritual root stopped his fist just as it was about to touch the opponent's head. Hard Demon immediately looked at no spiritual root with a puzzled expression on his face. But he found that a surging fist wind appeared all around him. If this fist were to strike down, he would undoubtedly die. And when no spiritual root saw that the opponent finally stopped moving, he got up and continued to speak. "Since you started using these moves, you have no chance of winning. Now, can you apologize to little Jade?" Hard Demon immediately ran towards little Jade. Then it knelt down ungracefully in front of her. "It was my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. I didn't know that it was you he offended. Please forgive me." Xianming Essence, several people were dumbfounded. The once lofty White King turned out to have such a humble, no spiritual root father. Who exactly is he? Little Jade couldn't be bothered to deal with him and impatiently waved him off. "Don't appear in front of us again.